Good evening and welcome to the May 14th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We're all glad you're here, either on TV, on any other means, or here in person. We're happy to have you here, especially for this special meeting this first hour. And can Mr. Zwick,
Do you want to save, I'm sorry, Mayor, do you want to save the Pledge of Allegiance till we do the regular meeting? That's what we normally do.
oh,
Okay.
all right, then fine. Do a roll call then.
Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Parra,
Here.
Councilmember Davis is absent, Councilmember Terosis is absent, Councilmember De La Torre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Brock.
Here.
Okay, we're gonna skip over to Levine Act for the next the next part of the meeting. Right now, we're gonna do public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent only. And I don't think we have anybody, but let me just double check. Yeah, it looks like we have no speakers on this item.
Okay, so the fun part of the meeting, we have no speakers?
Correct.
Okay, great. Well, we have some special awards to give out, and we're really happy for each one of these. So, we have a number of proclamations, and the first, I understand it's AAPI month. And so I'm going to read a proclamation, and Councilmember Parra is going to present it. Is that okay? Down below, and I'll come down and join the people at that time. But let me adopt my proclamation voice, and we'll read this. Whereas members of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community represent over 40 ethnically distinct groups originating from the Asian and Pacific Island regions, and whereas people from Asia and the Pacific Islands shaped the history of California before statehood in 1850, railroads were built by Chinese workers, and a village established by Japanese fishermen in Santa Monica Canyon helped make Santa Monica an economically viable town. And whereas, despite these contributions, the United States passed the Page Act of 1875, the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, and the Immigration Act of 1924, and directed the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And whereas violence and hate against the AAPI community continues and can only end by dismantling all race-based hate. We stand with Black, Indigenous, and people of color who suffer social, economic, and physical harm from generations of systemic racism, and whereas Santa Monica is enriched by a plethora of different cultures and traditions, and contributions of the Asian and Pacific Islander community are integral to what makes this city unique, and whereas the city celebrates contributions of Santa Monicans, including Anna May Wong, Hollywood's first Chinese-American film star, Jenny Kim, NASA's first Korean-American astronaut, Rika Aoki, author and SMC professor, and Sung-Hee Sun, artist and BG Gallery curator, and whereas 8% of our city's population are AAPI, and one can't travel far in Santa Monica without coming across an AAPI-owned business, wellness center, or place of worship that actively enriches the lives of our citizens. And whereas 8% of the city's employees are also AAPI, members of the Coalition of Asian and Pacific Employees of Santa Monica, and serve the community, Santa Monica community, alongside their colleagues of many different cultures. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Santa Monica, and encourage all residents to join me in celebrating the indelible mark made by the AAPI community on our nation, state, and city. Thank you, and if you will go down, and are there any speakers from our AAPI community? If they could meet Councilmember Para. Photos?
Thank you, Mayor Brock and City Council. I am deeply honored to accept.
Oh, your mic's not on, hold on. It is now, sorry about that. If you could start over, and we apologize.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brock and City Council. I am deeply honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the AAPI community of Santa Monica. Thank you also to Santa Monica Cultural Affairs Division for awarding BG Gallery the Art of Recovery Grant to help fund our Moon and Stars Cultural Celebration on May 18th. I also want to thank the Cape Group, who have been super supportive in getting the word out about these events. This is the second year that BG Gallery has supported me in curating the AAPI-specific exhibitions and programs. It's called Moon and Stars and goes a step beyond highlighting the historically underrepresented by featuring not only Asian, but Asian female contemporary artists of the Los Angeles area. They are incredibly talented, dedicated, and shining stars of the art world, including Sija Chen, Kyungboon Oh, Yumiko Glover, Mary Lai, Ibuki Kuramachi, Amelie Loris, Yoon Chang, Flora Kao, Amy Inouye, Lily Mira, Shizuko Greenblatt, Chun San, Didi Sharil, Ragni Agarwal, Sue Busamrong Press, and myself. I invite all of you to visit the art show, which spans 2 galleries, first at BG Gallery in Bergamot Station, and also at Dorado 806 Projects on Broadway. This Saturday, we are activating with musical performances, a tea ceremony, feng shui poetry, interactive art installation, and a very special guest speaker and workshop by Pada Suyamoto of the National AAPI Mental Health Awareness Association. She is flying out here from Boston to share their important work to promote and redefine mental health and well-being for the AAPI communities. Part of the proceeds from art sales of Moon and Stars will be donated to support NAPIMA's good work. Lastly, I would like to share with you the deep importance and value of arts to society as a whole. Many times people overlook or oversimplify art as something that is just pretty or maybe even ugly. Or even worse, they believe the headlines of record-breaking auction sales and think it is only for the ultra-wealthy. Actually, creativity is invaluable in that it is universal. It brings us together beyond languages and cultures. One of my favorite quotes is by Albert Einstein. He said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world." Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Erica Cayugan, the director at the library and also the executive sponsor for the Coalition for Asian Pacific Employees of Santa Monica, or CAPE SM. I wanted to thank Sung Hee Sun from BG Gallery for coming to accept our proclamation, and also wanted to call your attention to the beautiful artwork that we were able to make in the form of a proclamation poster. This is by artist Cindy Kasuda, who is an AAPI graphic designer who graduated from Cal Arts, teaches at Marlborough School, and was a graphic designer for local museums such as the Japanese American National Museum. The background of the poster is the Long Wharf in Santa Monica Canyon, where the Japanese fishing village formed, and the foreground is of a loquat branch. Free prints are available on the table in the back of the chambers, as well as at the main library. And just to highlight a few events that are happening and put on by our wonderful Cape SM employees. And if we do have Cape SM employees here, I want to stand up. I want you guys to stand up because you have done some tremendous work. On top of the work that you do here for the city. And so we've got a main library event on May 25th, and that's Anna Mai Wong and the Golden Age of Asian American Cinema. And this is a book discussion with authors Katie G. Salisbury and Jeff Yang, centered on Anna Mai Wong. And we also have some internal events for Cape SM employees, professional development speed coaching with city executives, and a mental health awareness collaboration, introductory Tai Chi, next week. And so again, thank you all, and thank you for honoring AAPI Heritage Month.
And could we have the three of you come up into the well up here? And if my council can gather, we'll take a picture. Thank you. Yes, give them a hand. Thank you. Okay. Well, we continue on. We have a plethora of proclamations today, which means that people are doing really good things in our city, and we want to recognize them. So I'm going to read the next proclamation to you, and Councilmember De La Torre, could you go down to the well, and you'll be able to present this as soon as I'm done speaking. Thank you so much. Well, this is an important one because the people involved in our Public Works Department keep our city running. It's not us up here. It is all of the blue-collar workers and supervisors who keep this city going in so many different ways. So I want to read this proclamation and give a hearty thank you to all of our city employees because they do a fantastic job each and every day, 365 days a year. So whereas, and you can all follow along with the whereases, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Santa Monica, and whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structure and facilities essential for our community. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, youth, civic leaders, and businesses in Santa Monica to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of all of the members of our City Council, do hereby designate the week of May 19th to 25th, 2024 as Public Works Week in the City of Santa Monica and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Are there representatives who are coming up? And if they are, could you meet Councilmember Delatorre at the microphone so he can make that presentation? And I know our photographer is photographing this? Okay. And
You want to go ahead and say some words?
Right on time.
right on time, he got a call to go out and repair our public works.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, who I think is online, and City Council. Rick Valtier, Director of Public Works. I know we have a long night ahead of us, so I'll keep my remarks very short. I want to thank you for your continued support of the Public Works Department. The nation celebrates Public Works Week during the week of May 19th. The theme for Public Works Week this year is Advancing Quality of Life for All. Public Works staff proudly and sustainably build and maintain our multimodal streets, public spaces, and facilities, and responsibly manage our waste stream and our water supply. I'm deeply grateful for the 480 women and men of the Public Works Department who do all of this in a concerted effort to enhance the quality of life in our community. This year, as part of the celebration, we're bringing back the awards for the Employee of the Year for each division, who will be recognized on our green collection trucks throughout the city and at the lunch celebration at Gandera Park on Wednesday, May 22nd, where we may or may not have a dunk booth featuring the department leadership. Joining me tonight are some of the Employees of the Year, and I wanted to introduce them to the council. Let me see, Lori Flores from the airport. Just raise your hand. Raise your hand as I introduce you. Joey Alvarez from Beach Maintenance. Jason Huang from Engineering. Carlos Alamilio from Promenade Maintenance. Margarito Tennis from Triple R. Tony Cunefa from Street Services. And Teague Waybright from Office of Sustainability and the Environment. These men and women have been recognized by their peers and their leadership for doing the good work that you just talked about, Mayor. And they are the reason that give me the confidence and the excitement to come to work every day to work with my colleagues. Yes.
I have a question for you. How many employees do you have in your department?
480.9.
Okay, you're the .9. What's the longevity of some of these outstanding employees that are up here?
I think we have up to 32 years. Is that 30?
Who's done 32 years?
34
here?
years.
34 years? Who? Oh, but how about up here? Joey, how long have you been with the city?
10 years.
Wow.
Who can beat that? Anybody? More years? 27. 27 years.
Wow. Give that person a hand.
So I guess, but anyway, you're all invited to the lunch celebration at Gandera Park on the 22nd. And then lastly, but not the least, I do want to thank the Public Works Planning Committee for the events this coming week. Year in and year out, they come together and ensure the success of this celebration every year. And so Lizzie Acosta, where are you? There. Sarah Nori. And Raya Vallis. So, thank you.
And all of you know, I hope, how important you are to this city and how much our entire city council appreciates your work each and every day. So I want to thank all of you. Can all of you come up to the well up here and we'll take a joint picture with all of you. With us in the background as it should be, because you guys are the important ones to the city. Thank you, Oscar. Way more people are involved.
Yeah, that's great.
Jesse, you get mental health. All right. I didn't say.
'Cause he's mental?
I
Is that
didn't
why?
say anything about that. I just said.
Stand up, women.
Gentlemen, stand up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, and okay. All right, everybody wait for me because we're super excited about this. There you go. Wait.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, young man. This one? Yes, hold on. So I'll have you go down there. Oh, there's a couple of them. Okay, I'll read it. You go down to the well. Thank you, sir. And as I said, we've just begun. So the next one is also very important to all of us. We've talked a lot in the nation the last 6 months or so, the last year, about mental health and our need to connect again as a people. That, as Senator Chris Murphy said in a speech that I was at a couple of months ago, he talked about a nationwide epidemic of loneliness. That people had been locked inside with COVID and had not been able to, because of changes in work habits, everywhere, we had not had the same feeling of togetherness and sociability that we had had prior to the pandemic. And we see that everywhere in the nation. We see it on our streets. We see it in potential suicides. We see it in the drug and alcohol abuse that we see going on as well. So I'm going to read this proclamation, and Councilmember Zwick will present the proclamation at the well in a couple of minutes. Whereas mental health is essential to overall health and well-being. Mental illnesses are common and treatable, and people with mental health challenges can lead full, productive lives. And whereas prevention is a compassionate, effective strategy to address developing mental health conditions and to intervene before a condition becomes more serious. And whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to supporting a community where mental health is prioritized and diverse paths toward recovery are celebrated. And whereas the city invests in education and programs to enhance community awareness and access to culturally relevant mental health services and treatment for people of all ages and racial and ethnic backgrounds. Therein supporting all persons to participate fully in civic and community life at different stages of their mental health journeys. And whereas the City Council appointed the Santa Monica Disabilities Commission to advance awareness of disabilities, including mental and behavioral health, in its planning, decision-making, and advisory activities. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is a time for community members, government, public and private agencies, healthcare providers, businesses, and schools to recommit to supporting our community by increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, reducing stigma, and making appropriate and accessible services available for all. And you already know the next part. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, the mayor of the city of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 2024 to be National Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Santa Monica. If representatives would come up to the well and meet Councilmember Jesse Zwick there. Go on, you can all go up at once. Okay, are any of you speaking?
Yes.
Okay, stay there then.
Okay.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Kalina Silverman, and I was born and raised here in Santa Monica. And this is my first time in City Hall, so it's really exciting to be here. And I'm so thankful to everyone who helps make the city run smoothly. So my project is called Big Talk, and it's all about skipping small talk to make more meaningful connections with people. And it's a project I actually started 10 years ago right here on the streets of Santa Monica when I was feeling a little lonely and wanted to connect with people in more meaningful ways. So I went out on the streets and walked up to people from all walks of life and skipped the small talk to ask them, what do you want to do before you die? And the connections and conversations I had were really profound and magical. And flash forward 10 years later, I've talked to people, thousands of people from all walks of life, whether small business owners, firefighters, city council members, students. I've talked to people over 90, people under 6. It doesn't matter. It shows that everyone wants to connect over universal human sentiments and topics. And I'm so excited. This month, I'm partnering with the Art of Recovery program with the City of Santa Monica to focus on Mental Health Awareness Month. And the Big Talk question we have chosen is, what gives you hope, or where do you find hope? And I'm going to play a little preview video with some messages of hope from people I've talked to over the years.
You never know what people are dealing with on the
There's a
inside.
way to up the
No
volume
matter
and
what
start
they
over.
put out on the outside.
Don't hold it inside of you. My daughter had mental issues. Reach out to other people in your family or friends you know that have the same issues and don't ignore them. Give love no matter how they treat you.
Be kind. If you're not really out there really touching other people's lives, it doesn't make any difference.
It's hard to speak up, but you have to find happiness. We never know when the last day is, right? So might as well just enjoy with nice people.
Sun's coming out as I say this, which means it's a beautiful day.
This woman once told me, she said, take your meds. It's like meditation, exercise, diet, and sleep.
I would say that trees and everything on life can make the world a better place. Like if you had a bunch of tomato seeds or maybe like apple seeds, you could put them in the ground and start planting them.
So that's a very short preview of some of the conversations I've been having with people. At risk of sounding like a summer camp counselor, I was wondering if you all could turn to the people around you and for just 20 seconds answer the question, what gives you hope, or where do you find hope? Please go ahead, don't be shy.
This one's preservation.
All right, I know, sorry to cut off the conversations. We only have a very short time, but you can continue the conversations after. So I've also extended this question into an Art of Recovery art installation that we'll be showing throughout Santa Monica for the month of May. So this Saturday, it'll be at first the Airport Art Walk, and then Bergamot Art Station, and then on Sunday at Clover Park for Kiddical Mass, and then on June 20th, save the date, we're hosting a Big Talk Summer Solstice Picnic at Annenberg Beach House. Wave your hands, Annenberg. So it would be awesome if everyone could come out and have more Big Talk conversations. And if you want to see more videos, I have an Instagram at Make Big Talk where I post these conversations with community members. And also I would love to interview each and every one of you if you're open to it. So please don't hesitate to reach out. And also I have a question card game of questions that skip small talk, and I have a few in my bag. So if any of you have an organization that could use these kinds of conversations, please come up to me and I'll give one to you. Thank you so much.
And if all three of you, Kalina and Jeanette, could come up. Huh? Oh, one more? Go ahead. I apologize. And they're all Art of Recovery artists, by the way.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Degollado, and I'm Wixirica Indígena from Mexico. And I am an artist working on the Belonging Art Project, and I'm here to speak on behalf of LA Freewaves. Our need to belong is so profound that it influences our thoughts, emotions, and actions, intricately woven into our perceptions of our lives and pursuit of life goals. The scientific fabric of our society and politics investigates belonging, correlating it to diversity, equity, and inclusion. By activating agency through the invitation to participate in this art project, the individual experiences a heightened sense of belonging, contributing it to well-being and mental health. From April 1st to May 31st, we are collecting responses to the question, do you feel you belong here in Santa Monica? How, when, and where? We ask these questions to Santa Monica residents, students, and workers. LA Freeways presents Belonging, an innovative and inclusive art project in partnership with the City of Santa Monica and Art and Recovery. Belonging aligns with LA Freeways' mission to use art to prompt thought, encourage dialogue, and promote social change, ensuring voices in Santa Monica are heard and valued. The art project aims to understand belonging and the sense of belonging in the city by posing the question, do you feel you belong here in Santa Monica? How, when, and where? LA Freeway seeks to dive into the human instinct for belonging and its significant impact on our lives. The project is an in-person, one-on-one interaction. It's activated across 8 diverse locations in Santa Monica, and these are the locations: Caritas Housing Mountain View, Cafe Bolivar, Virginia Avenue Park, Santa Monica High School, Pico Library, Santa Monica College, 18th Street Art Center, and Pico Farmers Market. To date, we have collected 234 responses, and we have found 3 reoccurring themes: welcoming community versus exclusive community, sense of safety versus not feeling safe, longtime residents belonging because they've always been here versus longtime residents do not belong because of displacement, gentrification, and change. Belonging is a profound sense we all experience as we seek to be welcomed in community. Thank you for your time.
And if the 3 of you could come up, and our city council will gather around up here. And one of you hold the proclamation. There you go. 2 of you? Okay. Oh, someone else is coming. Thank you so much. And I was interviewed last year, if I recall. Okay. Our next proclamation, Christine, do you want to, when they get ready, go down to the wells? Preservation. Yeah, I'm not letting you come down for it. Okay. Well, yes, we have more proclamations today. And this is a very important one as well as all the others that we've heard so far. Whereas preservation of historic places and cultural heritage is crucial for maintaining the identity, character, and sense of community in the city of Santa Monica, and whereas Preservation Month originated as National Preservation Week in 1973, thankfully it's a whole month now, although I think preservation is something that's 365 days a year. Preservation Month originated as National Preservation Week in 1973, and in 2005, the National Trust for Historic Preservation expanded it to the entire month of May, officially designated as Preservation Month to enhance the celebration of our nation's diverse and unique heritage across cities and states, and whereas Santa Monica has a rich history of preservation efforts dating back to the grassroots movement to save the pier in 1973 and the adoption of its first historic preservation ordinance in 1976, which was among the earliest in California, demonstrating a commitment to protecting the city's unique architectural, cultural, and environmental heritage, and whereas the Santa Monica Landmarks Commission actively safeguards Santa Monica's heritage by designating landmarks, and historic districts and overseeing alterations, restorations, or demolitions pertaining to these designated sites. The Commission fulfills its responsibilities by conducting thorough studies and evaluation of designation applications to ensure that deserving structures are granted landmark status, and whereas the Santa Monica Conservancy, established in 2002, has played a vital role in advocating for the preservation of historic resources, educating the public about the importance of heritage conservation, and collaborating with the city to safeguard significant sites and structures for future generations to enjoy. This work includes revitalization of the iconic Shotgun House in Ocean Park and conducting tours, lectures, and workshops for the community. And whereas Preservation Month provides an opportunity for residents, organizations, and local government to support the efforts of the Santa Monica Landmarks Commission and the Santa Monica Conservancy to identify and celebrate the city's rich cultural heritage and historic places, and to recognize the dedicated efforts of those who work tirelessly to preserve them. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Preservation Month in the City of Santa Monica and encourage all residents to join in celebrating our community's rich history, cultural heritage, and the importance of preserving it for future generations. Councilmember Parra, if you could meet a representative of the Landmarks Commission and the Conservancy down at the well, at the speaker's platform, please.
Thank you.
And I presume a couple of you want to speak. Hi, Caitlin.
Please, hello.
Are you first?
I'm first.
Fantastic.
My name is Caitlin Driscoll. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Monica Conservancy, and I want to thank the City Council and Mayor Brock and all of you for supporting preservation in Santa Monica and for receiving this proclamation. Preservation is now defined more inclusively and equitably as heritage conservation, and that's integral, as we're hearing, to the vibrancy of our community. Heritage conservation encompasses the unique buildings and structures, but also those intangible and diverse stories, and as we heard, the sense of belonging in the places we love. Santa Monica Conservancy has volunteers doing tours. If you haven't been on at the Annenberg Beach House, we give tours, downtown walking tours that leave from the Rap Saloon, and we have tours of our Shotgun House. And we would welcome everybody to come join us for new tours we're proposing of Main Street and the 3rd Street Historic District. And we welcome all to our Preservation Resource Center at the Shotgun House, one of the last unique shotgun houses in the city. It's located in the Ocean Park neighborhood, if you haven't been there, right next to the Ocean Park Library on Main Street. And there you'll see our volunteers, our staff, working for and welcoming all members of our community to support preservation and celebrate the history of Santa Monica. So thank you very much.
And before you go, Richard, I want to thank the Conservancy combined with our History Museum on providing those fantastic videos we're seeing at the start of the 7 o'clock hour each week that are 3 minutes about our city's history. And I hope they'll be disseminated widely because they're a great historical resource. If you're at home and watching on TV later, please pay attention to those. This week, I believe, will be on Memorial Park, and it's fascinating. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Richard Brand. I'm the Chair of the Landmarks Commission. I just came off of a construction site. I don't have a speech prepared, but I just want to thank you again for this proclamation and working with the Conservancy. It's been a joy over the years, working on numerous projects to enrich our cultural history, and now getting into the social awareness. A variety of different projects that we're engaged with the Conservancy and other groups throughout the community. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you both. All right, he's just here to back up Caitlin. If all three of you could come up to the well, and we'll get a picture with all three of you. The videos are great. Thank you so much.
love them. They're
Thank
so
you
fun.
so much for going with us. I'd like you to send me the whole set of what you've done so far so I can spread it. And Richard, good to see you. Young man. Good to see you, buddy. Ah, and Ruth Ann, yes. Yeah, you're right. There you go. All right. Okay, so I know we've all been listening to commendations and proclamations for the last 45 minutes. We are down to two more, and the next one is very special to me, as you can sometimes see by my stomach. I've paid numerous visits to this establishment over the last decades. I know Christine, Oscar, most of the city, all the city, loves this establishment. I kid the owner that they are the city's commissary. And I really believe that. If anytime you go to this establishment that Councilmember Parra is going to start off talking about, you'll see other people from around the city there. And it really is, I think, the essence of community in our city. So, Council member.
Thank you so much. So this is a commendation. Whereas Gilbert's El Indio, a cherished Santa Monica institution, has reached a remarkable milestone, celebrating its 50th anniversary as a cornerstone of city's culinary landscape. And whereas founded by Gilbert Hernandez in 1973, Gilbert's El Indio has remained a beacon of authenticity and community, serving generations of patrons with delicious Mexican cuisine and fostering lasting connections among diners. And whereas despite the passing of its namesake, Gilbert Hernandez, in 2019, Gilbert's El Indio has continued to honor its legacy by upholding the tradition of excellence and hospitality that he instilled in the family-owned restaurant, ensuring that his spirit lives on in every dish served. And,
And I'll finish this up because that's the only way I'll get a super mule. Whereas Gilbert's El Indio has been a source of pride for Santa Monica, having twice been voted as Santa Monica's most loved restaurant, and representing not only a place to enjoy delectable meals, but also a symbol of resilience and endurance in the face of challenges. And whereas as Gilbert's El Indio commemorates 5 decades of culinary excellence, the restaurant continues to be a beloved destination for locals and visitors alike, enriching the lives of all who have had the pleasure of dining there. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members, all the City Council, do hereby commend Gilbert's El Indio in honor of this important milestone for its enduring commitment to quality, service, and community. And I want to point out, I believe 9 members, now I could be wrong now, but 9 members of the Gilbert's family have graduated from Santa Monica High School. And very importantly, they really are the essence of the Santa Monica community. And they are a proud business. And I'd like you to go down, and I'll go down probably too, just to congratulate them as well. Oscar, come on down. Can we have members of the family come up? I think I see more members coming on from over there.
Congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we're just gonna correct one thing.
What?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. What did they say? It's not, hey. Wait. Would you like to speak? One of you?
Thank you for inviting us today. Thank you, Mayor Phil Brock and the City of Santa Monica council members. We're deeply honored to accept this recognition on behalf of our business, Gilbert's El Indio Restaurant, for the 50 years that we've been in business. It's a testament to the hard work, dedication, and resilience of our staff and the family members that work there. And of course, the involvement of our amazing community. I see a lot of people that that come into the restaurant, so I appreciate looking out and seeing everybody. We are proud to have had the privilege of serving our community over the past 50 years. We like to welcome everyone as family. We look forward to many more years. We're especially grateful to our parents, Carmen and Gilbert Rodriguez, who immigrated from Mexico with a dream. We are a family of 9, and we're all raised in the city of Santa Monica. My sister Carmen was a teacher in Santa Monica. We went to UCLA, we went to Santa Monica City College, we played at Los Amigos Baseball Park. Our children have played there. All of our kids, we have 26 grandchildren, or my parents did, and all of them graduated from either John Adams and Santa Monica City College as well. Thank you to the mayor and everyone who has supported us along this incredible journey. And we invite all of you to join us this coming Monday, May 20th, to celebrate the 50 years. So come on down. Thank you.
Now, I need to mention, one of our city council people is not here tonight. And she's in the Ethernet, she's online. But I want you to know, and she'll tell you herself, how important Gilbert's has been to her life. This is not just a casual restaurant for many of us. It is really our familia.
It is.
And that is so important. Lana?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, I just wanted to thank you. Our pictures of over the years of our entire family at the restaurant. You guys know my dad, Chico Fernandez, and we love Gilbert's from Taco Tuesdays to breakfast on Saturdays. And now that you guys have outdoor seating, it's just expanded the opportunity to eat there and not have to wait so long. So that's a plus. So I have been eating plenty of Gilbert's while I'm at home recovering, and I just want to thank you guys for being in the community for so long.
Thank you.
And if the Gilbert's family could come up here to the well, and we'll take a group photo. Or let's go down there and join them, maybe. Let's see if that'll work. We're all coming down. I'll stay back here. No, but this is true. We believe your family. Thank you. You're our family.
Yay, familia.
And we'll see all of you next Monday at Gilbert. What time does that start? 3 to 7, Gilbert. Take me a table. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and take over from here. Item 3F, City Manager Report. Item.
No.
What?
No? I'm still going.
We don't have any more proclamations on the list.
Yeah. I have this whole group of people over there in uniform.
That's a city manager.
Yeah, it's the city manager's report.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm just ready to keep reading.
So back where I was, item 3F, city manager report, fire department staff recognition, and item 2, local aging and disability action planning.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. And before I introduce Chief Halleck up to the stage, because we have such a busy night, I'm going to be brief in my comments and just share with you this Sunday, May 19th, is going to be a very busy day here in Santa Monica. The 2024 Kittical Mass Family Bike Ride and Mental Health and Wellness Fair will take place at Clover Park from 9 a.m. to noon, and that'll be a wonderful time to enjoy a fun-filled morning with family-friendly activities and group bike rides for all ages. And this is a big one. The kickoff for the official community engagement process for the Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project is from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and that will also be at Clover Park, so you don't have to move very far. The kickoff event will be a community open house featuring multiple stations for community members to listen, to learn, and to share ideas with the team about the future of Santa Monica and the airport land. And the We Are Essential Picnic and Festival kicking off Public Works Week will be at Gandara Park from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. This picnic is a project of Laboratory for the Future, a range of activations at and about city yards created by artist and residents Deborah Skako bring a picnic and enjoy performances, games, and activities for families around the theme of sustainability. And now I'd like to call up Chief Halleck, and I'd like to explain to council about how we got here tonight. So we all know that we have an amazing, wonderful, tremendous fire department. And I'm really lucky because I get to hear about all the tremendous work that they do day in and day out serving this wonderful city. And in talking with the chief, one of the things that I thought was missing was a public opportunity to thank them and to bring forward to you in a very tangible way the great work that they're doing every single day on behalf of the city. So with that, Chief Halleck and I talked, and we thought, what a wonderful opportunity to bring them to the city council chambers and to the dais so you can hear directly about what we're doing, and also to take an opportunity to thank them directly for all this tremendous work that they're doing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Halleck to get us going.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. So tonight, we're here for a couple of reasons, and I think if you were to ask every firefighter in this room, or any firefighter in general, if they wanted to be recognized for anything that they do, they'd all tell you no. It's what we do. It's what we signed up for. But there are certain incidents that we respond to that are deserving of special recognition. And so tonight, we're here to talk about two of those events, one in the city, one out of the city, that just happened recently in the last year. But in the fire department, we have certain citations that we award for actions, and this one fell into what we call our unit citation. And I'll just read what it is that defines that recognition, and you'll understand why when I explain what it is that these members did. The unit citation is awarded to company members for outstanding service dependent upon ingenuity, teamwork, and cooperation. The teams, units, or companies must perform under extremely hazardous situations, display bravery, or exceptional service during the incident. So the first one, I'd like to bring up Captain Walter Patton. Or I actually want everybody to come on up. I think we're all up here for a good cause. So Captain Patton was off duty on the evening of October 25th, 2023. It was a serene atmosphere of a high school baseball game in Downey. It was abruptly disrupted when the home plate umpire collapsed. In a moment of crisis, Santa Monica Fire Captain Walter Patton, drawing upon decades of EMS experience, recognized the gravity of the situation, which was a sudden cardiac arrest with imminent death without swift intervention. Taking immediate action, Captain Patton initiated CPR, skillfully directed others in the life-saving efforts, and utilized an AED provided by the school staff to defibrillate the unconscious umpire. When Downey Fire Department paramedics arrived, they continued advanced cardiac care, achieving return of spontaneous circulation. Transported to the closest cardiac center, the patient regained consciousness, defying the odds of such positive outcomes. Captain Patton's decisive actions, not only in administering critical medical care, but also in addressing the potential trauma for the high school baseball players, underscore his exceptional commitment to emergency medicine and their larger community, deserving commendation for his instrumental role in this life-saving incident. So, Captain Patton.
And rather than read all these, I'm going to have Councilmember Para and Councilmember Delatorre present these. So first to Captain Patton.
But everybody else up here, well, for the most part. Okay, November 18th. Yes? Oh, absolutely. So November 18th of last year, Truck 1 members, Fire Captain Matthew Norris, Fire Engineer Chris Berry, Fire Engineer Luis Echeguarga, Firefighter Robert Otani, and Firefighter Justin Lilly. And on Engine 6, Captain Johnny Mazzini, Fire Engineer Charles Walker, Firefighter Andrew Chavez, and Firefighter Nathan Bozin. On November 18th, 2023, Santa Monica Fire Resources were dispatched to 520 Colorado with a report of a victim hanging from the 4th floor. When the initial fire crews arrived, they realized that they had little time and needed to act to save the victim. Santa Monica Truck 1 and Engine 6 quickly deployed ground ladders to reach the victim. Due to the location of the victim, the ground ladders did not reach. This required the firefighters on scene to adapt, and they were extended beyond the tip of the ladder to reach the victim. In this service, we constantly perform a risk assessment of risk a lot to save savable lives, risk little to save savable property, and risk nothing to save lives or property that is already lost. On this day, the firefighters risked their lives to save another's life. This was truly an act of courage and heroism. Just to continue on that, one of the firefighters who was involved in this is off currently on an injury. It was a result of that incident and the fact that he was hanging from the ladder while saving this person's life. And so it just goes to show that while we do this day in and day out, these are not instances that we typically respond to. And again, it's something that, again, if you ask any of these individuals, they would not want to be recognized, but it's something like this that is deserving of recognition. So if I could have all the members that are here tonight to come on up to receive their recommendation.
Norris? Mazzini. Yes, sir. Congratulations. Thank you. I have Charles Walker. Oh, right here.
There's several that aren't here tonight. You got one.
And Nathan?
Okay, we have them all, so we're gonna be, we're missing some.
All right, well,
We'll get you yours.
Oh, no, she.
Sorry. We are missing a few.
Thank you. And I know that you're never supposed to come between a meal and talk too long and also a closed agenda. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't think we have any questions, but I'd love to have all of the recipients come up with Councilmember Delatorre and Councilmember Para and make sure we get a good picture in and of everyone. And I hope everyone watching, listening, and who is here knows how important our fire personnel are to our city. When everyone runs away from a fire or an emergency, they run toward that emergency. They are so incredibly important to our city. Thank all of you for your service.
Hi. They're all tall.
How are you doing?
Fine, sorry.
That's okay.
It is what it is.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's online. And with that,
Thank you, Chief Halleck. And now I'd like to call up Heather Averick. Nope, who am I calling up? Oh, here we go. Sorry. We're going to now do a presentation on our local aging and disability plan.
Just waiting for a presentation to get pulled up. Thanks everyone for bearing with me. I know it's a long night you have ahead of you, so. All right. Good afternoon, or I guess good evening now, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alana Ramerman, and I'm a Senior Analyst in the Human Services Division. I support our work in our division focused on vulnerable older adults and people with disabilities. Today I'm going to present on the Aging and Disability Strategic Planning efforts that our division is leading out on. I'll provide an overview of the city-funded aging and disability programming, the state's master plan on aging, and the local aging and disability action planning grant program, some key demographics and findings on aging and disability, and an overview of what the planning process will look like. The city already makes significant investments in aging and disability programming, and I'm just going to provide a few examples on the next slide. Agencies funded by the city's Human Services Grant Program provide an array of supportive services to older adults and people with disabilities, such as intensive case management, home modifications, legal services, food assistance, and other services that support independent living and aging in place. The Department of Transportation Mobility on Demand Every Day, or MODE program, provides on-demand rides for older adults and persons with disabilities, including those needing wheelchair-accessible rides. Older adults and people with disabilities are able to access the city's voucher programs and general affordable housing, but there are also targeted programs such as the Preserving Our Diversity program, which provides cash assistance to older adults who are low-income, long-term renters in the city. You can see on the screen here WISE Adult Day Center participants. That's a program that's partially funded through the Human Services Grants Program. These individuals have cognitive impairment from stroke, Alzheimer's, or other dementias. And you can see in this picture here, they're participating in intergenerational programming at the Catons Children's Museum. Many participants get to and from the Adult Day Center each day using the MODE program, and having access to interactive programming during the day supports long-term housing stability. And this is an example of how various city investments work together to support older adults and people with disabilities. Despite these significant investments, there has been no recent cohesive effort to go to the community to discuss how the city should be prioritizing our aging and disability-focused work. And this is a key reason why we are pursuing this opportunity. And I'm going to provide a brief overview of the state grant funding we received that is supporting the completion of the city's Aging and Disability Strategic Plan. In 2021, the California Department of Aging released a statewide master plan on aging to help prepare for the population getting older across the state and continue California's leadership in aging, disability, and equity work. You can see the plan's 5 bold goals on the slide here, and there are initiatives being rolled out by various state agencies to help accomplish these goals. The Local Aging and Disability Action Planning Grant Program, we call it LADAP because it's a mouthful, is administered by the California Department of Aging and provides funding to localities to develop local aging and disability action plans through a competitive statewide grant process. In November of 2023, Santa Monica was selected as a grantee and is receiving the maximum award of $200,000. 20 other localities across California have received LADAP awards, and 100 communities have engaged in aging and disability planning, including Los Angeles County and City, West Hollywood, and Culver City, just to name a few examples. The City of Santa Monica will be using these grant funds to create an action plan or roadmap with actionable steps to address the social determinants of health and achieve more equitable outcomes and life experiences for Santa Monica's older adults and people with disabilities, and support in developing new policies and resources to address aging and disability needs in the city. I'm going to provide some key demographics and findings to try to illustrate some of the unique challenges that this population experiences. As I mentioned before, there is an aging of the community across the state. As you can see here, census data shows that 18.4% of Santa Monicans are 65 years or older, which is higher than both LA County and California. By 2030, 1 out of every 4 Californians will be an older adult, and this trend also holds true at LA County, at the LA County level. We also expect to see a similar trend in Santa Monica and hope that the city's plan will provide a roadmap to better prepare for this shift in demographics to come. Census data shows that 7% of Santa Monicans under the age of 65 have a disability, but many stakeholders believe this to be an undercount because of the difficulties defining and documenting disability status. More robust LA County data shows that almost a quarter of adults have a disability, with the prevalence of disability increasing in older age by almost 20 percentage points. The lack of solid and comprehensive data on Santa Monicans with disabilities is a key reason why staff is pursuing this opportunity. Older adults and people with disabilities face complex factors that highlight the need to complete a plan focused on their needs and perspectives. These are compounding factors that can interplay in ways that make these populations particularly vulnerable. We know that older adults and people with disabilities, often on fixed incomes, have difficulty keeping up with the growing cost of living. This can force individuals to choose between paying for rent or other basic needs, such as medical bills and food, and can lead to housing instability or homelessness. We also know that most older adults in Santa Monica are living alone. We can see the impacts of this in LA County data, which shows older adults are reporting decreased social and emotional support and increased rates of depression. Older adults experience high rates of chronic health conditions, and rates of dementia are on the increase, which is particularly challenging for individuals living alone or without adequate social supports. All of this is underscored by a shortage of caregivers. We often hear from older adults and people with disabilities in Santa Monica that could live independently with appropriate community-based supports, but have difficulty securing in-home care due to the shortage of caregivers, which is especially difficult on the west side. As more people age, the population is also becoming more diverse. For example, the number of Black and Latino older adults is growing regionally, and the city can use our plan to develop strategies that address disparities in life experiences and equitable outcomes for older adults and historically underrepresented racial groups. Despite what I've shared here, we don't really know what older adults and people with disabilities look like in Santa Monica specifically. The community engagement part of the planning process will give the city the qualitative and quantitative data to paint a more holistic picture of these populations and tools to improve the social determinants of health underlying many of the factors described above. Last month, Council authorized staff to enter into a contract with Elizabeth Anderson Consulting to assist the city in developing our Aging and Disability Strategic Plan. Elizabeth Anderson Consulting will partner with the city, nonprofit partners, and other key stakeholders to plan and conduct the community engagement activities and put together our final plan. I'm going to now just walk you through briefly what the planning stages look like. We've already started building awareness in the community about the benefits of developing a cross-sector action plan to meet current, emerging, and future aging and disability needs in the city. In March, we issued a press release to start getting the word out and have been working with other city departments and community-based stakeholders to generate excitement and start brainstorming ideas. Additionally, last fall, both the Human Services and Disabilities Commission formed ad hoc committees to assist in laid-out planning efforts and provided input on the request for proposals to procure a consultant. We still have more to do to get the word out among the larger community, and we'll work with our consultant to develop a robust communication plan. The most important part of any planning process is the community engagement stage. We'll form an advisory committee comprised of community and city stakeholders, which is sort of a steering committee to guide planning efforts. We will open a solicitation process in the community to ensure it adequately represents the city's aging and disability networks. The advisory committee will help create an outreach plan to ensure community engagement activities are accessible, inclusive, and capture the diversity of voices in our community. Our consultant will work closely with, Our consultant will work closely with the advisory committee, city staff, and other key stakeholders to plan, coordinate, and conduct the community engagement activities, which could include things like a community survey, focus groups, or town halls. Activities will be offered where and how they are most easily accessed, which may include offering events virtually, holding events at established city sites like our libraries or parks, and collaborating with our nonprofit partners. The city will work to ensure communications are accessible and that people with disabilities are fully able to engage in the planning process. Additionally, we are allocating 10% of our total grant to nonprofit organizations to lend their subject matter expertise in developing the plan and help gain access to hard-to-reach populations, such as homebound individuals or individuals in long-term care facilities. As part of their role, they will be asked to help ensure that community engagement is culturally competent and inclusive to people with disabilities. The community engagement activities will be informed by best practices, data we have at the city and regional level, and in consultation with other city-led initiatives, ensuring this work will not be done in a vacuum. The goals of the community engagement process are to understand the community profile, as I shared with you earlier, identify assets and gaps, and prioritized strategies. After the community engagement stage is complete, we will publish an interim report with preliminary findings on these items. Our consultant will use the information captured in the community engagement phase to craft the city's aging and disability strategic plan. The city's planned approach to apply an equity lens and center cultural competency and disability inclusion will result in a guiding document with actionable steps to address the social determinants of health and achieve more equitable outcomes and life experiences for older adults and people with disabilities in the city. When this process is complete, we will return to council for approval of the final plan so we can begin that most important work of implementation. Thank you for your time. That concludes my presentation, and look forward to seeing you probably next year to present the plan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wait, I want to say something.
Sure.
I have a question.
Hold up, we have a question. Member Terosas.
Thanks. Yeah, so I know that, I assume, I think I heard you are consulting with the countywide Aging and Disabilities Department and the regional plan, strategic plan for aging?
Yeah, we will be in consultation with the other, the statewide master plan on aging and also other regional plans. As I mentioned, LA County and the Aging and Disabilities Department has done work. So we definitely want our local plan to be situated in terms of what's happening at the county and statewide level.
Okay, I just want to make sure we can leverage resources and work together. And then secondly, you mentioned the epidemic of loneliness.
Yes.
I would just say from personal experience, having dealt with a lot of our long-term rent-controlled tenants who are living alone, sometimes the only contact that they get every week is when someone's delivering meals to them. And if there's any way that we can think about creative solutions in the plan for confronting that epidemic, as it appears that we have a disproportionately high aging population in Santa Monica, and just what we should be doing with our limited resources to combat that, I think, I would be interested in hearing more.
Yeah, I think that trying to reach individuals who are isolated is going to be a challenge of this opportunity, and that's why one of the reasons why we're working with our nonprofit partners. For example, Meals on Wheels, it really could help us hear their voice, hear what they have to say, hear what would be helpful to them. So that's definitely something I think will be key in our plan, and also engaging with the rent control department as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Really important work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
And Mayor, in the spirit of Public Works Week, I'd just like to conclude the city manager report. And I don't think Rick is here, but I'm going to read a wonderful email shared about our amazing Public Works team. Hello, my son is 20 months old and his heroes are the kind people who drive Santa Monica's trash and recycling trucks. Every morning, I'm not kidding, in parentheses, he wakes up and asks to go outside to see the trash trucks. And the most kind people, we call y'all helpers and heroes, wave back at him. Give him beeps and show him the truck grabber arms. The joy that I feel seeing my little guy's face light up because of the kindness of y'all means so much to this mama. It may be Mother's Day, but I wanted to take some time to say thank you for all you do for our city. I know it is a tough and often thankless job, but you're all my son's hero and I'm forever grateful. We look forward to seeing you on the road. Thank you.
That's wonderful. And the manager's report is now concluded? Okay. So we are going to move into closed session, and we are going to do the special meeting that we're at right now, closed session. It'll be heard along with the regular session, closed session items.
We can't do that. We have to do this one first.
Can't do that?
Well, unless you want to do agenda management here, public input after a closed session, which you may.
Yeah.
that's fine
I would
with me.
suggest you take public input, then combine the special meeting closed session item with the rest of closed session.
Okay. Is there any,
Are we adjourning the special meeting then?
It can be at the same time. You don't have to adjourn it.
okay.
Sure.
It's up to council what order you would like to take it, though.
I move that we hear both comments concurrently.
All of the closed session. And next,
Okay.
Yep.
you may.
So then
All
we
in
do-
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To hear all the closed session comments from the special meeting and the regular meeting.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then can we adjourn this meeting and then reopen for this regular meeting?
You may adjourn the special meeting except for the closed session item. You can adjourn the public portion of the special meeting. How about that?
All right, so then we're gonna open the regular meeting?
So we are, okay, I got confused too. We are adjourning the special meeting with the exception of the closed session items.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you wanna open the regular meeting?
Yeah, let's open the regular meeting then. Okay, the regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council for May 14th, 2024 is now in session. Councilmember Terosas, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? No, we didn't do it the first time. We waited for you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I will now call the roll. Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Parra, Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Terosas,
Here.
Councilmember Belatorre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Brock.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none, I will now move on to public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have about 10 public speakers. I'm going to call the first 5 names, if you could please line up against the wall. Jonathan Foster, Jerry Rubin, Jason Gladstone, and Denise Barton, and Lydia Ponce. You can please line up against the wall.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I signed up for the other meeting, but the girl out there didn't sign me up properly, so I wasn't able to speak about mental illness. What I was coming to speak to again today was again about Gaza. I know there's some people here. And though I've stated that,
Excuse
you know,
me,
I
sir.
want.
Sir, that's on the agenda. You can't speak on that item right now. You'll have to come back and speak under item 10, remaining items.
No, this is the rest of my general comment.
That's not general comment, though, because it's on an item that's on the agenda.
Oh, is it on the agenda?
It is on.
Yeah, it's an item 16.
Well, then I will speak about mental illness for a moment. I didn't want to. I wanted to speak about it the last time, but babies when they're born, they're sometimes mentally ill, right? They're just born this way. Sometimes what you spoke about is what's happening in like loneliness or job isolation, all this. This is something that develops over time, right? But the problem we have a lot is there's too much cigarette smoking, alcohol drinking, pot smoking, prescription drugs, and then people are, making babies. And they come out mentally ill because of the substance abuse problem that goes on. And this is completely unaddressed sometimes when they talk about mental illness. It says it right on the box of the cigarettes can produce, pregnancy, birth problems. I forgot what it says on there. It says this with alcohol. It doesn't generally say this with pot, but it's got all these carcinogens in it and stuff like this. And so no one ever speaks about this problem, and I've seen it create a lot of mental illness. Some of the kids come out with short arms, but see, inside the brain, you can't see how it got made and that people are mentally ill, like the gentleman were saying. You can't see inside people. So you can't see that I'm a quadriplegic emotionally and mentally in a wheelchair. When you look at Jonathan Foster, you can't see that. And I struggle daily with this, right? So thank God for Jesus and the Holy Ghost and people that love me. But what I've seen is also a problem in society where there's laws written and then people are getting hurt and there's no way. This also creates mental illness in people. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Next speaker is Jerry Rubin.
Well, thank you very, very much, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica resident. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm speaking as myself. I wanted to say how much good work the Urban Forest Task Force is doing. It's a standalone task force, and they have so much on their agenda, and I urge everyone to come out and support them. There's going to be a presentation at our upcoming meeting about the airport redevelopment process. When the airport closes and with the new park, I'm sure it's going to be a great place to have lots more trees, and I urge everyone to come. Our meeting's going to be on May 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at the Santa Monica Main Library upstairs in the community room. And I want to also thank our landscape director, Matthew Wells, for giving such a good talk at the Ocean Park Association meeting yesterday. They opened up the Ocean Park Library. It's had been the previous place that the Ocean Park Association met, but it was closed for years, and now it's getting started again. And I hope more support can come to get the libraries back to the vibrancy they had before COVID. But I just want to thank everyone for all the good work they're doing. Our urban forest is so important for the health of our city and the environment, and really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next is Jason Gladstone.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Jason Gladstone, and I've been a pedicabber for about 21 years in New York City and out here. The job is very important for me because I'm an actor, and that's how I support myself, by being able to have a flexible job and, auditions and films and all that kind of stuff, and being able to kind of work at my behest. So basically what I'm here to talk about is the legalization, or the possibility of the legalization, of electric pedicabs on the bike path. I have knee replacement surgery, so at this point in my illustrious pedicab career, it's really hard for me to pedal regular. So I've had a motor for a while, and it really, really helps. And I understand that there is a considerable concern about danger, but there's only 7 or 8 electric pedicabs out there. So how dangerous can they possibly be? There's also a lot of other electric scooters, electric golf carts, plenty of them, and I think that's where the danger lies when they're going 20 miles per hour on the bike path when we go like 11 miles per hour. I also think that we're essential to the tourism of the city of Santa Monica, because I educate my customers as to the history of Santa Monica, as to the history of the Santa Monica Pier, and they love rides on the bike path by the ocean. I understand that we're legal in other areas of the city, but that's where the business is, by the ocean. That's where they like to go. So that's what I'm, proposing here, is that possibly there's a consideration that we can be legal on the bike path having a motor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason.
Next is Denise Barton.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to give you the infectious disease statistics I have found. Considering by Barbara Ferrer's own admission, the Los Angeles County Health Department has no statistics to back up their claim that needle distribution reduces the number of those who get AIDS and hepatitis C. So if you go to the CDC's website for syringe service program, under the heading of Prevention of Infectious Diseases, it states, HIV, new HIV infections among those who injected drugs increased 12% from 2014 to 2019. Hepatitis C, the majority of the new hepatitis C virus infections are due to injection drug use, and the nation has seen a 4.9-fold increase in reported cases of HVC from 2010 to 2014. So for those of you who continue parroting the Los Angeles Health Department's propaganda that the needle distribution program reduces infectious disease, the statistics I gave you do not reflect that. And as I said, the Los Angeles County Health Department doesn't have any statistics to back up their propaganda claims about infectious diseases. Or let's look at it another way. For the council members who voted for the drug addicts and drug dealers over the residents and community, more often than not, unfortunately, with drug addiction, the addicted individual has one of two choices: to get help and treatment, or to continue doing drugs and death. But if the choice of treatment is not being offered and only bags with syringes and other paraphernalia is being passed out to enable the drug addict to continue doing drugs, one would have to wonder if the city of Santa Monica and the Los Angeles Health Department, if this is the Los Angeles Health Department's form of assisted suicide. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lydia Ponce. And before you get started, Ms.
Thank
Ponce,
you, Denise.
I'm going to call the last names on the list. Alfred Cockrell, Chase Sherman, Alec Porter, and Zoe Montaner. You may proceed, Ms. Ponce.
Lydia Ponce, Venice, known as Sagna, to the people of the land, the unceded territory of the Tongva people. We need to be better neighbors, and I think that the encouragement would be to have a real town hall about affordable housing. And to be a better neighbor is to be a better relative, and I would like to ask that the council encourage the greater part of the city of Los Angeles purchase those 2 graffiti buildings and make that the hub and the central focal location of healthy, living, thriving, sustainable, unhoused services, because it's kind of just mind-boggling how we can see this empty building and we have the people who can be employed to help and to make them a safe, thriving community would mean that we would definitely have a way to lend and blend the cultural-based, finding their roots and helping people look to each other as better relatives. Because every time I hear that the buildings are for sale, I know that you have a power in the voice as being our neighbors, but greater than that, you are your own city. And I think that it would be wonderful if you could entertain or have the conversation about encouraging Los Angeles to purchase those buildings. Because what else is there? Everything else is not affordable. And I think that Finland did a great job of taking in relatives off the streets and providing services first, which was a home first. And then everything else came. I think they have a really great, don't want to misquote the percentage of success, but I do know that it's higher than 75. Just food for thought. We got to get back to the imaginative and creative source of our heart to solve these problems. Not everything is policy and agenda, not everything. Sometimes we have to just sit with each other and have those hard conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Alfred Cockrell.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alfred Cockrell. I'm an international independent artist as well. And I jumped into the pedicab business when I got home from doing a tour in Australia. And one thing that I realized was on my first few rides that how many people come to Santa Monica to get a great experience. It's about I would say less than 100,000 people who actually stay in Santa Monica, but annually there's about 10 million people who comes down to Santa Monica Pier, to the ocean, and a few places around the city to be able to experience what we have here at home. One thing that I realize is that us having electric bikes, as far as for the people that's working to give people the experience of what Santa Monica has in the history and other things around, it's more convenient for the people that's working the jobs to be able to not just haul up and down hills, but to be capable to try to get to as many people as possible that we can, because people are coming for a few days, then they be able to leave. So we want to be able to try to give as many people as possible a great experience that as much as we can. And being limited to certain places to be able to do that does devalue certain things that why people come to Santa Monica. And I think that being from California myself and seeing how the SoFi Stadium and Intuit Dome and things that's going on just right here, even in Inglewood, how they're upgrading to letting electric bikes be able to do things. And I think that Santa Monica probably should start considering to be able to do the same, and we can keep up and do more for everybody that's coming down here as well. So I'm just here to let y'all know I think that it would be good to consider putting electric pedicabs actually in business and full effect for the city. And
Thank you very much, Alfred.
Next speaker is Chase Sherman.
Hello, Council. Thank you for making the time. I represent the electric pedicab movement as well, I guess. My reason for speaking is because I think fundamentally just as you have, Indian food, Italian food, Mexican food, you name it, there's a number of experiences that Santa Monica Beach can and should offer, one of which is an electric pedicab experience. And, for some people who are, for instance, coming from the pier and may need to get back to Venice for some emergency, a manual pedicab bike is not sufficient because of the speed. And if there was an option where we as electric pedicab drivers weren't under so much pressure or concern that we couldn't be of service to those people, for instance, because there are situations where that happens, it would just alleviate stress in the environment. It would also offer just a unique opportunity for everyone who's walking the beach. And like Alfred said, there's plenty of people who need rides, but there's not enough supply because there's only a limited number of permits available to be used on the on the bike path. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Chase.
Next speaker is Alec Porter.
Evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I too am here to advocate for allowing electric pedicabs on the beach, even though I don't use an electric one and I don't plan to, and even if they become legal. I've been pedicabbing down there on the beach without a motor now for a year. And as long as I've been here, there's never been a pedicab accident, even though there are 10 to 20 pedicabs out every day. What you do see every single day are scooter and electric bike accidents. Every day I see one, broken arms. The pedicab drivers do this every day for a living. And they're really good at their jobs. They don't crash, they go slow, they're aware of what's going on around. They're unlike the people who rent the bikes down there. The bikes down there go 20 to 30 miles an hour, some of them. people basically have motorcycles on the bike path. And while we're waiting for rides, we see them slip out on the sand, crash into everything. We can easily set the motors to be limited to 10 or 12 miles an hour. And we'd follow that. It's a perfect rate and will keep us out of accidents. So I hope you'll consider allowing electric motor cabs down there. For a lot of the guys have health problems and couldn't do it without it. I'm still gonna use one without a motor because I need the exercise and I like it, to tell you the truth. But as Jason mentioned, and a couple of the other guys down there, it's really good for their health if they don't have to pedal, because it's a hard job to pedal that 7 hours a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alec.
Next speaker is Zoe Montaner.
Good evening, Council, and thank you to our city attorney for allowing the public speaking to take place before the closed sessions. I have been informing you of a situation with my former landlord, and I believe we are not exercising the law. I don't make the law, the state make the law. California Civil Code 1985 says that a notice which is in substantially the following form given to a person other than the former tenant, the landlord reasonably believes to be the owner of personal property, satisfy the requirements of Section 1983. Marty Kaplan and her attorney, who's also a resident, and you know him very well because his parents own a lot of land here, Abraham Sinai, have not followed the law. And they have bullied me out of not only my apartment, but my property. And what they did is that I want to alert you of a new trend. They then file a temporary restraining order to prevent you from getting access to your property. So in February, I have to file a temporary restraining order to protect my property from these people. And former Mayor Richard Bloom decided that that was not enough to prove that they are harassing me. So I did what any smart woman would do. I file a peremptory challenge from a judicial order to remove former Mayor Bloom from hearing the case, because obviously he spent too much time in politics and not enough time practicing the law. I am going to give you a couple of articles that you can discuss in your private sessions.
Thank you very much, Zoe.
And the last speaker is, Templar Soto.
Hi. About, 2007, I had complained to the city attorney, and then was like I opened Pandora's box in the end. They found that a bunch of units, affordable housing, had been sold, and nobody was going to do anything about it. And the city attorney, well, forget the city attorney, because they decided not to prosecute. So the rule of law means nothing now. I said that before about the housing thing, but I mean in this country altogether, we all know. If I was, you know what, if I committed a crime and there was somebody dies and I didn't even do it, but I was present, that's felony murder. So every single one of those Capitol rioters should have been thrown in jail for felony murder. And they would have if they were in California. But anyways, the corruption runs so deep, doesn't matter. I'm 65, probably be dead by the end of the year, so I'll be 2 days. But I'm okay. You know, you just improvise, adapt. I've lost a lot of weight, 45 pounds, because the more you squeeze the bottom, though, the harder I get, because I got my last ounce of fat by the end of this month. I'll be good. Thanks.
Thank you, Templar.
That concludes public input for tonight. We'll now move on to public comment on closed session, special agenda items and consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading or adoption. We have approximately 7 speakers. I'm going to call all their names. Debbie Mulvaney, Natalia Zerditskaya, Chris Harding, Joe Pertel, Carl Villain, Tom Larimar, and Alex Cardiel. Debbie Mulvaney?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Mulvaney, and I am here again to ask you not to settle with the plaintiffs regarding the CVRA case. Based on everything we know, the city is almost certain to win this case. So why would you pay out millions of dollars for no reason? Even if it costs the city money to go back to court, it's still a small expense compared to what the plaintiff's lawyer is asking for. There is even a chance for the city to recoup some of the costs when you win. So be fiscally prudent, especially at this difficult time. If you settle, you may have other lawsuits to then fight from those people who believe that as a charter city, Santa Monica can only change the election methodology by a vote of the people. So why would you risk another lawsuit by settling this one? Do the right thing. Don't be pressured into making a mistake just to make the whole thing go away. Be smarter than that. Hold off and wait for the courts to decide in your favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Next is Natalia Zerditskaya.
Good evening. I'm testifying on item 4D, the closed session item on the CVRA case. The case has been remanded back to the Superior Court for a new trial, and the city should continue to stay the course and let this matter be adjudicated in the appropriate court of law. Staying the course is in the best interest of Santa Monica voters, and it is the most fiscally responsible choice. The Supreme Court issued a ruling clarifying how a plaintiff would need to prove vote dilution under the CVRA, and clarified that both racially polarized voting and vote dilution must be proven to demonstrate a violation of the CVRA. The Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal on 2 occasions did not rule in favor of the plaintiffs, and it appears that the city is on the verge of winning this case, as the plaintiffs would not be able to prove either racially polarized voting nor vote dilution as defined under the CVRA. Further, I urge Councilmember De La Torre to recuse himself from item 4D and future closed session agenda items regarding this lawsuit due to an undeniable conflict of interest. Prior to being elected to the City Council in 2020, Councilmember De La Torre served as the chair of the Pico Neighborhood Association, a co-plaintiff in the CVRA lawsuit filed against the city. The other co-plaintiff in the lawsuit is the councilmember's spouse. In January 2021, the City Council voted to disqualify the then newly elected councilmember from participating in or attempting to influence discussions or decisions relating to this litigation due to a finding of a common law conflict of interest. In March 2021, the councilmember filed a lawsuit against the city for declaratory relief, injunctive relief, and alleging a violation of the Brown Act. In June 2022, there was a settlement between the city and the councilmember on the conflict of interest case. There was no ultimate final ruling by the judge, and in fact, the judge in the conflict of interest case denied issuing summary judgment to both the councilmember and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
Mayor, I'd like to point of privilege.
Sure.
The last speaker said that, made allegations that I have a conflict of interest. She is very accurate that there was a lawsuit because the city council voted to disqualify me from any discussions in closed session regarding the voting rights case. And I'm back in closed session. And the reason why is because the judge said that I can return to closed session. And that's why I'm back in closed session. So, and the judge did declare that there was no conflict of interest, that I had no conflict of interest, and that's why I'm allowed to be back in closed session. So I just want to clarify that for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member.
Next
Good evening.
Chris Harding.
Chris Harding. I'm co-counsel with Joe Pertel of SEPS. Just to address the conflict issue, what Mr. De La Torre said is false. It's not true. He may believe it, but it's not true. No judge ever ruled that he didn't have a conflict. The The city settled with him, but the judge found against both the city and Mr. Delatorre on their cross motions for summary judgment, and I agree with all the comments made by Ms. Zerniskaya. Let's talk about the 8 years of this litigation. In 8 years, plaintiffs have accomplished nothing. The only issue resolved is the constitutional issue, resolved in the city's favor. As for the merits, the Supreme Court rejected the plaintiff's argument about vote dilution. The Supreme Court rejected the plaintiff's argument that only racially polarized voting is required to prove a CVR violation. And then the Court of Appeal, in the most recent events, rejected the plaintiff's argument that a remand to the trial court was unnecessary. Now the city is in position to get a new trial judge with a new trial. You are winning this case. You will win the case. It would be imprudent to settle. A huge mistake. It would also be unlawful because under the California Constitution, only the voters can approve a charter change. And there's no factual basis for you to end run the voters. In closing, please stay the course. Please continue to defend the city charter as you are legally obliged to do. Thank you.
Mayor, point of
Thank you,
privilege.
Chris.
Mr. Harding, can you please come back? I have a quick question. I saw a video of you in 1992. I just wanted to confirm where you were arguing for district-based elections. Was that you in that video in 1992? That was you.
Okay, we're not allowing the city council to ask questions of
No, I just wanted to
speakers
confirm.
right now, but I'm just saying, we're trying to not get into back and forth
No,
with
no,
people at the
is
podium.
I changed my mind.
You changed your mind, but that was.
Facts change.
But that was in your video. You were in the video.
My mind.
Mr. Harding,
I've seen the video you have. I haven't seen
Mr.
it.
Harding and Mr. Delatorre,
But in 1992,
please stop the back and
you
forth right
supported
now.
district elections. I just want to confirm that.
I support
Mr. Harding,
Okay, thank you.
I'd like you not to answer that. Thank you.
Jill Pertel?
Good evening, Council. I'm going to keep it very short. As Mr. Harding mentioned, we drafted a letter on behalf of our clients and in which we are encouraging you to continue to stay the course. I've spoken here previously on the subject. I think it's also probably instructed, and we didn't mention in the letter, was the recent attempt by Mr. Schenkman to essentially force districts on the school district. And as you know, that went to a hearing. There were threats of lawsuits. Millions of dollars in fees Mr. Schenkman was threatening, and as you probably know, that was almost unanimously rejected by the county committee. So I think you should take anything that Mr. Schenkman says when he comes to you and claims he's going to be making tens of millions of dollars, or whether he's trying to get half of that now. Why would Mr. Schenkman, who when he sent a demand for $30,000 to a fire department, and that was protecting his home, and what did he do when they came to him and said, please don't do that? He said, we'll cut it $5,000. So he only charged the fire district $25,000. That anecdote is mentioned in one of the attachments that we attached to our letter, a very thoughtful letter in the San Francisco Chronicle, which I encourage you to review. I would also mention, too, there was only one party in this litigation who did not want to go back to the trial court, and that was Mr. Schenkman. And there's a reason why he doesn't want to go back to the trial court, because he knows what's going to happen. And so I would just echo the other parties' comments this evening. Please don't settle this lawsuit. Stay the course. It is expensive, but it's a lot less expensive than giving him $10, $20, $30 million. I also think you don't want to disenfranchise the voters. As I've mentioned, I'll be the first person to sign a petition to put this on the voters for whatever form of voting we want. But that's the way it should be done. It should not be done under the threat of litigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Carl Villain?
Good evening, Council. My name is Chiara Villain. I'm here to speak in support of items 5A, C, and I, and to speak on item 4D. Regarding item 5A, I'm not sure how often anyone here.
I think you have to wait until, I may be wrong. City Attorney? It is now? Okay, I apologize. You can start over. I'm very sorry.
No problem, thank you. So regarding item 5A, I'm not sure how often anyone here travels through the intersection of Olympic and 26th Street without being inside a 2-ton metal box, but unless you're just staying on the Expo bike path, it's not great. These crosswalks are currently pretty scary to go through. The bike lane on 26th Street between Broadway and Olympic is currently sort of bearable for someone like me who is used to sharing the road with drivers. But between the speeding drivers who enjoy the overly wide street, the ones who park or carelessly merge into the bike lane, and more, it's not a welcoming corridor for people of all ages and abilities, which is why I'm really excited to see this change with the addition of a protected bike lane. I'm also really glad it will actually be protected and not just separated by flimsy plastic poles that I like to call 3D paint, because they don't really do much of anything to stop cars other than give drivers a visual cue. Regarding item 5C, I live right off of Santa Monica Boulevard, and that's not great either. I've lived on this block for about 3 years, and I've heard and seen many pretty terrifying crashes on there. My intersection has a flashing beacon, but I don't usually dare to cross it because most drivers don't yield to pedestrians there. So I usually take detours via Broadway or Arizona just to get across Santa Monica Boulevard at a signalized intersection, where drivers still usually cut me off when making turns or running the light. When I do have to go somewhere in Santa Monica Boulevard for like medical appointments and things like that, I just take detours and hope for the best for the small part of my ride that has to be on Santa Monica Boulevard. So I really look forward to seeing these improvements on there, and I think everyone will benefit from it, especially drivers. Regarding item 5I, prioritizing the safety of our children should be a non-negotiable, and I hope to see more than this item in the future. I think it's really a shame that the Safe Routes to School position was eliminated from the city. I stopped by Franklin last Friday on my ride home as they were having their Bike It, Walk It event, and they stopped motor vehicle traffic from entering the street in front of the school, and they opened it to children, parents, residents, and really anyone who was passing by. And I can't begin to tell you how amazing this was, how much life and joy it brought to everyone there. I really hope to see more and more initiatives that make our public right-of-way safer, more enjoyable, and more welcoming for children. Streets that are safe for children are safe for everyone. On item 4D, I get that to prevail, the plaintiffs needs to provide racially polarized voting and vote dilution. I also understand that the plaintiffs and their lawyers continue to pressure the city to settle, where the city would concede and pay millions of dollars in legal fees. It's hard to understand why the city would pay any of the plaintiffs' attorneys' fees under these circumstances, let alone the millions of dollars they're seeking when this case has been remanded to the Superior Court. I think there are much better ways to spend the city's money than to pay the plaintiff's attorney fees. In addition, this settlement would be unlawful under the city charter. Our at-large elections can only be changed with the vote of the people. This isn't to say that I don't support things that make voting easier and more accessible to more people, but these decisions should be made through an open process and ratified by voters. I hope you do the right thing and stay the course and let the courts decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is, Tom Larmore.
Good evening. I don't think I could say it any better than the previous speaker. And so I will just urge you, as everyone has, to stay the course on the litigation. Do not settle, do not hand Mr. Shankman millions of dollars. And I'm very confident we will prevail. So thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Cardiel.
Hello there, my name is Alex Cardiel. I'm a Santa Monica born and raised local, and I'm speaking on behalf of, in support of 5A and 5I. I'm a Santa Monica college student, and my main commute from the campus on Pico and 17th is, you guessed it, I have to take Stewart all the way down, then that turns into 26, and I just want to be safer out there on the bike, and I think we should implement concrete barriers instead of plastic barriers because concrete helps deter cars a little better and keeps us cyclists safer, and anyone that is using the bike path, whether it be bird scooters or any other transportation like that. I think everyone deserves to get home safely no matter what, and I think that should be a main priority for you guys to implement that. And as well as 5I, I just want to speak on the children, and I think that me coming from someone who used to walk to Will Rogers from Lincoln and Ocean Park area, I think it's very important to make sure that we prioritize children's safety because they are our future and they need to get to school and home safely. And yeah, I think that's something that you guys should all, pay attention to and prioritize. And that's all I have to say. Sorry for the speaking. I haven't spoken a really long time, but thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Zoe Montaner?
Good evening. I would like to speak on items 4F to 4N. There are 9 items regarding the many John Does that continue to sue the city regarding the molestation case and the terrible tragedy of a city employee that has not been held accountable on time after numerous warnings. And I want to support this because since 2010, I've been bringing attention to the people about an incident that happened in October of 2010 that I have requested an investigation, and it has not been done. I have written to the city council members through the years, but I have also brought this to the attention of the Public Safety and Oversight Committee. And I told them this is a sexual assault case, and there's evidence about this. There's evidence of a city employee from the Big Blue Bus saying, and it's recorded and it's on evidence, look what is going to happen. So he's using his power as a city employee that is protected by a strong union, that is protected by the interest, and that is protected perhaps by the city attorney's office to exert power over somebody else. And this is how lawsuits happen. And seeing the closed sessions of so many lawsuits that the city have is just a loss of resources that we need as residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zoe.
That concludes public input on that item. We'll now move on to closed session. The first closed session item is item 4A under the special meeting agenda. Anticipated litigation for one case, the initiative to partially exempt multifamily developments from part of the third tier transfer tax. Moving back to the regular agenda, item 4A, existing litigation, City of Santa Monica versus ICSOP and others. Item 4B, existing litigation, Cheyenne Robertson and others, and the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4C, potential litigation regarding public nuisance, City of Santa Monica and people of the state of California versus Pavilions Motel and Saeed Farzan and Garshad Farzan. Item 4D, existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. Item 4E, conference with real estate negotiator, Santa Monica Beach, 1550 parking lot. Venue for LA Olympics 2028 beach volleyball. City negotiator, Susan Klein, assistant city manager, and Melissa Spagnola, community partners manager. Venue negotiators, Vic Knoll, director, Venue Cities Relations, Los Angeles Organizing Committee for the Olympic and Paralympic Games 2028, under negotiation or price in terms of payment. Item 4F, existing litigation, John UNB Doe and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4G, existing litigation, Hector Orozco versus John Doe, Does 1 through 2. Item 4H, existing litigation, John Doe 1 and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4I, existing litigation, John Doe AG versus the Santa Monica Police Activities League and others. Item 4J, existing litigation, John JPC Doe versus Doe City and others. Item 4K, existing litigation, John A.D. Doe and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4L, existing litigation, John Doe C.W. And others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4M, John Doe 15 and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. And item 4N, existing litigation, Jane Doe 1 and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others.
Mayor.
Yes.
First
How long
amendment-
do you anticipate?
First of all, Councilmember De La Torre will be recusing himself on items 4F through N, and I anticipate we can be back by 8:15.
Okay, so we're going to hustle. For everyone in the audience, we will be in closed session until 8:15. So we're sorry, it's going to take a while. Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you still there? Hello? We can go ahead and get started, and if she calls back, and I think she may have dropped again.
Good evening, everyone who's just joined us. We're sorry it took so long in closed session. We had a number of items that we had to consider. City Attorney, is there a report?
There is nothing to report, and all matters were heard except for the Pico neighborhood matter.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I will now ask if any council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting.
I do. From, I guess, the third week of April, I traveled with the Global Policy Leadership Academy to Vienna, Austria. Vienna was recently, again, for I think the fifth or sixth time at least, rated as the most livable city in the entire world. And when you visit Vienna, it becomes apparent why. The Global Policy Leadership Academy focuses on housing policies in Vienna. And over a 6-day period, we spent mornings with Viennese, Austrian, private financing officials about how they have promoted building housing within Vienna, and then in the afternoons toured various housing projects met with residents, met with other people interested in the social fabric of Vienna. I know we have a large agenda tonight, so I won't go into it, but I think I want to make 3 points. And the first one is that in Vienna, they're not just building housing, they're building community. And they build that through stability of housing. In Vienna, people can buy their own units. They can buy into co-ops. And if you rent a unit in Vienna, you are in that unit unless and until you decide to leave or you don't pay your rent. And in fact, we met people who were the third generations living within the same apartment because leases can be passed down through families. The second thing is that they're very concerned about the environment. 50% of the ground of any development has to be devoted to open space. As a result, they have tremendous numbers of parks, playgrounds. Some of it's just let go feral, which is wonderful. You see little critters running around. But it is a very walkable, livable city, and they do not pay for it by having 25-story towers. The average height of a project in Vienna is 6 to 8 stories. Very akin to what you might see in Paris, London, or even here in Santa Monica. And the third point I want to make is that I was somewhat disappointed because I think everyone knows that actually 4 folks from Santa Monica were scheduled to go, and I ended up being the only one that went. And I think there was at least some expression that there was nothing that was happening in Vienna that we could learn from. And if I had an hour, I could tell you how wrong that is. Vienna is doing so many exciting things in terms of housing stability, and I'll just give you one fact that I think shows how successful they're being. They believe housing is a civil right. They have adopted the Housing First model. We're a city of approximately 93, maybe 95,000 people, and we have roughly 1,000 homeless people. Vienna has 2 million people, 20 times our size. They only have 3,000 homeless people, and 1,500 of those are technically not homeless. They are living in temporary housing, just waiting for their permanent housing to be built. So they have clearly cracked the nut on housing stability. They've cracked the nut on home ownership. They've cracked the nut on homelessness. They've cracked the nut on public safety. It's a very safe city. They've cracked the nut on open space. And Sadly, had our staff been able to go, I think they would have been inspired, as I was, and they would have been able to bring back a lot of really tremendous ideas that we could implement here in Santa Monica. And so I will leave it at that, with the notion that I hope in the future, when our staff has the opportunity to go to other places and see what other cities are doing, particularly a city that is named the most livable city in the world, that people won't get in their way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well now, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Delatorre, you have travel?
Yes, I do. A quick question. What was the total cost, Councilwoman Davis, for the trip that you took to Vienna?
I used, I think, about $7,800 of my travel budget, which I had available to me, and then I actually paid for the airfare myself.
Okay, great. That's awesome. I'm glad that you can afford to do that because it saves the city money. I also participated with the National Association of Latino Elected Officials in a conference in Arizona, looking at housing and homelessness solutions to that. It cost the city of Santa Monica $0. I applied for a scholarship, and so no money was spent on my travel to Arizona for this very important conference. Just want to really briefly, I know we have a lot of speakers here, just want to say that, you would think that being a Californian, that in Arizona, it's cheaper, that you don't have the same problems that we have here in terms of affordability. The same problems exist in Arizona as well, the whole Southwestern United States. One thing that I found really interesting in terms of housing inequality in the state of Arizona, 41% of all homeowners are African American compared to 56% of American Indians. 49% of Latinos are homeowners, and 73% of whites in the state of Arizona are homeowners. And I found that very interesting in terms of sort of the racial disparities that exist, but that's something also that happens in the state of California. I don't have all the statistics for California because the presenters were doing a lot of research in the state of Arizona, but it really did inspire some thought in terms of us having that type of data and that type of discussion here when we talk about home ownership and inequalities that exist. Another very interesting fact that renters are cost burdened in the state of Arizona by 52% compared to homeowners. It was just a huge contrast, in inequality data around home ownership and who's homeless. And so I won't go into more details in that, but I just wanted to share some of that information. I have a lot of resources. They just sent us an email with a lot of information that I'm going to share with staff so that we can learn and participate on some of the initiatives that are happening throughout the country. And there'll be a follow-up conference in Las Vegas, I believe, is where the national conference is going to be, and they're going to do a whole follow-up around economic development and housing. So anyway, very excited to participate in that, and that's my report. Thank you.
I attended 2 conferences 2 weeks ago. The first one, Mayor Bass in Los Angeles and the U.S. Conference of Mayors invited me to be part of their homelessness task force. 10 mayors from California went to Washington, D.C. to meet with federal officials, both in the White House and at the different department secretary levels, with HUD, with Health and Human Services, Veterans Affairs, et cetera, on Monday. On Tuesday, we dispersed to Congress and had a number of really important meetings. We had, I'd say, 3.5 reasons to go. One was to increase funding for housing choice vouchers. I think that's extremely important, as did LA, as did I think all of us on the dais. And the problem is cities are not equipped with enough housing choice vouchers to meet the demands of the housing and homelessness crisis, resulting in long waiting periods and difficulties accessing housing support. If the housing support vouchers are tied to real-time rental costs and require inflation-related funding, then people will have more chance to use those Section 8 vouchers. It's extremely important to reduce homelessness on the street and keep people in housing. So that was one. Secondly, developers with the high interest rates, et cetera, we would prefer that developers are building true affordable housing, not market rate housing. So if a project can be guaranteed by the federal government that every unit will be a Section 8 unit, and that they know they'll have that rent coming in, they'll be less likely to do inclusionary housing and more likely to do affordable housing that is worthwhile. So one of the things that the collective mayors requested and hammered on is project-based vouchers. It would help construction, it would help taking care of the people really in need who are close to being on our streets or were on our streets, and get them in housing. I thought that was an absolute priority here in Santa Monica. Thirdly, veterans' eligibility for housing vouchers. As it stands now, if you're a veteran, you get your full benefits but still need housing, you're precluded from getting housing if you get your full benefit package. And that's wrong. A veteran should never have to choose to be housed or on the streets. Never choose to have, a partial payment or partial benefits and be able to take housing. So we ask that that be decoupled. And I think we made tremendous progress there with both members of Congress and the departments as well. Very important, because too many units for veterans stay vacant and too many HUD VASH vouchers unused. So that was a huge point of ours. And then among several of the mayors that attended from around the nation, we talked incessantly in every meeting I had about mental health programs, having street mental health services, increasing the mental health services that are available, not only in Los Angeles and Santa Monica, but nationwide. And that those funds need not go to the state first, they needed to be city directed. So those funds need to come directly to the cities. I thought that was extremely important as well. So those were the, I guess, 3.5 things, but I want to add a little bit to that. I'm sorry I'm taking a while on it. But as I said, those items were crucial to helping people get off the streets, to helping people have a place to live and then have a place to thrive. We met with Tom Perez, the senior advisor to President Biden at the White House. I talked about the number of vets that we assume were on our streets every night and not at the VA. We talked to Shalonda Young, Director of the Administration's Office of Management and Budget. I talked to U.S. Representative Linda Sanchez from California about housing vouchers, low-income tax credits, making affordable housing apartments look the same as market-rate apartments. There should not be a stigma of you're in a lesser quality apartment because it's Section 8. That should never happen. In addition to that, we talked about our outside burden with several of the Congress people of homeless people on our streets and on our beaches as well, and reinforce the fact that there was a mental health crisis. In addition to that, we talked to Javier Becerra from the Department of Health and Human Services. He said that we need to keep stressing that the money needs to come directly to cities, not counties. We can't afford to have it siphoned off to a county program when we really need it here. Becerra noted to us that he and his staff are aware that cities directly need help. Representative DeLauro, who's a ranking member of the House Committee on Appropriations, kept saying to us this institution responds to external pressure. Keep doing it, raise the decibel level on the solutions out there. That's incumbent not only on our city council, but all of our residents as well. It's important. Representative Mike Levin he's acutely aware of funding for veterans and housing vouchers. So he spent a lot of time on that and feeling that it's a blue state challenge. Mayor Bass told the group, every day I found another barrier, then I play whack-a-mole on them and try and keep dealing with them one at a time, but new problems spring up. We talked to Representative Mark Takano about Veterans Affairs again. We spent a significant amount of time with Representative Adam Schiff and talked to him. He was obviously very aware of the problems throughout California. And and we met with a number of other people as well, but I just wanted to know, I thought it was extremely productive. It was intense. I met with 16 legislators on that Tuesday alone. So we started at 6:30 a.m. and kept going until 7 p.m. just in constant meetings, going back and forth across the House of Representatives, back to the Senate, back and forth again. On the following day, I flew back to Los Angeles, went to the Southern California Association of Governments Conference in Palm Desert for a day and a half, where I voted on issues that affected Santa Monica and the region. And in addition to that, thank you. And in addition to that, we talked with numerous mayors about issues that related specifically to Southern California. So that's my report. Sorry to take so long, but I thought it was an important time. Let's move on. Well, we'll wait 10 seconds to move on.
Yes, we now have our mayor's moment.
And we have a great video coming about Santa Monica's Memorial Park, courtesy of the Conservancy and History Museum.
The Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today, we will talk about the Memorial Park Baseball Stadium at 1401 14th Street. Santa Monicans have been enjoying baseball since the early days of the town in a diamond at SB Park, which sat on railroad land where Tongva Park is today. The 1905 Chicago Cubs held their spring training at SB Park. The Chicago team loved the California sun, but did not return the following year. Pete Garcia, of an old California family, was an avid baseballer. In 1909, he organized the Santa Monica Stars, but soon announced his marriage and retirement from the game. A decade later, Garcia returned, forming the Santa Monica Tigers. He secured free use of a parcel at 14th Street near Olympic Boulevard and built the first diamond himself in 1923. He retired for good soon afterwards. In 1932, Garfield Elementary School was built on 16th Street, across from Garcia's old baseball diamond. The city leased the parcel for a school playground. The memory of the Chicago Cubs in Santa Monica 30 years earlier burned bright. The city prepared to build a major league stadium on the baseball grounds in 1934, submitting an application for free labor from a New Deal era program. The Los Angeles Angels signed up to hold spring training there, but all the New Deal workers were rebuilding Santa Monica's earthquake-damaged schools, causing significant delays. Finally, enough workers were sent, finishing the project a month late for spring training. 5,000 fans attended an opening game, but after the game, the Angels went back to Los Angeles. The mismanaged stadium became a money pit, due in part to embezzlement by a city employee who was sent to prison. The city purchased the property in 1938. Girls softball, circuses, rodeos, fundraisers, dog shows, football games, and model airplane races made it economically stable. In the 40s, a trailer park was added to the grounds to help with the demand for Douglas aircraft worker housing. Residents got free admission to stadium events. In 1949, the city purchased 8 parcels that separated the park from Olympic Boulevard using eminent domain, displacing the original Gallegos tortilla factory. The stadium was demolished. Fields for Santa Monica's freshly minted Little League baseball organization were dedicated there as Memorial Park in 1951.
And I want to thank the History Museum and the Conservancy and retired Community and Cultural Affairs Director Karen Ginsberg for that narration. We hope you got a little taste of Santa Monica history. Thank you.
Consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have a note that Mayor Brock, you want to pull item 5A?
Would someone like, has anyone else pulled anything? Would someone like to make a motion to approve all other items?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Torosis, seconded by Councilmember Para. Do we need a roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Item 5A, award construction contract to Olympic Boulevard and 26th Street project.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, as you already were prepped, probably I have a couple of questions, and the questions especially are about the cement barriers on the bike paths. Are these the same barriers as 17th Street?
Yes. Yep.
And what is the width of that street? Is there enough room that someone can park their car, not be able to open their door directly into traffic while still keeping bike riders safe? Because
yeah,
if I recall, that was a 2-foot barrier on each side of the street. Is this on both sides of the street or one?
Yep, both sides of the street. There is no on-street parking on that stretch, so it's just the bike lane, barriers, lanes of travel. So there's no on-street parking that would be an issue.
How wide is that street? Is the street compared to 17th?
It's much wider. It's, it has a bike lane in both directions, would have the 2-foot medians, 2 travel lanes in each direction, and then the striping adjusts to account for the transition of different lanes from, to allow for turning lanes in some situations. But generally speaking, the width would be bike lane in each direction with 2-foot median protecting it, and then 2 travel lanes in each direction. Same as it is today. There's no impact.
Is there
to the
another
travel
method that can be used to that still is safe? Is there anything in the toolkit that you've investigated throughout the nation or world that makes it better? Is there is there an alternative to the taking 4 feet of the roadway away, which doesn't help anyone? It's not really helping the bicyclists or pedestrians or tell me I'm wrong.
So there's no way to create a protected bikeway without having protection in it, without having the additional 2 feet that creates that protection. So there is no way to do that. I do have some slides with some images, if that's helpful at all.
Sure. We always like pictorials.
Oh, I have full screen in here. Full screen. Anyway. Yeah, and so apologies for not introducing myself. By the way, I'm Kyle Kozar, I'm Principal Transportation Planner. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for having me. So yeah, some of these slides you've seen the last time we were here for 16th Street, or Stewart Street, excuse me. Both of these projects were identified in the Bike Action Plan Amendment. They're also both, you can see 26th Street there, portions of it, including the intersection of Olympic and 26th, are identified in the LRSP, for, as one of the 14% of corridors that are responsible for 50% of the fatal and severe collisions in the city. That stretch of Olympic has had 3 fatal and severe collisions between 2010 and 2014. Again, these are all this part of like a series of 3 different projects. The blue we were here for last month, if you remember, on April 9th, you approved that project. In January, we were here for the sidewalk improvements which would be lighting and a new sidewalk on the north side of Olympic there. And then this is the third and final of those three projects, which is expanding creating the protected bikeways on 26th from Broadway to Olympic. The project also adds some curb extensions on Olympic and a new crossing sidewalk on the the western leg of Olympic, which currently isn't there today. So the western leg of Olympic's getting a new crosswalk as part of this project as well.
Is that in front of like the Penn Factory area?
So like connecting to the Water Garden, to the western side.
There is no sidewalk now.
There's no crosswalk there. And so we're adding a new crosswalk with some curb extensions and modifying the traffic signal. You saw this slide last time. My colleague Jackie presented it to you. The reason we do this is because while we have a really robust bike network, the Class 2 bike lanes oftentimes, like the bottom right photo there, put cyclists in this position where they're pinched between, traffic volume, sometimes high-speed traffic, and possibly opening doors. There's no doors on 26th Street to open, as I said. But that's kind of the situation we're in. Also, adding the protection that's a little more robust is also important. While we'd like to think that all roadway users and all drivers, will see a plastic bollard and not drive over it, and most don't, a lot still do, and they have a tendency, whether it's like curb stops or plastic bollards have a tendency to make their way over. The FHWA studied protected bikeways, both looking at paint and post and curb, different versions of it, and just upgrading from a Class 2 to a Class 4 reduces collisions by 53% is what the FHW
On the top right picture.
Yeah.
I see that still all the time on Ocean Avenue. I see people parking in the bike lane. I watched someone the other day drive the bike lane. What the hell?
Well, we need to.
What can we do? Can we put some sort of sign at the entrance to each one of those blocks at the bike path that do not enter or something?
I don't know even if a sign would do it.
Well, no, I don't know either. I observed that twice in the last week.
Yeah.
And then I've also observed people hitting or running over the cement areas. Can we still do the bollards on top of the cement?
Yeah.
That would be my question. In other words, so if you do the 2-foot extension, 2-foot barrier, can you periodically have bollards or something so that people still see them?
Yeah, and so on 17th Street, we did a similar thing where on the ends of the medians, we did the raise like a higher.
I remember I asked for that, yeah.
So those I think are going to be standard practice.
Did it help?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, more visibility that's higher eye level, if you're sitting in a car, I think that's helpful. So that's a, welcome recommendation. I think that will become standard practice moving forward. Also, on Colorado, which we haven't come here yet, we're also designing there. We're looking at trying to incorporate that standard to some of these other projects that are moving towards construction. And so we're in conversations, but doing more of a beveled edge. And that beveled edge, it makes it so that if you bump into it on your bike, you're less likely to fall. It's like not a vertical wall. Also, if you bumped into it with your car, still protect you and it's going to deflect you away, but it wouldn't, it's not bumping into a straight flat.
So we're going to do that on this stretch?
Yeah, so we're looking at that as a new standard moving forward.
Okay, I like that. Can you show the bicycle box?
Yeah, so I don't, I can go through all of this if you'd like, or.
I don't need you to go through. The bicycle box was my only other question.
So there on the right is an example of what that would look like. Yeah, so bicycle box, typically what that is, in a facility where we want bicyclists to be able to come to a red light and get ahead of the stop traffic at the stop bar, so that gives them advantage. In this case also, if they're going to be making a left-hand turn, we want to give them an opportunity to be able to get to the stop bar get at the light over to the left turn lane so that they, in this case, they'd be turning left going westbound onto Broadway from 26th. It also, you know, when you do a bike box, you do a no right turn on red treatment. And so that means that you're preventing right hook. So if there's a bicyclist there, you know, motorists are supposed to stop at the stop bar, wait till the light turns, and then they can't creep out and right hook a cyclist that's going through. At the same time.
How busy does that intersection get with auto traffic?
You know,
Is there ever a giant backup on it that by not letting right turn on red, would that back up traffic even more?
you know, I don't have the turning movement counts for that, but
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, for sure. But in analyzing it and designing it with the consultants, that's, you know, our consultant team that was doing this and our traffic engineering that wasn't a concern that we had. The volumes are not high enough for us to be concerned about that.
That's what I'm asking. And what I don't want to see
But I don't have the volumes committed.
But you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to see people having to back up a block, 2 blocks because of that lack of a right turn. If it's not ominous in terms, terms, then I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to disrupt the level of service and the functionality.
And if it does, you'll be willing to adjust it.
Yeah, we do what we can. You know, whenever there's challenges that present themselves after we're constantly in this ebb and flow of doing it, evolving it as we go, and making accommodations so that everyone can use the roadway safely together.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I'll move approval. Do we have a second? Second. We have myself, and then Councilmember Delatorre seconded.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes. That item passes unanimously.
And before we close out consent calendar tonight, I just wanted to note for the record that we received a correction from the department on item 5E. In the staff report, the two of the attachments were referenced on page 2 and 5. It should have been attachment B and attachment C. Attachment B should have referenced the December 13th, 2022 staff report, and attachment C should have referenced the May 23rd, 2023 staff report. So nothing substantial.
Okay. This may be a time to do some agenda management. And first, on public comment on items 10A and 11A, we're going to take, no? Oh, you looked at me. Okay. Items 10A and 11A, we're going to take public comment on those two items first, and then public comment on 16 items after hearing 10A and 11A. I want to note to everyone that because we have 133 speakers signed up, we are going to limit comment to 1 minute each. However, you can still tag someone, bring them up with you, and then that'll give you 2 minutes. I want you to know that. It's unfortunate, but with the number of speakers we have, we need to do that because we still have business after your public comments.
Before you go on, Mayor, I think you need a motion to limit public comment to 1 minute. I don't think you get to unilaterally decide, no offense. But
No, that's fine.
Okay. Okay,
I'm
yeah,
proposing
okay, all right, I
agenda.
just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. And then, in addition to that, we are going to continue to the next meeting, the majority of item 11A. We will, however, consider the emergency proclamation this evening.
We also discussed, Mayor, if it's amenable to you and the council for 11A, that we would quickly present to the emergency declaration and then no need to continue the item unless council wants to hear the report. The staff report's been published, so it's out there.
I just had some questions, though.
Okay. That's fine.
Go ahead.
We can take
Well,
the
actually,
questions.
well, hold on.
On the staff.
I think she's saying she
We could still take the questions.
But we're going to,
Yeah, we could still take the questions.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so, a motion. Number one, to take public comment on items 10A and 11A first, and then public comment on our 16 items after hearing items 10A and 11A. And additionally, Gesundheit, because we have 133 speakers, I ask that we limit comment to 1 minute each, but they still can do our customary ability to share with one other person. And
Mayor,
finally,
if I can just clarify, the 1 minute that we're cutting off, is that for everybody who's speaking?
Yes.
On the one item? So the people who are speaking on items 10A and 11A, they still get their 2 minutes. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
And the vast majority of the presentation on 11A, which may answer Councilmember Parra's question, would be moved to the next meeting, and we would consider the emergency proclamation. Do we have no?
What I heard was we were going to do a truncated presentation post the video on, or post the staff report online and not need to continue this.
We'll just do a truncated presentation, get straight to the emergency order, and then that'll be it.
Okay.
And let Councilmember
not come
Parra
back,
ask
not
her
come
question.
back later. Sorry,
And just
that's-
respond to questions.
That's
that-
what I had.
And if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a modification. I'd like to limit all public comment to 1 minute because I don't think that that's very equitable that you're
Okay,
giving
that's fine.
people.
I would
Okay.
accept that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are you making that motion?
I'm making that substitute, yeah, thanks.
All right, and that's.
Or amendment to your motion.
Okay. Sure.
So do we know who's here to speak on the various items?
We don't. We'll have to ask if anybody's speaking on these 2 items.
Oh, okay, so you'll just do an omnibus ask who's here on the 2 staff items, and those folks can just identify themselves and line up. And then if they're also here to speak on something else, they're still only going to speak on those 2 items. Is that correct?
This time, yeah.
So if they want to speak on one of the 16 items, I'll have to wait around for that. Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, is that motion has been moved and seconded? Okay,
I'm sorry, who moved it?
huh?
Who moved it?
Yes.
We can do a voice vote.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's right. We have someone on the phone. Sorry. Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Brock.
Yes. Okay, that motion is passed. And let's go to 10A. And public comment on 10A and 11A.
Okay. So if anyone is here to speak on item 10A, can you please stand? Or if you're on any overflow, can you please come into the room? Ms. Villain, you can stand by the podium, please. Is anybody else here to speak on 10A? Is anybody here to speak on 11A? Okay. Give it a couple minutes for everybody. Okay. If you're speaking on item 10A or 11A, please stand by the podium.
Again, item 10A or 11A comments. Okay, then we can go forward.
And please just state your name for the record and which item you're speaking on, please.
Good evening again. My name is still Cara Villain, and I still care about safe streets. So I'm here to speak in support of item 10A. I just want to thank you all for your support for the idea for this ordinance a few weeks ago. I always wondered why we couldn't have this very basic thing that the city of LA has had for, I think, about 13 years. I wish it were because we didn't need it, but my experience has told me that we do, unfortunately. I considered bringing footage of drivers harassing. Is common and goes without consequences is quite disturbing, if you ask me. And I can tell you how many people have told me that they will purchase a camera so that they can gather evidence when this happens to them, because they know it will. And at the moment, they feel sort of powerless when it does happen to them. So they're very thankful that they feel like they'll have a recourse. And so I don't expect this ordinance to put an end to this issue, but I'm hoping it'll help diminish it, and I'm thankful that we'll have a recourse if and when facing these situations. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Melly wanted 1 minute for this item.
1 minute for 10A or 11A?
11A.
11A, okay.
Good evening, on 11A, let's start with the cost of $48 million, and city costs including $48 million, including $15.3 million for the city's Human Grant Services Program. Regarding the Human Services Grant Program, you keep retaining the people concerned, despite the horror stories from former clients from Samo Shell, them not being able to keep separate books to be able to account for the city's grant funding. And during the pandemic, didn't you say that you were going to put out an RFP for the homeless shelter program? Did that ever happen? Are you having any better results with the homeless court, or are people still not following through with the programs they're supposed to? Then, since the border's been open for 3.5 years, why should the residents of Santa Monica be responsible for them? An example would be a guy interviewed who came across the border said he was going to Santa Monica to work for DoorDash. Thank you.
We'll now move on to ordinances, item 10A.
11A.
Oh,
11A.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just ran up here.
That's okay.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Great. Annual update on addressing homelessness. Maybe I ought to put on like the 16 items that we have. The oil industry is making like $1 billion a month. Kick down a bunch of money to help out the homeless because it's just like all the profit that they got is just going in a computer chip in a computer, and it just sits there and it collects dust. And it's like $1 billion a month, 12 billion, and this is just Chevron. That's another 12 billion for Exxon. It's another 12 billion for Shell. It's another. I mean, and we're being told we don't have enough money to take care of this. Oh man, there's so many homeless. Where are we going to come up with the money? I mean, these people we're all going to the pump and just shelling out all this money, and the profit just goes into a computer chip. I mean, this is nuts. This is literally what happens because they don't have it in gold, do they? They don't have it in gold or silver. It's just in light in a computer chip. And we're being told we don't have enough money to take care of the homeless. Man, this is just costing too much. Oh, man, where are you going to come up with the money? And I'm not stupid. I mean, it's so... I mean, this has to start from Suicide Joe in the White House and the Congress, and we say we're going to confiscate your money because it's not even gold or silver. And when they're all dead, they can't take it with them, right? So the money is supposed to be used for now while we're alive. Oh my God, how did I get this smart? Man, I'm not. So why don't they kick down some money? Thanks, I thought it might help. You know?
Clerk, we need to set the timer for 1 minute from now on.
That was for 11A.
No, that's all items tonight. That's all items.
You voted.
It's all items. Councilmember Davis made that amendment. We accepted it.
Actually, Councilmember Terosas did, but it doesn't matter.
Terosas did.
Nobody else is speaking, it looks like. So.
Okay, just so we know.
Okay. All right. Are there any more speakers on item 10A or 11A? Okay, I'm closing public comment on 10A and 11A. We're now. Ordinances. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only, unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance adding section 3.75 to the municipal code to prohibit harassment of bicyclists and provide for a private right of action for violations.
Mayor, I'm presenting on this one. Yes. So this is brought pursuant to a Council 16 item. This is an ordinance that largely mirrors what Los Angeles has done. It would prohibit certain activities directed at bicyclists and provide civil remedies for the injured or aggrieved cyclist. Importantly up front, we have updated the definition of bicycle to include not just human propelled bicycles, but also a combination of human and electric powered. So that is different and that's new. The following activities would be prohibited: physically assaulting or attempting to physically assault a bicyclist because of their status of a bicyclist, threatening to physically injure a cyclist, threatening to physically injure, including by words, a cyclist because of being a cyclist, intentionally distracting or attempting to distract a cyclist, intentionally forcing or attempting to enforce a bicyclist off a street or bike lane, and then the remedies that are provided. And it's important to note that these are purely civil remedies. This does not require city resources to enforce this, and it is not criminal. So somebody aggrieved can bring a civil action against the perpetrator. It can include they are liable for damages for 3 times or treble damages, their actual damage for each violation, or $1,000, whichever is greater. And also they can recover attorney fees and potentially punitive damages. Like it says, it expressly says it does not constitute a misdemeanor or infraction, and that's essentially it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members? Any comments from council members? Would someone like to? Yes, Council Member Terosas.
Yeah, we don't have the request to speak button there in a different mode.
I am.
Yeah, here, there.
I apologize. If you have a request to speak now, you can put it on. Council Member Zwick.
I just want to thank the City Attorney's Office for drafting up this motion that I first proposed at Council. As mentioned, this is a law already on the books in Los Angeles. While it doesn't solve all the issues at hand having to do with pedestrian and cyclist safety in our city, it does provide an important form of recourse for cyclists who have faced this kind of harassment. And this is not a hypothetical or fictive problem. It's a real one that I hear about regularly from cyclists in our city, and I'm happy to see the council addressing it here tonight.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, because since the staff report has come out, I've received a number of communications from folks wondering, and I think I know the answer, but it only includes cyclists, it doesn't include pedestrians. And I've been hearing horror stories now, of course, you put something out there from pedestrians about, they step into a crosswalk when they have the green light and somebody threatens them, directs their car towards them in a threatening manner. I don't know, given the direction you were given, whether it would be possible to add pedestrians to this, or is that something we could give direction on after addressing this to down the line amend it to include pedestrians?
You could give direction to come back with that later, or do that on the fly tonight if you'd like. We can update it and then bring that back for adoption at the next meeting.
Okay.
So, and essentially say all of the same prohibited activities directed at bicyclists or pedestrians.
Right, and we just have to come up with a definition of pedestrian, which I think was probably
Right.
easy.
We can do that.
Okay. All right, well, then I would like to move the item with the addition of directing staff to include pedestrians in the item.
Councilmember first.
I'm
Is there a
sorry.
second?
Second.
Okay, that's moved by Davis, seconded by Mr. Zwick. Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, just really quickly, I know that obviously this ordinance provides for a private right of action, but we had talked when this was initially introduced around education and outreach to let people know that this was on the books and that this was an opportunity for folks who were getting harassed to seek a private right of action. What's the plan for education and outreach so that people know about this new ordinance?
I think you may want to direct that to the city manager's office.
City manager, what's the plan for education and outreach of the ordinance? Did you hear my question?
Yes. We haven't mapped that out yet, but I'll get together with our communications team to make sure that we can get the word out, and we'll work with our Department of Transportation also on that.
Okay, because we can sit up here and make great policy, but if no one knows about it, no one's going to avail themselves of it. So really important that we get the word out. Thanks.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr, Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes. That passes unanimously.
Item 11A, annual interdepartmental update on addressing homelessness.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Oh my goodness.
It's okay, it'll still reach you. Don't pull it out.
It went really low. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services. For council consideration is the recommended action to adopt a new proclamation declaring a local emergency on homelessness, which will extend through May 31st, 2025. The Interdepartmental Annual Homelessness Report reflects the tremendous amount of work staff have done over the past year to broaden and expand our efforts on addressing homelessness. I want to acknowledge and thank our small but mighty homeless team, comprised of Alya Buttar, Ashay Stevenson, who with support and direction from their manager, Satara Yavari, coordinate, innovate, and support the city's efforts on addressing homelessness, as well as all staff in Housing and Human Services for the vital support they provide day in and day out to our community. From our housing specialists who provide boots on the ground, in-person support to voucher holders, our analysts who support expansion of affordable housing and support seniors, youth, families, and others in our community. I also want to acknowledge the efforts, collaboration, and work across all citywide departments, represented here tonight, which support the prevention and intervention of homelessness. As you know, the magnitude of the homelessness crisis warrants significant attention. And as a city, we have faced this issue head-on for decades. The City Council has made it clear that addressing homelessness in Santa Monica is a priority by forming a devoted department to oversee these efforts, the Department of Housing and Human Services, by dedicating additional resources to this work in the last adopted budget, and by declaring a local emergency on homelessness in 2023, which was critical in accelerating new programming, removing barriers to building affordable housing, and enacting vital program modifications. Council extended the local emergency on homelessness through May 2024, which has allowed staff to expedite contracts for key programs such as Step Court, the Salvation Army 311 response team, and the addition of a third C3 multidisciplinary outreach team. It has removed barriers to developing affordable housing by allowing for fast-tracked loan commitments and implementation of stability vouchers. It allowed for the quick implementation of program modifications, such as the inflation adjustment for our Preserving Our Diversity, or POD program, and ensured rent increase caps. Additionally, the Los Angeles County Homeless Initiative team intentionally worked with cities that had declared local emergencies when choosing pathway home locations. These are just some examples of how the local emergency on homelessness enabled the city to quickly advance key initiatives. Considering the increasing rates of homelessness across the region, with 2023 point-in-time count data for Service Planning Area 5, which Santa Monica is located in, showing a 45% increase from 2022, and our city's commitment to addressing homelessness with an interdepartmental and multifaceted approach, staff recommends the adoption of a 2024 proclamation declaring a local emergency on homelessness to allow us to maintain momentum and take advantage of opportunities to be nimble in our response to homelessness. We'd like to share a video produced by our comms team in partnership with multiple city departments and nonprofit providers that highlights the comprehensive and collaborative work we do to address homelessness and what we achieved as a result. We appreciate Council's continued support, which makes our work possible. Staff from all departments who work on addressing homelessness are present and available for questions after the video. Thank you.
I could no longer afford to pay the rent during COVID. I ended up living on the street due to totally unexpected mental illness. It's been approximately a year now. So here we are, and my life is so far beyond my wildest dreams right now. I mean, I have my own apartment. I have a set of keys. I have a safe place to live.
I was able to pick myself up, brush myself off, and continue my life, you know, thanks to San Michelle. And I feel like that was the death of my partner, which took me 10 years to do that, but I just wanted to be my own self again. I just wanted to be who I knew I could be. And when stuff comes on, I love it. It's like I wake up every morning, I can't believe I'm here sometimes. I'm happy here. I'm very happy.
Oh my God, we have a room. Oh my God, we have a bed. We have a TV. I can't believe I have a key on my hands.
It has been almost a year since the City Council put an even greater focus on homelessness, housing, and supportive community services by forming a dedicated department to oversee these efforts, the Housing and Human Services Department. Our departmental work expands on Santa Monica's robust history of providing comprehensive, coordinated, and interdisciplinary approaches to addressing homelessness. This includes administering social services that support vulnerable populations and increase housing stability among at-risk Santa Monicans. Exploring behavioral health programs for vulnerable residents. Collaborating with regional partners to amplify our impact. Increasing the supply of affordable housing in our city. Responding to community concerns about the impact of homelessness on quality of life, and much more. Thank you to our community, city leadership, community partners, and the City Council for your continued support and collaboration on this critical issue. I look forward to continuing our progress together.
Any questions? Councilmember Parra.
So I have some, I think probably Heather might be the best person, or I don't know, someone that runs the program and knows some numbers regarding San Michelle. There were some questions regarding, it was on the staff report. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good. And let me begin by just thank you for that presentation and for everybody that, all staff, across all departments, I think our first responders, our housing and human services staff, everybody. I know how tremendous this work is and what a heavy lift this is. The very first item that I ever put on the agenda as a city council member had to do with this topic. And so it's been something that I've been working on since my very first day in office. And so I understand the complexity of it, and I understand the enormity of it. And so I just wanted to preface my questions and thank you all. And I've gone on the ride-alongs. I've visited every facility. I've talked to many people, tried to determine who's who at the zoo, got on the sub-audit committee, and I was one of the ones that helped to push to audit the program so that we can understand where the gaps were, right? And so here we are, getting to have a plan, and so really excited to see that move forward. So I just wanted to thank everybody for your work. And so one of my questions here that I noted on page 9 of the report indicated that city funds 60 beds at San Michelle facility, and that as of April 2024, there was a 58% occupancy rate, and which essentially means that it's only 50% occupied. Do you know why it's not occupied more or at 100%?
Yeah, and first of all, thank you for your support around these issues, and to the rest of council. That's something we actually I had a conversation with TPC last week about, and we're working on. Currently, we have beds allocated to different teams. So PD has an allocation of beds, Step Court, the outreach teams, et cetera. I think there's a couple of reasons for it, which we're working on in terms of making it a more appealing place for people to go and stay. It is a kind of a typical congregate shelter in terms of the furnishings are pretty basic. So we're working on furnishing it in a way that offers people more privacy so that they have walls and kind of outlets and lights and just gives them a sense of privacy and dignity. We're also looking at allocating beds in a way that that maybe takes advantage of the fact that, you know, first responders, quite frankly, can get folks to do some things that traditional outreach teams may not be able to, and so allocating more beds to first responders. We also think the Pathway Home Project, that TPC is responsible for filling, that could take away some interest of people wanting to go into San Michelle as opposed to having a private, you know, motel room and bathroom. But we are working consistently with TPC on that because we too want to make sure that the beds are fully occupied. We have noticed an uptick in people that are losing their housing for various reasons, taking San Michelle as a short-term option so they can wait, for example, for a unit at the Laurel, which is supposed to be opening up soon. So we're using it that way as well. So every day we're referring people to San Michelle. I think it's a matter of just making the shelter a more appealing place for people to go and stay. People, you know, tend to not be as interested in congregate shelter. I think one thing Project Room Key showed us is that people will go into their own room and, you know, they'll accept a motel room fairly quickly before a congregate living space. So we're working on it to make it a more appealing place and making sure that, you know, everyone knows about it, knows it's accessible to them. And now 24/7, which is excellent.
Okay, thank you. And just so that we're clear too, in order to have a space in San Michelle, you have to be referred there by one of our partners that's doing the work, right? An unhoused individual can't just walk up to San Michelle and say, I need a room for tonight, or I mean, I need a bed tonight.
So what would happen if somebody just walked up is the San Michelle team would just contact me and then we can work on a referral. I think the main concern is we want to make sure, because of the way that San Michelle is staffed, it's staffed like a traditional congregate shelter, so they don't have psychiatric staff there or medical staff there 24/7. So we just want to make sure that the person, you know, is psychiatrically stable and medically stable in order to go there. And so it does require a referral, but it's fairly quick. And the feedback that we've heard from all the referring partners is that they're very responsive and people get same-day intakes. We just want to make sure that they're appropriate for the space.
Okay, because we recently received an email from somebody indicating that they weren't able, that they went in and were not allowed in. So that's why I had that question.
Yeah, and please send that to me and we can, or send that to the appropriate folks at the city and it'll get to me and I can follow up on that because we want to make sure it's, you know, the process is as streamlined as possible.
Okay, thank you. And then I had some questions too, like on page 18 of the report, it spoke a little bit about how much money we've spent towards, homeless services and programs. And it talked about $48 million in funds, city funds, 15 and some change in direct costs and 32 million in indirect costs. And then, later down in the document, it spoke about 25 million and some change in pass-through funds. So am I correct in saying that we expend approximately $73 million in fiscal year 22-23 providing homeless service support and services?
And by we spend, I think the important thing to realize is by pass-through funds, it means we're leveraging funds from other places.
The 26, the 25 million is the pass-through fund, but altogether, as a city, it's about $73 million. Okay. And then in terms of, some sidebar conversations. In terms of do you know how we compare to other cities who have similar PIT numbers in terms of how much they're spending annually on their programs and services?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it's a little bit difficult to compare PIT numbers the way the homeless count results come out. we get count from the county and from the city of LA, which you can't compare Santa Monica to because we're so much smaller. And then it's up to individual cities to publish their results. I think if you look at the west side of LA, besides the city of LA, which again is much larger, you know, cities like West Hollywood, Culver City, Beverly Hills, they're just much smaller than Santa Monica is. So I think in terms of having a comparable city on the west side, and I'm not just dodging the question, it's just difficult. We don't have something really
Culver City
similar.
is 328 individuals, because I work with those numbers.
Right, but they're also, I mean, they are smaller than the city, and I think
5
there's
square miles,
other
yeah.
things that impacted in terms of the metro. I mean, we're just a much easier city to get to, which I think is great in many ways. We have the beach. I mean, I think there's just a lot that makes us unique, for better or worse.
Right.
So I think it's a little bit more difficult to compare.
Okay. I'd be very interested, you know, in just kind of seeing where we are in terms of how much money we spend, you know, in comparison to other cities in California that have this, you know, 900 and some change, 926, I think, as individuals.
And I just, sorry to interrupt, but I want to say another thing. Because of the Moss Adams audit that was completed in November 2022, that gave us the methodology about how we count how much we spend on homelessness. I don't know that other cities do that. I don't know if they just look at the direct costs and they don't consider indirect costs, which, as you can see, is a large is a large part of it. So we'd have to not only find a city that's comparable, but actually uses the same methodology. And not to say it's not out there, we'd have to do the research, but I just want to point that out as well.
No,
We have a
of course.
specific
I'm
methodology.
just, you know, it's just hard, you know, again, I'm hoping that with the strategic plan, you know, we'll be able to kind of, you know, move things
Compare
around.
apples to apples.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
That's all for now.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you for that report, and I'll try and be brief because I know we're truncating things this evening. I wonder if we've given any analysis, and I know it's just kind of hit the books, to any effect that the governors may revise may have on our ability to access resources, because although I haven't studied it in great detail, it looks pretty bleak in terms of money for some of the things that we've been doing. So I'm just curious if we have any initial feedback on that. Don't everyone hop up at once.
Definitely not. I mean, we're still evaluating, so I can't say that at the moment we have a firm handle on how it's going to impact us. We're waiting to hear what they ultimately agree to, but we're concerned about availability of grant resources for additional affordable housing is kind of been the most pressing concern, but I don't have a clear handle on it yet.
Okay, and I suppose that maybe once you do get a clear handle on that, we can either discuss it during budget time, or you guys can do an information item just to give us some idea about how it'll impact the city's resources.
Sure, we can work with our lobbyists and get you that information.
Great, thanks. And then I know you all weren't here when I was discussing Vienna, but Vienna, despite having 20 times more people than we do, has only roughly 3 times more homeless folks, and about half of those people are simply in temporary shelter waiting to get permanent housing. And the way they've been able to accomplish that is, we all know that homelessness is sort of a funnel, that for every 200 people we're managed to move off the street, 226 or so become homeless. And they've sort of shut off that funnel by providing homes for everybody. And so they don't have people falling into homelessness. And so I'm just curious, is there anything structurally we as a city or as a council need to do to really, because one of the things I was impressed with, how integrated they are. Their housing folks worked with their homelessness folks, worked with their legal team, so that people didn't, and their mental health teams or whatever, so that people didn't fall into homelessness, because it's much cheaper to keep someone from falling into homelessness than to try and get them off the streets once we're there. So are there things we need to do? Because I was really impressed in Vienna. They just did an amazing job of sort of everybody coming to the table and talking about how do we provide housing stability. And it's everything from allowing people to buy their units, pass leases down among generations, providing cooperative housing, that people don't buy their unit, but they buy into a building. So I'm just curious, are we satisfied that we have enough sort of integrated plan in terms of preventing people from falling into homelessness, or are we a little bit siloed there, and can we do a better job?
Thanks for that question. So I'll just say that our housing team works very closely with our human services team. So I will say, like, hats off to all the staff. They are working so collectively and collaboratively together, and then pulling in other departments as well along the way. What I will add is that as we finalize the homelessness strategic plan, that's also something we can look to bring forward in that, in terms of, are there any gaps or ways to continue to streamline that would be helpful?
Okay, good, because, I mean, it works remarkably well in Vienna, and it's, you know, it was just inspiring to hear how they were working. And then my only last question would be, because I was a little unclear, are we going to at some point bring back this topic, or is this sort of it for the foreseeable future?
I think this is it. The next time we would come back before you on this topic would be the homelessness strategic plan, which is anticipated to be early in 2025.
All right. Well, I mean, I will just throw this out here because I happen to be on a Zoom call with her again. Dr. Margot Kuschel from the University of San Francisco is, you know, who did the most comprehensive study of homelessness in the state of California. And I think that I've at least had a conversation with her that she is certainly willing to work with us and even make a presentation at council if that would be appropriate, as to really, in all honesty, you know, addressing the root causes of homelessness, how homelessness, you know, can be addressed. And she's a real myth buster, which I think is really important because there's a lot of misunderstanding around this issue. And she's the one person who's got the goods data-wise. So I would just throw that name out here as someone that I at least think would be very valuable to the conversation.
Thank you. I think that would be wonderful. I also just wanted to add one point of clarification on the cost question. That also includes $25.6 million that's under the Housing Authority. So that's our vouchers, pod program. So I just wanted to highlight that includes that as well.
Councilmember Delatorre.
I also want to thank staff, you know, for all the good work and the collaboration that happens on a daily basis here in the city of Santa Monica with a very comprehensive approach. I mean, anybody that sees the reports sees that we're addressing homelessness from various different strategies, you know, from providing affordable housing, you know, to outreach, you know, to various services and temporary shelters and so forth. And I think it's safe to say that that we have done for many years more than most in the region, right? And so that's very good. I think we should be proud of that fact. And the other reality, though, in terms of the data that you presented, California has the largest number of homeless individuals within our state, and Los Angeles has the greatest number within the state of California. And so I think it was like 73,000 people, right? If I can see, yeah, right here, 71,320 individuals in 2023 in the county of Los Angeles. 71,320. California, the whole entire state of California, 181,339 out of 653,000 in the whole country. So, I mean, the problem is very severe here in the state, right? And especially here in Los Angeles, and we're in ground zero, you know, where the problem is. 926 homeless, the homeless count, the point in time count, 926 here just in the city of Santa Monica, representing a 15% increase from 2022. You know, some people would look at this data and say, well, we're putting more money into it. We're spending more money in the city of Santa Monica on solving homelessness than we ever have in terms of a percentage of our budget. And some people would say, well, it's not really solving the problem if the problem keeps on increasing. And I think what Councilwoman Davis said is just so true. It's like for every person you house, there's 10 people showing up, you know, and it's very difficult for us to address a problem that's just where the goalpost keeps on moving, you know. Are you aware of the consent decree, the homelessness consent decree that was implemented by Judge Clark in I think in Orange County? Are you familiar with that consent decree? Anybody on staff aware of that?
Yeah, both the city attorney and myself both took a look at what was entered into by various cities in Orange County and Los Angeles County as well. Yes.
Okay, and one of the things that I think Well, first of all, for staff, I have a question. In Samuel Shell, our temporary shelter, we have 60 beds. And I know we're going to work on how we can increase the occupancy. We're at 58%, from the report. How many beds do we have in total? Like if someone said right now, what is the bed count for temporary shelters? Do we have that data? That approximately, I mean, how many people?
In terms of, all interim housing, not just city-funded housing?
Yes, anything in the city of Santa Monica, or if there's a partnering agency outside of the city of Santa Monica. Basically, if there's someone that's unhoused on the streets right now, and we needed to find a place for them to sleep tonight, how many beds would we have available?
So the city has the Sam Shell, which is the 60 beds. And then there's about another 110 beds that are funded, that are within the city of Santa Monica that are funded through DMH and LAHSA. And that's for single adults. There's also family shelter. And then there's the Pathway Home Project, which is funded by the county. So that's another 25 beds. So we're talking approximately, over 200 beds.
Over 200. And we're not counting the Salvation Army, whatever they're providing there?
We're not counting the Salvation Army.
But they have approximately maybe 40 beds?
60.
About 60?
Plus a halfway house,
Okay.
which has more beds.
So 60. So let's say we're roughly a little over 200 beds. It's safe to say. One of the things that I want to move forward on, and I know myself and Councilwoman Parra and Councilwoman Negrete introduced a 16 item, and the 16 item is to direct staff, to evaluate, if it's advantageous for the city of Santa Monica to enter that consent decree. Because my understanding is that, we would be able to move people off the streets into shelter, and we don't have to, have 100%, of the point in time count. Like, we don't have to meet that 100%. We could meet, I think, 60% is the consent decree would allow a city to sort of meet that demand by up to 60%. And so I want to bring that forward. I think it would be interesting for the city of Santa Monica to look into that, to see if there's any advantage. And the reason why I think it's very important and it's timely for us to consider that is because the city of Los Angeles, there's various cities that are they're voluntarily entering this consent decree to have a judge and a court order, right, to enter this program, But the city of Los Angeles is entering that consent decree, and one concern that I have is, they have, looking at the numbers, 71,000 people that are unhoused. If they start pushing people out, right, they're going to come to other cities. They'll because they'll offer housing, and if you don't take the housing, they're going to push you off. You're going to have to go somewhere else. And one concern that I have is, will we have that spillover effect, in Santa Monica? And if we're not participating in that consent decree, what impact will that have on us? And so there's sort of two questions. What advantages do we have, of entering the consent decree? And if we don't, so what are the potential impacts? Has staff evaluated that at all?
So I'll take one part of this, and then maybe the city attorney can take another part. So we have seriously looked at the request. So as we understand it, that was a court case involving the Orange County Catholic worker versus a number of different cities in Orange County. We were not subject to that lawsuit, but a number of cities in Orange County were, along with a few cities in LA County. They ultimately did settle that lawsuit, and that lawsuit had to do with the way that they were enforcing encampments on their streets. And there were different types of, I read a couple of the settlement agreements, and there were different approaches. I think Whittier had the 60% requirement. I think Bellflower and others just had a requirement to build temporary shelter. As I understand from the city attorney, that lawsuit has now been settled or dismissed because of the settlement agreement. So there's no consent decree for us to join because we're not being sued by that plaintiff. The city has been sued in the past by other entities, and that's resulted in settlement approaches that have really produced the type of work that we do today in Santa Monica in terms of addressing encampments. So we have looked at it. We do not think that that's a pathway for the city of Santa Monica to pursue at this time. But I'll defer to the city attorney if there's anything you want to add on that one.
Yes, from what we can tell, looking at the court file, is that, yes, there were settlements, and as a result, the cases are dismissed, so there's nothing really to join except for the court retaining jurisdiction to enforce the settlements. I might also note that there is the pending U.S. Supreme Court case out of Grants Pass that could affect everything that we're talking about, too, and I would expect a decision in that in June.
And what I'm not completely up to speed on, but there are separate settlements, I think, that LA City and LA County entered into past year or two-ish that is requiring the county to produce a certain number of beds within the county. That's, let me be more specific, that Los Angeles County. I do think we ultimately will benefit to the extent that those beds are produced because as our Housing and Human Services team has unpacked through their work around behavioral health initiatives, that there is a big gap in the number of crisis beds and mental health beds available to individuals. So that will be a benefit to the city should that come to fruition.
Great. I just think it's real important for us to look at the numbers. I mean, 926 in 2023, and we have about 200 plus beds for crisis, mental health sort of crisis situations. And so it'd be important for us to evaluate. I know that there's a voluntary way to enter the consent decree. I was informed about that, even though those cases had settled. And there's also maybe plaintiffs that would like to sue the city of Santa Monica for us to have, some standing and to enter that type of arrangement. In any case, I think it's important for us to think about how many temporary beds, what are the type of shelters that we can have. 200 plus is probably not enough, considering the crisis. We're declaring tonight, at some point we're gonna vote on this, and we'll declare an extension of the emergency order. And so it's important then for us to think about sort of, how do we respond with temporary shelter? How do we take people off the streets, indoors to provide services, or at least so that they're not sleeping, in front of businesses or in parks, or just, deteriorating, on Santa Monica streets, because I know our residents care deeply about that, and I definitely want us to see us do a better job in providing at least temporary shelter for those types of crisis situations. So anyway, we'll discuss it more, and we'll decide whether if council wants to bring back a 16 item, once we have more discussion in terms of the advantages of entering that type of arrangement. But thank you very much.
Okay, if you have a seat next to you that is open in the audience, can you raise your hand? So 5, I see 7, 8 seats available. So if you're in the overflow area, we have 8 seats in the chamber that we believe are available if you wish to come up or in and be closer. I want to remind council that we have over 100 speakers, so if you could please act with brevity in your questions and comments right now. Councilmember Terosas, Councilmember Delatorre, can you erase your talk sign?
Thanks. I understand the need to be brief, but I think that homelessness is the crisis of the moment, and it's important that we talk about this. So I just have a few specific questions, and I want to make a couple comments. First of all, I noticed that we're transferring our HMIS system, or transitioning our proprietary HMIS system to use LAHSA's system. Can anyone talk about how difficult or easy that is, and if that's going to allow for greater regional collaboration?
Yeah, so the rest of the county uses a system called Clarity, the Homeless Management Information System, otherwise known as HMIS. We were approached by LAHSA in 2022 to see if we would join their system, because essentially most of the rest of the county does. At one point, other cities were not on their system, and now pretty much everyone but the city of Santa Monica is. Okay. And so we feel that being a part of that system, not only would it cut down on what kind of we have to do in terms of tracking individuals, but also our providers have to do. So the idea is it would not only result in cost savings, because it would be LAHSA managing it as opposed to the city, but we also think it would be It would be better in terms of linking people to services. For example, in order to be eligible for some vouchers, you have to be in the coordinated entry system, which is, you know all this. And so we think there's only an upside to that, not only for us, but our providers, and most importantly for the clients.
Okay, would love to know just in the future if it leads to better outcomes for us. I would assume that it would. Also, I noticed that the findings from the behavioral health study underscored the need for crisis stabilization services. And obviously, it took us a very long time to get the therapeutic transport team up and running. And of course, I really appreciate the alternatives to incarceration work. But is there anything that we can do immediately to make some tangible differences in our behavioral health approach, or that we're thinking about doing?
I defer to my colleague.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Natasha Kingscote, Administrator in Human Services. Yeah, what we're doing now is focusing specifically on crisis stabilization. We're looking at where there are gaps in the system, both in Santa Monica and mostly regionally, because it's not a closed loop system, right? There's pockets, and people are getting lost. So somebody might enter a 24-hour facility and not then go to a 2-week or 30-day or longer-term facility. That's a big undertaking, and it requires a lot of resources, and it requires a regional approach, so it's not just us. So I can have my colleagues talk about what we're doing more immediately, but in terms of a longer-term approach and what's happening with our behavioral health strategy, what we're doing now, and we'll come to you in early January with a larger strategy, but we're working with the West Side COG in particular to focus, to look at where we can, as a coalition of cities, focus our resources, and where we can bring on different partners to begin to close these gaps. Otherwise, people are just going to go into services, fall out, keep to the council members' point, going in and out of different cities, going in and out of different facilities, and the issues will never get solved. So the COG right now is working on an RFP and putting together an advisory committee. They're working closely with us on writing that RFP to hire a consultant later this summer to help identify resources for the COG as a whole, and to identify a consultant that can come on and help either build regionally a facility, one facility, or different satellite locations that can help close the loops.
And I would hope that our representative on the COG is going to advocate for as many resources for that as we can get. Okay, great. My understanding is that from like a slightly outdated RAND study that for every 100,000 people, you need about 50 inpatient mental health beds, and we have none in Santa Monica. And I think that that's absolutely a shame. We know that we have a mental health crisis, so I would support any resources we can bring to bear, as well as my understanding is that for some of these locked, like crisis residential facilities, we need an IMD bed waiver exclusion from the federal government so that we can build at some sort of scale that allows us to finance these projects. So I would just say, to the extent that our legislative folks can advocate for any federal changes that we need, I think that that's important.
Absolutely. And excuse me, there's not enough on the west side.
Right.
Those facilities are all on the east side of the county.
Right. Yeah, and then I would just say we would love another pathway home. I think if there's another opportunity for us to leverage resources at the county to get, I think we've seen that that's been helpful, and I would venture to guess that we need more pathway home beds. Yes, okay, I'm seeing some nodding. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, I would just say, I know we're trying to be brief. I just so appreciate all of the work. It's clear that this has been a coordinated effort. I'm so proud of the fact that we have a dedicated department to do this work. I'm really proud of all of the work that we've done innovatively to show the region what's possible. I think we just need to stay the course. thank you to each and every one of you. I know this is really hard. And I would just say that as we continue our efforts, it's really important that we focus on prevention. I think we all just heard that, more people are coming into homelessness than we can house. So hope to continue that work. So thank you so much for all of your great efforts.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to extend the emergency declaration?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, we'll let Lana have it, and Oscar will be the seconder. Any comments? Okay, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes, and that carries unanimously. All right, let's move on to 11A. No,
That was
we've done 11A.
Public input on item 6.
Yeah. Okay, let's wait till everyone clears. The staff are all wearing black. Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I'm going to call the first few names, if you could please line up by the podium.
And this will be 1 minute each.
Correct. And just to let you know, and just a blanket apology to everyone in advance for if I mispronounce your name. So the first person is Andrew Lieberman, Charles Fredericks, Jerry Rubin, Sharna Berger, Gluck, David Clennon, and Cynthia Anderson Barker. If you could please line up by the podium. First is Andrew Lieberman, or Lieberman. That's you. Okay. You may go up to the podium, and you'll have 1 minute to speak. Andy, you're up. I'll get David. All right. Andrew Lieberman.
Andrew? Andrew, you're up. Come up to the podium, please. No, you have to come up. It's in the order you...
No, that's not what we were told. And we've stood at other meetings, and when there's a group of people, if the names don't come up.
There can only be, Andrew can take 1 minute if someone wants to donate it to him for a total of 2 minutes.
I think they just want to reverse their orders.
We're changing places.
So who is first, please?
I'm giving her my time. This is Cynthia Anderson Barker. I wrote donated time to.
I understand that, but we have names on the list. Andrew Lieberman, Charles Fredericks, Jerry Rubin, Sharna Berger Gluck, David Clennon, and Cynthia Anderson Barker. You're Mr. Lieberman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have 1 minute, please.
My name is Andrew Lieberman. I'm Jewish, a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I've lived and worked in Santa Monica for 20 years, working in homeless services here. I've been active in Santa Monica politics from the 1970s with rent control campaigns to my Santa Monica college days organizing there against South African apartheid. And I'm calling for the council resolution, yes, for a ceasefire in Gaza. There are precedents in Santa Monica. The 1980 anti-apartheid vote by the council, I understand, and also the council voted for support for Ukraine in the war with Russia. That's over 7,000 miles away, just as the Middle East is. So I'm speaking tonight, though some may.
Thank you, sir.
Charles Fredericks.
Good evening. My name is Charles.
Microphone, hold on 1 minute.
Good evening.
It's on.
Charles Fredericks. I returned to the city of my childhood 24 years ago because it upholds humanist values. I tremble to think that could change for fear they are considered divisive. An unbiased understanding of the past offers the possibility of peace. Distortion or manipulation of history, in contrast, sows disaster. The long history of Jewish anti-Zionism rejects the notion that for Jews to be whole, they must claim their ancient kingdoms over the backs of those who reside there now and create a nation for Jews only. In the words of Rabbi Kaufman Kohler, the idea that Judea is the home of the Jew unhomes the Jew all over the wide earth. Isolating the Holocaust from historical context provides justification for the mass murder of people who had nothing to do with it. Labeling resistance to Israeli policy as anti-Semitism entails self-deception, a double-edged sword which harms the wielder more than the opponent.
Thank you, sir.
Gary Rubin.
Thank you, Jerry Rubin, longtime Santa Monica resident, peace activist. Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negretti. We support you, Lana, if you're there. Get well soon. Honorable council members, shalom, salam, peace. I think it's really good that this was put on the agenda. I thank Council Members Zwick, Tsourosis, and Davis. This should be a unanimous support by all our honorable council members. We've long taken a stand against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, all forms of discrimination, and we've always supported peace. We voted for the nuclear freeze, we voted for apartheid, many other things. We can't deal with everything, but when it comes and infects so many people locally, we need to take a stand. So I urge you to fully support this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerry.
Sharna Berger Gluck, I'm sorry. And you have 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Sharna Berger Gluck. I'm the co-coordinator of Justice for Palestine LA, which advocates a just peace in historical Palestine. Like the majority of our group, Justice for Palestine, I'm a resident of Santa Monica and Jewish. Today, I'm representing a coalition of 7 groups: Code Pink, Council on American and Islamic Relations, If Not Now, Interfaith Communities United for Peace and Justice, Jewish Voice for Peace, Justice for Palestine LA, and West Side for Palestine. We are urging you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. We must end what former President Barack Obama has called the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. An immediate bilateral ceasefire must be implemented, together with unimpeded provisioning of humanitarian aid and the negotiated release of the hostages. These same goals, by the way, are embodied in the proposal forged by the Qatar, Egypt, U.S., and UN negotiators. I suspect that many of us shared family brunch with our mothers and children just last Sunday. Tragically, the orphans of Gaza do not have mothers, let alone food to eat. Let us show those orphan children that we care about them, that we want them to have food and water and return to schools. No doubt you've heard from many of those who oppose the resolution, but this is not a popularity contest. This is about your humanity. Let us, the citizens of Santa Monica, join the over 100 cities that have called for a ceasefire. And yes, here at home,
Thank you.
we dedicate ourselves to fighting
We do not allow clapping in the auditorium, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
David Clinton?
Yes, I would like to acknowledge Matthew Holm, who is going to donate 1 minute of time to me. So I can have, I'll have 2 minutes?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. These are the words of Rabbi Aryeh Cohen, professor of rabbinics at American Jewish University. Everybody in the state of Israel is still in mourning over the events of October 7th. American Jews are also in mourning. And in the Gaza Strip, almost everyone knows somebody who has been killed in the Israeli bombing and shelling of Gaza. Whole families have been wiped out. Almost 35,000 Palestinians have been killed, 8,000 of those children. If you say no to a ceasefire, you are acquiescing in the killing of hundreds, thousands more Palestinians. And if you say no to a ceasefire, you are abandoning the hostages. Israel-Palestine has been the scene of almost continuous violence from 1948 till today. The demand for a ceasefire is a demand to turn away from the masters of war and listen to the peacemakers. We demand a ceasefire so that the Israelis and Palestinians can talk and think and find a path to peace together. We demand a ceasefire as the first step in dismantling the occupation of the West Bank and protecting Palestinians from attack by settlers and the army. And we demand a ceasefire in order to create space for a diplomatic solution that guarantees equality, justice, and thriving future for all. One of God's names is Shalom, peace. In God's name, we demand an end to the killing. Ceasefire now. Rabbi Aryeh Cohen.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to call the next few names on the list. Lydia Ponce, David Hoffman, Rosemary Driscoll, Sarah Newell, and Janet McKeithen. You may proceed, Ms. Ponce.
Lydia Ponce, Indigenous mother, auntie, and grandmother. When we talk about the parallels between Palestine genocide and Native Americans genocide, we are talking about Indigenous people, but they somehow try to separate them, bifurcate them, and basically say that these major events of our Indigenous people were happening in different times. For example, small example, just two. 1964 Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, was formed, and 1968 American Indian Movement, AIM, was formed. And yet we had Standing Rock in 2016 and 2018, the Great March of Return for Gaza border protests. We are the same people. We are suffering at the hands of people who think they have a superiority complex, some grand delusions of power. And we are more the same than we are different. And I stand before you to call for the ceasefire because there's a chance, a remote, small chance, that these 5-year-old children that I see on these social media.
Thank you very much.
David Hoffman. David Hoffman. Rosemary Driscoll.
Hello, my name is Rose. I'm a parent and a school nurse. I'm very tired. I start work at 7:45 and I have a 2-year-old. As of May 6, almost 15,000 children have died in the war, with thousands more losing limbs, losing parents, and starving. Why should you, as Santa Monica City Council, care? Why should you support this motion for a ceasefire? You have the ears of our congressional representatives, Ted Lieu and James Padilla, and I forget who else, but they'll listen to you. I urge you to vote and support this ceasefire resolution. Be brave and stand with so many American cities, hundreds of American students, and thousands of American citizens in the call for a lasting ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sarah Newell.
Good evening. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of Rabbi Neil Comas Daniels, the Emeritus Rabbi of Beth Shur Shalom Synagogue. Like most Jewish communities, at this point ours has many perspectives about the current situation between Israel and Palestine. I am not here representing them. Tonight I speak for myself. I support the resolution before you. Those who need to come first in the situation between Palestine and Israel right now are the hostages, their families, and the innocent civilians in Gaza. Unfortunately, they seem to be last in consideration for Hamas and the Israeli government. As long as missiles and bombs are flying in both directions, the danger these people are in and the anguish and the trauma they and their loved ones experience is compounded. I believe the only course forward begins with a ceasefire so that the hostages can be released and food and medical attention can reach the innocents in Gaza. We often tell a story at our High Holy Day gathering that envisions a man walking alone through the forest who's lost his way. He comes upon another man and says to the second, "Do you know the way out of here?" The second says, "I am as lost as you."
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Janet McKeithen, and Ms. McKeithen, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Suzanne Thompson, Layla Al-Marayati, Randall Hine Lamb, Mimi Kennedy, and Hadir Azab. You may proceed.
Hi, I'm the minister of the multi-faith community, the Church in Ocean Park. And I believe that building community with people of various faith traditions is vital in trying to create a more peaceful world. During this heartbreaking war, I've been more intentional about spending time listening to various religious leaders of various faith traditions. They all have different faith perspectives, but all of us are grieving. We are all family, Palestinians, Israelis, and us. Hamas does not reflect the wishes of Palestinian people, and the Israeli government does not reflect the wishes of all Israelis, let alone all Jews, just as the U.S. government does not reflect our wishes. Expressing concern about the life of the Palestinian people and genocide taking place is not anti-Semitic. Expressing a love for people in Israel is not Islamophobic. Denouncing the actions of the United States does not make us unpatriotic. This war is causing a huge tear in the soul of our collective body. Please support this resolution.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is, Suzanne Thompson.
Oh, your microphone's not on. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll start it over. I'm sorry, we keep hitting at the same time. You take it.
There you go.
Okay, I'm at 47 seconds. Anyway, I've presented myself to you before. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I'm an active member in the community with the Venice Arts Council and also the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee, which Santa Monica and Malibu and Venice are all part of. I'm going to keep my speech short, and basically the 55th pilgrimage to Manzanar, which commemorates the incarceration of over 1,000 people from Santa Monica, Venice, and Malibu that ended up in Manzanar. And at their pilgrimage this year, one of our speakers said that almost 100 years ago, the silence of good Americans, not the bad ones, the good ones, their silence led to the devastating injustice against Japanese American communities. Silence is complicity. Silence empowers abusers, wrongdoers. And today we are called upon to break the silence as we witness the genocide that has taken over 35,000.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Layla Marayati.
Dr. Al-Marayati was called out on a case, and so she won't be able to speak. She'll be giving her remarks by email, she said.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Next speaker is Randall Hine Lamb.
That would be me.
Okay.
Randall Hine Lamb, speaking on behalf of 16D, on behalf of the Episcopal Peace Fellowship. Los Angeles Episcopalians have an enduring bond with our Gaza siblings, where the Episcopal Church administers the twice-bombed Al-Akhli Hospital. I also represent Churches for Middle East Peace, a national organization of over 25 Christian churches, including Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Lutherans, and Catholics, united to say, "Ceasefire now." Finally, I represent Sabeel, a Jerusalem-based group of indigenous Christians who use liberation theology and nonviolent resistance of Jesus, Gandhi, and King to address the situation in Israel and Palestine. All three groups are united in urging this council to approve 16D. Finally, I would remind the council that finding housing for the 1.7 million homeless in Gaza starts with ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mimi Kennedy?
Yes, hi, good evening. I'm here to read the statement of my longtime peace activist friend Teresa Bonpane. It is as follows. I am a 40-year Santa Monica resident who is deeply, profoundly in favor of a ceasefire resolution. I feel it will not only help to stop the massacre in Gaza, but will also deter anti-Semitism in this country and in Santa Monica, as it helps people to distinguish the Israeli civilians from the Israeli government of Netanyahu and the Palestinian civilians from Hamas. I've worked with the Jewish community for 40 years as well, and not one I know has any confidence in the Netanyahu government, and they are strongly in disagreement with it. There has been much reporting of Israelis and Jewish people here in our country who have been in large demonstrations against the Netanyahu government and are fearful of the anti-Semitism that surrounds them. Also, many Israeli civilians have been protesting this war and are suffering greatly from it. War is not the answer, and we must do all we can to stop it now.
Thank you very much.
Hadir Azab? And Ms. Azab, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names on the list. John Mooney, Rima Abu Isa Thierry, Jody Evans, Asher Kaplan, Rabbi Neil Komes, and Baba Akili. You may proceed. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Hadir Azab, and I'm the Policy Coordinator at the Council on American Islamic Relations Los Angeles chapter, which represents Santa Monica as part of its region. And I'm just here today to urge you to continue on the moral, humane path of calling for a ceasefire. We're 7 months in, 35,000 Palestinians dead, and yet we're still here standing, asking you to be human and vote yes for the ceasefire resolution. The Israeli bombardment and their genocidal campaign has resulted in the displacement of millions of Palestinians. Israel is actively bombing Rafah, which they previously declared as a safe zone. Students are risking their education and being arrested for simply standing against genocide. Children are being starved. And I urge you today to push for the pressing need for humanitarian aid and for the release of all hostages and Palestinian prisoners. We're not asking you to do anything out of the norm. We're asking you to be human and to give Palestinians the same empathy and space that you give others. We're asking you to stand with us and follow in the footsteps of many other cities in California and reaffirm your stance against anti-Palestinian hate, anti-Arab racism, and asylum.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is John Mooney.
Mayor and council members, my name is John Mooney. I've been blowing glass and teaching glass and living in Venice 38 years. I'm a proud member of the Venice Arts Council, founding members of the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee, which includes Santa Monica and Malibu. Why ceasefire? Because we know what firepower does. It kills our humanity one bullet and bomb at a time. We've done it since our time together began, always with the same result, winners and losers. Terror does not destroy terror, it promotes it. Terror feeds on the monster inside, fear. We either cave to fear or we, once and for all of humanity's future, cease this killing to not be killed. It's imperative that human beings stand up for humanity instead of kill for it. Winning battles is like human evolutionary kindergarten. It's time we stop living like juvenile barbarians. It's time we grow up and become the adults we were born to be. Ceasefire now.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, the list jumped, so I'm all lost now. Rima Abu Isa Thierry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rima Abu Isa Thierry. I've been a proud Santa Monica resident for 14 years. I'm a mother of 4 children who have attended Santa Monica Public Schools. I'm a yoga teacher. I'm a birth worker who helps deliver babies at Santa Monica hospitals. And I am a co-founder of a nonprofit intersectional community and arts center in Los Angeles. I am here to ask that the council members approve 16D. I'm a first-generation Palestinian American and daughter of refugees who were violently, ethnically cleansed from Palestine during the Nakba, or the Great Catastrophe of 1948. My father was forced to leave his home in Tarshiha and travel by foot. My grandfather was executed by Israeli soldiers, by immigrant settlers. I feel like I'm living in a dystopian nightmare watching.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jody Evans.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank you for putting this resolution for this evening. Thank you for opening your heart and understanding the importance of this. We are in a moment of history that is unbelievable. People around the world are crushed. That what is happening shouldn't be seen by anyone's psyches. And it has to end. That is why the call for a ceasefire from everyone is so important. It has to ring through because nothing can begin again until there's a ceasefire, including most people even breathing. What we are watching right now, the bombing of Rafah, where innocent people were told to flee, but they are being killed every day, murdered. This is against every international law. ICJ is hearing this again on Thursday because so many laws are being broken. Members of Congress know the...
Thank you very much.
Asher Kaplan. Asher Kaplan. Rabbi Neil Komes. Sorry, I can't read the whole name.
Ma'am, could you take your sign away? Thank you very much.
Baba Akili.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Akili, and I'm the National Field Coordinator for Black Lives Matters Grassroots and a core team member for Black Lives Matters Los Angeles. I'm going to read to you a statement that Black Lives Matters Grassroots issued shortly after October 7th. Black Lives Matters Grassroots stands in solidarity with our Palestinian family who are currently resisting 57 years of settler colonialism and apartheid. As Black people continue to fight to end militarism and mass incarceration in our own communities, let us understand the resistance in Palestine as an attempt to tear down the gates of the world's largest open-air prison. As a radical Black organization grounded in abolition ideas, we clearly see the parallel between Blacks and Palestinians. We do understand what it means to be surveilled, dehumanized, property seized, families separated, our people criminalized and slaughtered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call some more names. Alma Saeed. Well, oh, sorry, people are adding their names and it's jumping. Alma Saeed. And again. Will Alden, Dorothy Youngman, Igal Youngman, Adam Hirsch, Templar Soto, and Erica Verba. Alma Saeed? Okay. You may proceed.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Council Members Wick, Terosas, and Davis for introducing this resolution, bilateral ceasefire for Gaza. I was one of the individuals who supported the encampment at UCLA and got very hurt. And I think that one of the most important things that I could implore and sort of underscore to all of you is that the use of violence is really not the path forward at all. This is not the state or community that we want to live in. It's not the community that you all want to live in. And a ceasefire, while potentially symbolic, elevates the very important point that there is another world we can build together, another community driven by a different set of values. We ask for a ceasefire now, and we're grateful.
Thank you very much.
Will Alden?
Thank you to Council Members Wick, Torosis, and Davis for this resolution. My name is Will. I'm a member of If Not Now Los Angeles, which is a group of Jewish Angelenos organizing for safety, equality, and justice for all Palestinians and Israelis and also Jews around the world. I grew up here in Santa Monica. My dad still organizes our annual block party. I have a toddler of my own now, and he loves visiting his grandparents, exploring my old neighborhood. Many have described this war as a war on children. Since October 7th, over 35,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including thousands upon thousands of children. Any parent understands the death of even a single child is a world-shattering tragedy. Our leaders in Israel and in America want us to believe this avalanche of death is necessary to keep Jews safe, but it has never been clear the opposite is true. As a Jew, I know our safety can only come through diplomacy and partnership with Palestinians. I urge the full City Council to approve this critical resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Dorothy Youngman?
Thank you. My name is Dorothy Youngman, and this is my first council meeting. And I must say, I've been very impressed with the important work that you're all doing here. In that context, I'm here to speak about the shared values that we have in Santa Monica of, human dignity, justice, no place for racism, and the elimination, the expression of those values, no tolerance for racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. I think is an important statement and something that we have control over the citizens here. However, I don't believe that this body is the appropriate forum.
Thank you very much.
Next is Igal Youngman.
Hello, evening. Thank you for listening and wait for so long with us. So, ceasefire. Ceasefire is a wonderful thing. If you're talking about, you think ceasefire has really happened. But the history with Hamas for the last 15 years, ceasefire is the first bullet after ceasefire. So all of it, 2 hours a week was from Hamas and Gaza. Now, I agree that we need ceasefire, but I would like to add for you guys a few things. Number one, today here we have 133 people that want to talk. We have today 132 hostages, more than 7 months. That nobody saw them, nobody knows what's going on, what happens to them. You have a Red Cross never saw them. So I think, number one, the first thing you have to write, everybody, first hostages out and go back to Israel. Then we have ceasefire together. But number one, we want to see all the hostages in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adam Hirsch.
My name is Adam Hirsch. I was born and raised in Santa Monica, where I've been a proud member of the Jewish community for my entire life, attending synagogue at Beth Shir Shalom on 19th Street. Half of my family has been a part of the Jewish community in Greater LA since the 1890s, and the other half are refugees and survivors of the Nazi Holocaust. Being Jewish and living Jewishly has always been at the core of my existence, and that is why I urge you today to endorse this resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza, because the Israeli military's genocidal assault on Palestinian people is a crime against our living tradition of B'Tselem Elohim, the commandment to see all people as made in the image of God. Bombing innocent children in the name of ethno-nationalist militarism does not make Jews safer. It in fact jeopardizes the safety of every Jewish Israeli and Palestinian living on the land between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea. And it must end now. As elected officials of Santa Monica, you have a moral and civic obligation to choose peace over war and the release of hostages and all political prisoners over mass death and ethnic cleansing. What legacy will you leave behind for generations of Santa Monica?
Thank you very much.
Templar Soto. Erica Verba. Ms. Verba, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Lola Movesian, Faiza Malik, Denise Barton, John Alley, Jennifer Vaughn, Dr. Ghassan Khoury, Vivian, and Mariah. You may proceed.
Hi, thank you so much for considering this resolution. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Monica and also a Jew. Some people that I know would argue that this resolution, or resolutions like this that you'll be voting on tonight, represents a threat to Jewish people. I believe that the real threat to Jewish people is not to do anything in the face of genocide. The Hebrew phrase tikkun olam means repairing the world. Tonight, the Santa Monica City Council has the opportunity to join with cities across the country and around the world in support of a ceasefire. Help us repair the world. Pass the resolution.
Thank you very much.
Lolo Movsesian.
My name is Lolo Movsesian, and I'm a Santa Monica resident. As an Armenian, when I look into the Gaza, I know it's genocide happening. How do I know that? Because we are the granddaddy of all the genocides. In 1915, Armenians experienced genocide by Ottoman Empire, and the whole world stood by and didn't do anything. And now here we are, 109 years later, and the same thing is happening, and we're standing and we're not doing anything. I'm asking these council members to please go to the place of love and compassion for all the humanity, regardless of all the political agendas or beliefs that you may or may not have, and say yes to 16D. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Faiza Malik. Faiza Malik. Denise Barton. And Ms. Barton, you're signed up several times.
I'm speaking on 16C and 16D.
Okay, so you'll get 2 minutes.
Next, item 16C. Would this be another way for Mayor Brock to show how disrespectful you are about the public's time? Wasn't the purpose of putting public input at the beginning to make it more convenient for the speakers than having to wait until 2 a.m. or longer the way it was before the change was made? Now, why would Mayor Brock want to do that to the residents? Because the last couple of meetings, Mayor Brock has allowed people to speak on Palestine, which is not under the city's purview. So Mayor Brock could have not allowed it to happen, making one wonder if this was all set up to make giving public input at a city council meeting more difficult. Or is this to show how disrespectful you and this item is of the public's time, like frequently in closed session? Next, item 16B. D. In war, you understand you have to pick one side or the other. Because by the action of wanting a ceasefire, you want to keep Hamas in power to repeat October 7th over and over again on the Israelis, as they promised. Also need to take into account how many of Hamas's and Palestinian Islamic Jihad bombs were defective and killed hundreds of Palestinians, such as the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza. Or what about the teen who was shot by Hamas patrol when he tried to grab items from the humanitarian aid shipment? Just so you can see Hamas is in control of humanitarian aid shipments too. In this war, our ally Israel has gone to extensive lengths to protect the Palestinians from harm. And Hamas uses Palestinians and hostages as human shields. But you go ahead and continue supporting the Hamas terrorists, killing the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise.
John Alley. And Mr. Alley, you're signed up several times. Which items are you speaking on?
Mr. Alley, what items were you speaking on?
I'm speaking on 16F and then 16D.
Okay, so you'll get 2 minutes.
I'm here on behalf of 71% of our residents, many unlike you, or the leaders of SMER, who have lost access to the grassy areas of our downtown parks as their backyards for birthdays and family fun. Many can't afford the type of homes that you live in, away from the parks with yards. Tonight, please vote to prohibit any and all city funds and grants to the Venice Family Clinic, the People Concern, Claire Matrix, and any and all other groups who call themselves harm reduction providers distributing needles and glass pipes in our parks and all public areas, directly or indirectly. Now I'm going to speak on 16D. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the Santa Monica Coalition. I'm speaking as an American, a family with Arab, Jewish, and Mexican blood ties. We have local issues you're elected to handle. Here in Samo, we have more homeless individuals per square mile than San Francisco. We have plenty of people in Washington that you can call. Do it on your time. We have people getting hurt, employees that work for the city, from glass pipes. Barbara Ferrer calls our homeless situation and our 3 to 4 deaths a week far greater than COVID. Pick up the phone and call Joe Biden. Had he not released $60 billion to Iran, Iran wouldn't have had the money to give to all of the terrorists that started the October 7th war. Israel would not have attacked the Arabs.
Thank you, John.
Jennifer Vaughn.
Thank you, Council. Since October 7th, both sides have suffered, but especially the Palestinians. The Palestinians are being bombarded every single day. They're suffering on a daily basis. No aid can get into Gaza, and they're suffering at immense losses. So we ask you, for the sake of humanity and a better world, support this ceasefire resolution and send a message to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Ghassan Khoury. Dr. Khoury. Vivian.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for hearing this resolution. All human life is precious, and the targeting of non-combatants in a conflict zone is in violation of all international and humanitarian laws. On January 26, the world's highest court, the International Court of Justice, declared that the Palestinians in Gaza were facing a plausible genocide. Between October 7th and today, over 30,000 Palestinians have died, and 1,200 and more, I'm sure, Israelis. And tens of thousands of Palestinian children have been wounded, and mostly in Gaza, civilians have been wounded and maimed and killed. Roughly half the Palestinians that were killed or wounded in this violence in Gaza are children, and despite international and humanitarian law,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mariah. And Mariah, before you start, I'm going to call some more names. Rabbi Eli Levitonsky, Leslie, Rima, Ignacio Fernandez, Meta Farba, Agantadon, Dorothy Chapman, and Robin Borner. You may proceed.
Thank you. Is it on?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for putting out this resolution, and I wanted to address Councilmember Para, Brock, Negrete, and De La Torre. I really hope you will make this unanimous. It's a very watered down. We're begging and pleading to send the message that we care about people. We care about Arabs, Muslims, Christians. We care about people who are being bombed. We care about people who are homeless everywhere, not just here. And there's just no reason that this shouldn't be unanimous. There is nothing wrong with this. We're just asking them to make a ceasefire to save a few more lives. We can't get back the people that have been lost in the last 7 months, but every single day that we're here, we can all be doing something to stop more people from being murdered, becoming homeless, losing limbs, losing their schools and their hospitals. We have the doctors who are all now on IVs for hydration. We've got to say.
Thank you very much.
Rabbi Eli Levitonsky.
Honorable City Council members, my name is Rabbi Eli Levitansky. I'm the director of the Chabad Jewish Student Center at SMC. I'm native to Santa Monica, being born and raised here. Today, I stood for more than 6 hours alongside Jewish students and faculty at SMC while they were being shouted at and taunted with calls for the annihilation of Israel and death to Jews. All of this was being done at a rally which was promoted under the pretext of calling for a ceasefire. On October 6th, there was a ceasefire that was broken by Hamas, brutally raping, mutilating, and murdering over 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and taking nearly 250 more as hostages. The only ceasefire, if any, that should be called for is that Hamas should surrender and return the hostages. The call for a ceasefire in of itself has been clearly shown to be a facade for many Jew haters. Scenes reminiscent of Austria in 1939 were seen at Columbia, UCLA, and many other schools where Jewish students were violently barred from entering school buildings, all under the call for ceasefire. Although such a resolution does not have any real impact on an international level, it has an immediate effect on Jewish residents of our city.
Thank you very much, sir.
Leslie? Leslie? Rima? Rima? Ignacio Fernandez?
I'd like to make a request before you speak. There are obviously hot feelings on both sides of this issue. I would request in this House, the People's House, that all of you show respect to each other. You can, yes, snap your fingers if you want. Do not make fun of a speaker. Do not act up toward a speaker. I don't care what side they're on. We want to show respect for both sides. I think it's vitally important that we respect each other. I think a lot of you are here because you don't think one side is respecting the other right now. Please, in this house, in your house, please show respect to each other. Thank you very much. Sir.
Yes, my name is Ignacio Fernandez. I am a resident of Santa Monica for 62 years. I am a U.S. veteran. A ceasefire is a win-win resolution because it will save Jewish hostages from Israeli bombing and starvation. It will save countless Palestinians, including children and women. It will prevent Trump from being elected president. It will restore credibility to the U.S. for doing what is morally right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Meta Farbar, Egan Doten? Apologies.
Hello, my name is Mete Brafor Agindotan. I grew up in Santa Monica. I went to preschool, elementary school, middle school, high school, and Santa Monica College. I'm here today to voice my support for the ceasefire resolution because I want to continue to be proud of the city that I come from. I feel very lucky to have grown up in such a safe place and such a diverse place. And today I work as a music teacher. I teach kids on a daily basis. I get to put smiles on their faces. I love my job, but I cannot help but juxtapose all those images of children who have been crushed to death, burned, dismembered, orphaned, and starved. And I believe this shows a complete disregard for humanity on part of the Israeli government and military. And so I'm urging you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. I wanted to really quickly just thank all of my Jewish brothers and sisters who've come today to voice their support for this resolution as well. Thank you for all the conversations you've had to have with the community.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Dorothy Chapman?
Hello, I'm here in support of 16D. I'm reading a statement from Shan Cretan. I have been a Santa Monica resident for more than 48 years. I'm writing in support of the ceasefire resolution drafted by Council Members Zwick, Sorosis, and Davis. I have worked with Israelis and Palestinians committed to bringing peace to the region since the 1990s. As General Secretary of the American Friends Service Committee, I oversaw peace-building efforts in Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. The current situation is devastating for Israelis with family and friends still being held hostage, and for Gazans who have lost homes, family members, friends, and are now facing starvation. Please vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. Yours in peace, Shan Cretin. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robin Borner. And before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Robert Dorner, or Borner, I'm sorry.
That was me as well. I accidentally put my name in twice.
No worries. Randy Ziegler, Marcia, John Williams, Amy Villela, Jamie Keller, and Linda Milazzo. You may proceed.
Council, Mr. Mayor, I'm a student at Santa Monica College, and I also attended the rally that took place today and stood for 6 hours with a sizable group of students that was standing in solidarity with Palestine, and I can affirm to you that it remained peaceful. Your city prides itself on being a progressive bastion, yet you are still refusing to do the bare minimum of passing the ceasefire resolution, where we've already had cities in California, San Francisco, Long Beach, Pasadena, our state capital of Sacramento, Alhambra, Ojai, just to name a few. This is the bare minimum, and you should all be reminded of the power that my generation holds to vote each and every one of you out of office come the next election. 67% of U.S. citizens support a ceasefire. History will remember what you do today.
Thank you, sir.
Randy Ziegler. Randy Ziegler. Marcia. Marcia. John Williams.
Good evening. My name is John Williams. I'm a nurse anesthesiologist, a member of DSALA, and a Santa Monica resident. First, I want to offer my heartfelt appreciation to those council members who have proposed this resolution. I'm deeply inspired by your courage. I don't want to be here. I've already spent a long day at work, but the fact that I've come from a fully supplied and staffed hospital while the residents of Gaza are facing extermination and the complete destruction of their healthcare system is why I can't be silent. As an anesthesia provider, the descriptions of amputations and cesarean sections being performed without anesthesia leave me nauseous. If we believe that all human life is equally sacred, as I do, then Israel's vastly disproportionate response to the horrific attacks of October 7th are unjustifiable. Please, let's show the world that the residents of Santa Monica will speak up against injustice and the horrors of war, that we are on this side of peace and solidarity. Please pass the ceasefire resolution.
Thank you, sir.
Amy Villela. Amy Villela. Jamie Kelleher. Or Kelher. Linda Milazzo. And before you get started, Ms. Milazzo, I'm going to call some more names. Susan Adelman, Paloma, I'm sorry?
To the people staying in the back of the room, we need you to be seated. If you can't find a seat inside, then you'll have to go to the overflow area. Fire regulations say that people cannot be staying along the corridors. Thank you very much.
You may proceed, Ms. Milazzo.
Hi, my name is Linda Milazzo. I'm a Jewish woman. Santa Monica's slogan is, a happy people in a happy city. Well, Palestinians deserve happiness too. Santa Monica is a global destination city. Around the world, there is a majority consensus the genocide in Gaza is abhorrent and must end. Please make Santa Monica a city aligned with a majority of Americans and international community. Make Santa Monica a place of peace, supporting the comfort and happiness of all people. Vote yes for a ceasefire so Palestinians can be happy too.
Thank you very much.
Give me a minute, my list is jumping.
Jamie Kelleher.
Oh, okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Jamie. I'm a Jewish resident of Los Angeles, and I want to say that I think voting against a ceasefire resolution is normalizing a genocide. Our federal government is not responding to the 80% of Democrats who support a ceasefire, but local government is supposed to be more representative of the constituents, so I really hope you can hear us tonight. As a Jewish Angelino, I do not want my identity to be weaponized to promote senseless destruction and killing in Palestine. A foreign fascist government cannot speak for an incredibly diverse diasporic people with nuanced political perspectives, and a ceasefire is so far from a radical demand. It does not serve anybody to continue with a campaign of terror, not innocent Palestinian civilians, not Israelis living in an increasingly radical political landscape, and not the hostages. I'm horrified as an American Jew at the U.S. government's explicit funding of this genocidal war. As a constituent, please hear me and speak for me. The moral choice could not be more clear. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Adelman. Ms. Adelman, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Paloma W., Debbie Paperman, Lawson Adams, Karan Randhawa, Rosima Tar, and Rebecca Khan. You may proceed.
My name is Susan Adelman. Our family has lived in Santa Monica for over 30 years. Our children attended Santa Monica schools. On April 23rd, during Passover, I appeared here to advocate that you place a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. Thank you for doing so. Tonight, I am here in hopes that you will pass the resolution. I am a Jew. Israel is not a Jew. Israel is a state, and as such must abide by international laws and conventions. The assault on Rafah is unconscionable. Children are dying. I will do everything I can to end the genocide. Israel does not speak for me, not in my name. And Congress, 90 members of Congress have now signed on to a ceasefire resolution. They listen to you. Pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paloma W., Debbie Paperman.
Hello, my name is Debbie. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I've spent a lot of my time volunteering for certain members of council because I believed in them. And I'm thinking that people are forgetting that today is also May 14th, which is Yom Ha'atzmaut, which is Israeli Independence Day. And that's shameful that this is not only is this being brought up, but being brought up on this day is the most horrifying thing. We should be here, like Santa Monica, like LA City Council did last week, honoring Jewish American Heritage Month. We shouldn't be here talking about something that had nothing to do with Santa Monica, nothing to do. There was a ceasefire on October 6th before.
Excuse me, can you please show respect to the speaker? Thank you.
I came here today as a proud Jew, as a proud person that did their undergraduate degree in Jewish studies, has spent so much time in Israel, understands that nobody wants to have death. Nobody wants to have the things that are going on. But we know that us in Santa Monica are not going to make a difference. It's going to make it harder for Jews. It's going to make it more anti-Semitism fester. That's what's going to happen. The only people that can change this is Hamas, and that's their decision. So I beg you to not pass this resolution because it's only going to be harmful to Jews. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I lost my, Lawson Adams.
Good evening, Council. As a student at Santa Monica College, I was also present at the rally today, and I affirm that it was 100% peaceful. I also served in the U.S. Navy for 4 years, and I am appalled at the violence our country is currently complicit in against Palestinians. Saturday morning of the 11th, I wept, something I don't usually find myself doing as I scroll the emotional casino that is social media. I had landed on a video of a Palestinian child singing inside the safety of his home. Only there was no safety. The precious sound of innocence was abruptly cut short by the hideous detonation of a bomb, tragically ending his life. I desperately wish that I knew his name so I could honor him here today. And he is just one of the approximately 16,000 children Israel has thus far ripped from the world with our material support. And for what? For freedom? I'm not aware that freedom is possible under occupation. Is it for democracy? Is democracy possible under apartheid? Surely it is not for upholding the rights of sovereign nations, because contrary to...
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Karan Randara.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for your time. As resident of the community, I am here because I want the city of Santa Monica to be an example of a city that stands for humanity and the well-being of all its community members. As a nurse who works in this community with children and disabled children, I cannot stay silent as my tax dollars fund and Israel with arms to carry out the targeted killing of my fellow nurse peers and healthcare workers, with over 29 hospitals destroyed and over 700 dead healthcare workers and patients, and 35,000 dead innocent civilians. As a nurse, I treat all patients with equality regardless of race, religion, and gender identification. Not only are our schools understaffed, so are our hospitals of nurses. For the last several months, my children and I have been subject to Islamophobic and hateful speech directly targeted at us in public parks, recreation centers, schools, and spaces. As a member of this community, my children and I have a right to safety and protection, and as council members, it is your duty and responsibility to ensure the safety of the community here. And as members of public service, it's our collective duty.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Rosima Tar.
City Council members, thank you for your time. I just heard Councilwoman say how important the issue of homelessness is, so please pass the resolution for ceasefire for the homeless people of Gaza. Please put Santa Monica down as the city who supports peace and is anti-war. Please stop the genocide and make no mistake that it is one where water is controlled, aid not allowed to go in, and healthcare has been eradicated. And no safe zone for civilians. We're all human beings. We all may look different on the outside, but we feel the same emotions within. And I know that because God says in the Quran, "O humankind, we have made you into nations and tribes so that you may get to know one another. The noblest of you in God's sight is the one who is most righteous." So the righteous action is that no one should lose beloved family members. No one should be taken hostage. No one should be displaced from their homelands forcefully, and certainly there should never be collateral human losses. I implore the council members to support the ceasefire.
Thank you very much.
Rebecca Khan. And Ms. Khan, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Dr. Corey, Ghassan Corey. Carl Verlaine, I think she spoke. Thea Krizmanich. Peter Himmelman. Jonathan Foster. Arnold Seed. Jennifer Roth Krieger. And Mervette Jude. You may proceed.
Is it gonna start the timer?
Once you start, I'll start.
Okay, gotcha. Hi, my name is Rebecca. Thank you so much for hearing from all of us tonight. I've been able to listen to and see the words of people that have written in their emails, and I know that you have heard from Israelis, you've heard from children of Jewish Holocaust survivors, you've heard from Jewish clergy, you've heard from Jewish clergy's children. You have heard so many Jewish voices speaking up and talking about how this is not an anti-Semitic resolution, so I'm not going to belabor that point. Instead, I'm going to talk about two Jewish values. The first being pikuach nefesh, the importance of saving a life. That is ultimately why we are here. We are here for pikuach nefesh, the Jewish value that supersedes all others. Another Jewish value that anchors why I am here today is koach hadibor, the power of speech. This is a symbolic resolution. Symbolism has power. Words have power. That's why we're all here, and that is why this resolution, while symbolic, is a powerful resolution that I urge you to vote yes on.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Corey?
Thank you, City Council members, beloved guests. I'm here speaking as a Palestinian-American doctor and a community member here in Santa Monica. I've been living here for several years, and I'm a huge advocate for community. And I think not passing a ceasefire resolution will cause more division in the community of Santa Monica. And I'm really sad today and disturbed by the people who are coming here to say no for a ceasefire resolution. It's like during the Holocaust, People were advocating for killing Jews all over the world. And now we look back at that and say, oh my God, that was so embarrassing. How could they do that? And now we're doing the same by not passing a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take 2 minutes from this gentleman.
Sure.
So you'll get a total of 2 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the gentleman's name?
Chaim Telashevsky.
Is he on your list?
I don't see him on my list.
Did you sign up,
but
sir?
It's a very long list, so.
Yes, I did.
You signed up at the queue together?
Okay.
Not together.
No, but you signed up at the queue. What is your name?
My name's Peter Himmelman.
I'm sorry?
Peter Himmelman.
Himmelman, okay. You may proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to what you just said. The equivalence of the Holocaust. It didn't seem like Jews in Germany were burning babies in ovens. Don't
Can
talk
we
when I'm
please be
talking.
quiet?
I don't think they were killing children in front of their parents. So that's a little, yes, I'm just.
All right,
talking to
hold
him
on,
for a
hold on,
second.
sir.
Yes.
Again, I've asked all of you to please, ma'am, please be respectful of everyone speaking. Period, no matter what they say, whether you agree or, whether you agree or not, or we'll have you removed from the room. Thank you. It doesn't matter, ma'am. Ma'am.
We don't respect mendacity.
Okay, we need all of you to be quiet so every speaker gets equal time and gets the peace to speak their mind. I've asked you once, I'm asking you again. Please show respect. Thank you for everyone, regardless of what they say, regardless of whether you agree or disagree. I would appreciate it. The council would appreciate it. Your fellow residents would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to let you start again. And could you please...
Mayor Brock, we can't sit here while Islamophobes talk. So you're asking us to respect Islamophobia.
Just stop, all of you.
Are you all of you calmed down now? Thank you so much. Sir, if you could address us, not the audience.
Certainly will.
We're going to give you your 2 minutes over again.
Thank you very much, Mayor. An interesting thing, a disturbing thing happened to me apropos of what seems to be going on here tonight. On October 10th, just 3 days after the massacre of Jews in Israel, the unprecedented massacre of Jews, unprecedented, never happened since the Holocaust, speaking of the Holocaust. I was walking home from synagogue with a Persian woman, an elderly woman, who had escaped with her life from the revolution in 1979. We were walking peacefully down 22nd Street towards my home, where I lived for 36 years in Santa Monica, and I saw before me on the sidewalk, in red paint, "Get out of Santa Monica, you effing Jews." Now, did that have anything to do with Israel's attack? They hadn't done anything. They were burying their dead. The ceasefire does one thing really well. It keeps Hamas in power. Hamas is not like us. Hamas is an evil, vile, barbaric terrorism regime. The United States knows that. The Western countries in Europe know that. I will do something different here tonight. I will mourn the deaths of the Palestinian children. I was sitting next to two very intelligent people from the, quote, opposition. They were inspiring to me. I cry for them. And I have a solution for the entire thing. The resolution should be Hamas surrenders. Hamas frees all the hostages. I have not heard that anywhere. It is a simple fix. I reject this resolution entirely. Not only is it symbolic, but it is wrong to allow primitive
Thank you, sir.
into power.
Thank you.
Thea Krismanich? Okay. Jonathan Foster?
Does it actually say that?
It says that? Hello, get a 16 C and D.
So you get 2 minutes.
Okay, you're gonna go 20 minutes and then put the rest later. It's about like 10 people, right? It really should be about 30 minutes and about 15 people. And really, I don't approve because, like I said before, I'm supposed to hear the discussion and comment about the discussion. And you never do this. This is poor government. You know, I like you guys a lot. I said I'd throw you under the bus, you know, and I'm sorry to be upset with Phil a little bit. I wasn't really upset with you, just to sit, but I just wish that that you guys would figure out what you know, the real government that we used to have, like in 2018 or something like that. And you were already getting away from this. I saw you were doing discussions, but you would take public input before the discussion back then. So, all right, so on 16D, is that what it is? It says all forms of hate. And personally, I'm sick of the hatred of Jesus. These events have seemed to embolden Jews in their unbelief of the Holy Ghost is Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. You will have no peace without Jesus. The Holy Ghost was the cloud that wrote the law to Moses. The Holy Ghost was in the ark that spoke to Moses. The Holy Ghost became flesh. The Holy Ghost was in the burning bush. All four Gospels say that Mary was found of child of the Holy Ghost. They call her a prostitute. That's hatred. Genesis 3, the voice of the Lord God walking is the Holy Ghost. And that's the same Holy Ghost that walked on water. They call the whole Christian church anti-Semitic. They call the New Testament anti-Semitic. And this hatred has to stop. The hatred of Christians. And the hatred of not believing on Jesus.
Thank you.
Arnold Syed?
Briefly, I've lived in Santa Monica. Arnoldside's the name. I lived in Santa Monica for 45 years. I worked at St. John's Hospital as a surgeon. I know about injuries. I know about taking care of people. And I know that this resolution will not quit any of the problems, any of the killing that's going on in Israel and Gaza right now. When the Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, they took it over from the Palestinian Authority. They threw them all off of the roof. They killed them. The same type of barbarism that they used when they started this war. Now, I'm against killing. I'm against bombing. I'm against children dying. Believe me. I'm not an evil person. I don't think I am, and I don't think you should think I am. But what I am against is these people who want to keep the war going. I think it's naive to say if Sunak and Qatar and Egypt and all of the Arabs and Blinken and Biden and all of them haven't been able to stop this war, it's naive for us to sit here and wave our fingers in the air.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Jennifer Roth Krieger, I'm sorry.
Microphone.
Oh, good.
There you go. Start over.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Roth Krieger, and I'm here on item 16D. I've lived in Santa Monica for 35 years. I've raised 3 children here, all of whom have gone to Santa Monica schools from elementary through high school. I've seen the city struggle over the years with homelessness, crime, housing crisis, and retail vacancies, to name a few. Tonight I'm here representing many families in our community because there's a new concern in the city, fear and anxiety amongst the city's Jewish residents. The people you represent, a rise in anti-Semitism, graffiti around the city, harassment on our school campuses, and an increase in incidents of hate crimes in our city and county. Councilman Zwick, this is what the City Council should be discussing, along with other issues that impact how to improve safety for Santa Monica's children, no
Thank you very much.
Mervet Judah, and before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Rabbi Naomi Levy, Justin Baltz, Afroz Bari, Timothy Arnold, Muhan Bagai, Rabbi Chaim Telashevsky, and Zoe Montaner. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Reason we're here today is because we are funding this genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Let's talk about Santa Monica. $1.7 million of tax dollars from Santa Monica fund this war. Is that money better spent in our schools? Is that money better spent at taking homeless people off the streets? Yes. Let's talk about Gaza. What's left in Gaza? 90% of Gaza is destroyed. Every single university's been blown up. You're worried about some students doing campus universities? How about bringing back the university has been blown up? How about over 100 mosques have been blown up? How about only 600 Christian Palestinians are left in Gaza? How about the fact that I'm from West Bank and my family's land is not being stolen in 1948, it's being stolen in 2024. We're here to beg. We're here to beg for a ceasefire to stop the killing, because when killing and genocide is happening, it is the duty of everyone to stop it. Ceasefire now!
Just Naomi Levi, Rabbi Naomi Levy, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Brock and members of the City Council. I'm the spiritual leader of Nashuva, a Jewish community that proudly holds services in Santa Monica. Today is Yom Ha'atzmaut, Israel Independence Day. Today is Israel's 76th birthday. Usually in Israel and across the world, this is a day for Jews to celebrate the survival of the Jewish state. But this year, today's celebration is a somber one. So many innocent lives have been lost due to an unprovoked terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th. We seek the return of Israel's hostages who have been brutally kidnapped. It strikes me as tone deaf for the Council to be weighing any resolution on the war between Israel and Hamas on this day. I, of course, do pray for a peaceful resolution to this conflict. I pray for the day when Israelis and Palestinians can live in security and peace. I approach you today to urge you to make the centerpiece of any by this Council.
Thank you very much.
Justin Baltz.
Hello, my name is Justin Baltz, and I am a resident of Santa Monica in the West Side for over 20 years. So I come to you as such. And I got to say, it's encouraging to see the community come out to try to do and let their voice be heard for what's right. And also, it's a little discouraging to know that this would be such a tough question for the leadership. A tough question for such a conscious city, supposedly. And a question that was so easy for others to answer. And by others, I mean the entirety of the rest of the world. But the larger question is, what do we expect to be solved by bombing? By sending our bombs to these poor people? Like, what is going to be solved? Has anything ever been solved by this? This is, and I say our bombs because that is exactly what they are. They're our bombs. Are you comfortable with that blood being on your hands? Because I'm not. And I'm here to let my voice be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afroz Bari.
Sorry, when is Thea Prismatic speaking? 'Cause I feel like my name was called before more people were called up.
What is your name?
Thea Prismatic.
Oh, I called you earlier, and you didn't answer. I'll come back to you after the speaker. I called you twice. I called you twice, but it's okay. We'll get you heard. But I did call your name twice. You may proceed, Ms. Bari.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm just shocked that 8 months in, we're still here and there's no ceasefire. I actually don't watch horror movies because they're so scary to me and I get nightmares. But what I've seen unfold over the past 8 months, I've never, ever seen anything like this in my life. I'm in so much pain for the moms who've lost their children, whose limbs have been blown off, who've had to undergo amputations without any anesthesia. I'm not sure in what name or what justifies allowing a country to not allow aid in, food in. Food is being weaponized, and basic medication is not even allowed to get into Gaza. As a mom, I'm just shocked that we continue to see children dismembered. I've seen children pick up body parts and put them in a bag, in a
Thank you very much.
Thea Krismanic.
Hi, my name is Thea Krismanic. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I also am a healthcare worker who works in Santa Monica. And I would like to speak about the experience as a Jewish person. I would like to speak about the experiences that I've had as a Jewish person experiencing anti-Semitism from other Jews. This has been a horrific experience, something that I never thought I would experience in my lifetime. I've seen it. I've been kicked, spit at, shoved, and also like gaslit by people that are supporting Israel. And it's just so shocking to me to hear outright lies that are then debunked in real time in front of you. It's shameless. We need to participate in the future here and move towards protecting all Jews by not accepting these lies. This is crazy. Please protect Jews.
Thank you very much.
Timothy Arnold.
Council for putting this resolution on the agenda. My name is Timothy. I'm a proud community member of Los Angeles, and I'm here to demand that this council pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza and use their political and cultural capital to send a clear message to the Biden administration to bring an end to this genocidal war. I have found myself asking what one of my ancestors, former councilwoman and mayor of Santa Monica, my great-aunt Christine Emerson Reed, would do sitting in your place now with over 14,500 children killed, entire families erased from the civil registry in Gaza, and innumerable lives destroyed. This is not what justice for the crimes of October 7th looked like. It is our money that funds the continuation of this genocide. It is our silence that allows hospitals and schools to be bombed and burned into dust, and it is our responsibility to stop this. I cannot wash from my hands the blood that has already been spilled, but I can use my voice to say no more and to demand that you, as public servants and as our leaders, do the same. Vote yes, free Palestine.
Thank you very much.
Muhan Bagahi. Muhan Bagahi. Okay. Zoe Montaner. And before you get started, Ms. Montaner, I'm going to call some more names. Valida Carroll. Asaya Juma. Majid Harb. Nasia Solakovic. Isaac Yerushalmi. And Riyad Shalk. You may proceed.
How much time before
How
we
many
start?
items are you speaking?
Because I'm speaking for 16C and 16D, and I got 1 minute that was donated.
And who has donated the minute to you? That person needs to come up.
Oh, no, it was written with Mr. Mota, your assistant.
Where is the person now?
Oh, I didn't know that she has to come here.
Yes, they have to stay.
Oh, he didn't told us that. Sorry.
It's in the rules.
Yeah.
So you get 2 minutes.
Thank you. Speaking on 16D, thank you, Council Members Swick, Toroses, and Davis. On September 24, 2013, Santa Monica became the first city in LA to sign the Charter for Compassion unanimously. Councilwoman Gleam Davis was part of that vote. The Charter for Compassion specifically has language that the city signed. The principle of compassion lies at the heart of all religious, ethical, and spiritual traditions, calling us to always treat all others as we wish to be treated ourselves. In that document, it says further down that we therefore call upon men and women to restore compassion to the center of morality and religion, to return to the ancient principle that any interpretation of scripture that breeds violence, hatred, or disdain is illegitimate. Please vote to support this resolution to cease fire. In item 16C, that Mayor Brock requested. After the break, I went home and I read Dr. Anita Phillips, who is a trauma therapist, speak on the difference between power and control. We need to understand what power is and what control is. Control is a cheap substitute for power. Trying to limit people's voices at the end of a meeting when you know that residents are working and going to school and need to take care of their homes is an attempt to control the narrative that is in this room. And to put residents at the end when you campaign for residents is bad.
Valida Carroll?
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Valida Carroll? Valida Carroll. Okay. Asaya Juma?
I'm born and raised in this wonderful city of Santa Monica. Santa Monica has always been a city of inclusivity, regardless of your race, religion, or financial status. We are all one human race, and every person should have the right to clean water, safety, security, and healthcare. In Gaza, the civilians don't have access to any of the above. The city has always stood with human rights, and Santa Monica should request a permanent ceasefire. I'm lucky to be born in Santa Monica, while those born in Gaza are not so lucky. And we need to stand up for human rights and those who don't have a voice. Every person should stand up for human rights. This is not about religion, it's about humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Majeb Harb?
Some food for thought. Just imagine that the $95 billion that the Congress had passed to foreign countries to kill people, imagine if these were used for the benefits here, because we need it very much. Now, 45 years ago, I came to America. America, to me, like to the billions of people around the world, was the fulfillment of the human aspirations of freedom, justice, and equality, which is ingrained in every human soul, basically. Now, we are at the brink of destroying all of these achievements because some of those politicians in Washington, D.C. sold their souls to the highest bidders of the special interest group lobbyists or to foreign government. That is why it's imperative on us, we the people, and our elected local officials.
Thank you very much.
Nasia Solakovic?
Hi, my name is Nasia. I'm not a resident of Santa Monica, but I'm just Santa Monica adjacent, Brentwood, and Lord knows I pay enough in parking tickets to get a say here. So I'm an ethnic cleansing survivor from Bosnia. I know war. I know disproportionate response. My hometown is the largest siege in modern warfare history since World War II. What we're seeing in Gaza makes Sarajevo look like child's play. And the fact that what happened to my people is considered ethnic cleansing, and we can't even approach that subject when it comes to the Palestinians, is absolutely inhumane and insane to me. So the fact that this isn't like a local issue is absolutely wrong. This is the second country I immigrated to as a refugee, and I waited 2 years to do it. Be on the right side of history. This is absolutely insane what we're seeing.
ceasefire now. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Isaac, Yerushalmi?
I give him, my name is David Norman, I give him my 1 minute.
David,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. My name is Isaac Yerushalmi. I've been a Santa Monica resident for over 25 years, and I'm here in opposition to this resolution. As a Mizrahi Jew, I was born into this conflict. My grandfather was nearly stabbed to death in Cairo by Arab nationalists in 1948 because he was Jewish. My mother fled Egypt as a refugee in 1968 due to unbearable anti-Semitism. In 1979, my father's side fled Iran during the Islamic Revolution because of severe hostility towards Jews. In all of these cases, they claimed their actions were in the name of anti-Zionism. Despite my family's experiences, I committed much of my life to peace between Israelis and Palestinians. At 22 years of age, I moved to Jerusalem and founded an NGO that was focused on educating internationals about the conflict through firsthand experiences. We took pro-Israeli groups to Palestinian refugee camps and checkpoints and pro-Palestinian groups to southern Israel to witness the trauma of Hamas terrorism. We encouraged everyone to engage with different perspectives to be more effective in aiding peace, justice, and coexistence. I share this to help you understand where I'm coming from. I come here today as someone who's deeply invested in Santa Monica, but also deeply invested in the people and geopolitical complexities of Israel and Palestine. The resolution before us polarizes our city and is problematic for several reasons. First, it relies on statistics from Hamas. Regardless of whether these figures are echoed by UN agencies or NGOs, their origin is Hamas, which has a history of providing unreliable data. Second, the resolution calls for a bilateral ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, and this is a political resolution. Third, and most critically, the resolution aims to apply pressure. However, only Israel responds to American pressure. Hamas is immune to it, is incentivized to delay agreements so long as the pressure on Israel continues to mount, prolonging the conflict and increasing the loss of life. This is a fundamental piece to Hamas's strategy. They did this during the 2014 war when they repeatedly rejected ceasefire offers while international groups ramped up pressure against Israel, and they're doing it again today. This is a complicated issue. Unfortunately, I don't have more time to talk about it, but I do think that this resolution is going to empower groups that are totally inconsistent with the City of Santa Monica's values, and for this reason, the resolution should be opposed. And by the way, most Jews in Israel have...
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Riyad Shauk?
Hey,
You're on.
Cool, okay, yeah. My name is Riyad. I was born in Cedar Sinai, raised in Santa Monica, lived here my whole life pretty much. I just wanted to say that we should vote for peace. We shouldn't allow our bombs to be bombing people. Bombs shouldn't even be allowed in the world, like from any sides, anywhere. In my religion, we say to kill one innocent soul is like killing all of humanity, and the same thing for saving one soul. It's like saving all of humanity. So, if that means voting for a ceasefire, we should vote for a ceasefire. Yeah, and I also want to say our values. I'm a Muslim. Our values are pretty much, I feel like it's the same from the values I heard when people quoted Judaism. Same values, just different core beliefs. We're not anti-Semitic at all. All people should be respected.
Thank you.
I'm going to call some more names. Craig Ali, Nadine Al-Waldi, Taylor Rayland, Joanne Berlin, Einat Kiwi, Joshua Martinez, and Michelle Prince.
Did you guys already call Valida in the round before?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Valida Carol.
I was before. I signed in.
She was right
her.
before me.
Valida Carroll? Yes, I did. You can come on up. I called you, yes.
Esteemed Santa Monica Council members, my name is Valida Carroll. I moved to Santa Monica when I first touched ground in Los Angeles in 1994 as a refugee immigrant from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I attended Santa Monica College for 2 years before transferring to UCLA. Santa Monica, what? Number one in transfers, right? To UC system. Today, I work in Santa Monica. Cities, towns, and counties routinely and properly send petitions to Congress for all kinds of requests. This is allowed under Clause 3, Rule 12, Section 18 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. This clause is routinely used to accept petitions from cities and memorials from states all across the U.S. Indeed, one of the purposes of local government is to represent its citizens before the Congress, the legislature, and administrative agencies in matters over which the local government has no power. Even in matters of foreign policy, it is not uncommon for local legislative bodies to make their positions known. Do not.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Craig Ali.
Good evening. On behalf of the Church in Ocean Park, we, the board members of the Church in Ocean Park, mourn the loss of life in Israel and Palestine. We express our desire for peace in the Palestinian territories in Israel, and we call on President Biden and Congress and you to push for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and end to the siege of Gaza. We also, when people disagree with us about the statement or other things, we will not demonize them, but listen and hope to bring out new understanding. We urge you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nadine El-Awaldi. Nadine. Taylor Raylan. Taylor Raylan. Joanne Berlin.
I'm also a member of and actually chair the administrative board of the Church in Ocean Park, which passed that resolution for ceasefire back in February. And I'm here to applaud Council Members Zwick and Liam Davis and Council Member Torosis for putting forth what I think is a very, quite a well-written resolution. One of the things that stands out to me about it is the wisdom of saying that further shedding of blood in Gaza and the infliction of more pain and anguish will not bring peace and security to either Palestinians or Israelis. And the cycles of violence and retribution in Israel and the Palestinian territories for the better part of a century cannot be broken with more of the same kind of violence. So I think that.
Thank you very much.
Einat Kiwi. Einat Kiwi. Joshua Martinez. Joshua Martinez.
Hi, council members. I'm not from Santa Monica. I come from the beautiful city of Pasadena, which I'd like to remind you all passed the ceasefire resolution months ago. You know who also passed ceasefire resolutions? Dozens and dozens and dozens of other cities. I mean, this is happening whether you guys like it or not. Does Santa Monica really want to be left behind Pasadena? Is that really how you want to be remembered, guys? Anyways, these ceasefire resolutions matter because my organization, Latino Muslim Unity, our passing of the resolution in Montebello pressured Congresswoman Linda Sanchez to vote against an Israeli arms deal. So to say that these don't matter is just not true. So we believe in you, do the right thing, ceasefire now.
Michelle Prince.
Again, please don't clap. You can snap your fingers. We'd like to keep it with honor for everybody. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Prince, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Itay Klein, Sharon Ben Ruhi, Suleiman Adimi, Amelia Hall, John Seeley, Majani, and Lee Garam. You may proceed.
Honorable council members, Mayor Brock, City of Santa Monica staff, my name is Michelle Prince, and I'm here as a 30-year resident of Santa Monica, urging City Council to not adopt this resolution. Thank you for your dedication to your work in the City of Santa Monica in housing, safety, sustainability, transportation, but I beg you to not take a political position on an issue that is beyond the scope of our city and to vote no. City councils are to enact city policies and laws, not to weigh in on nuanced and complex international issues. This resolution takes away your attention from issues affecting our city. The City Council is being used to spread anti-Israel sentiment in a large public forum. I seek peace, the release of our hostages and their bodies, and the end of death of all innocents. I request stay out of Middle East.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Itay Klein.
Do I have 1 or 2 minutes? The gentleman who gave me a minute on the machine had to leave, so it's
No,
one.
you only have 1 minute. You have to stay.
Got it. Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Itay Klein. I'm a resident and a business owner here in Santa Monica.
I'm Jonathan
The-
Brown. I'm giving him my.
You can't do that. You have to sign up together at the kiosk.
I did sign up.
At the kiosk with,
I will give him my minute.
is that okay?
That's fine. Fine with me.
It's not-
It's
it's a-
not, the clerk, city clerk is the maker of the rules.
Hey, oh, no, I'm not. I'm like,
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. The council is making a grave mistake by inserting itself into the Israel-Hamas war. I met some of you when you were running for office and celebrated your appointments. Never did you indicate that you will use your office to solve a divisive foreign affairs resolution here in our city. I don't recall the council passing resolutions on the Congo, Ethiopia, Syria, the plight of the Uyghurs or the Yazidis, recent conflicts that have taken the lives of millions. But as for the resolution itself, it shows the council's lack of knowledge, cherry-picking issues on what mushroomed to a seven-front war and seek to deny Israel's right of self-defense. How does the council intend to bring bilateral ceasefire while also calling for end of Hamas rules? Has it not dawned on the council that Hamas broke the last negotiated ceasefire and rejected a new one? Your resolution calls for a democratic future. Sounds good, yet Hamas came to power through a democratic process. It was voted in. And what about the hundreds of displaced Israelis? And why are you only mentioning the Israeli hostages? What about the American hostages who are still being kept in captivity on day 221? The resolution refers to prisoners' due process, perpetuating false narratives without evidentiary basis. That's negligence, intentional reinforcement of anti-Semitic tropes. Instead, it gives platform to blood libels of apartheid and genocide. The civilian loss of life is a result of a demonic, violent terror group that spent 20 years and billions of dollars building a fortress of human shields and embedded itself into civilian population. Take a look from the head of urban warfare at West Point. He just said 2 weeks ago, Israel has created a new standard for urban warfare. He knows a thing or two about urban warfare. Israel has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in the history of warfare, above and beyond what international law requires, and more than the US did in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Or why does the council call on Egypt to open its border to let civilians out and allow aid to go back in? Despite the language of the resolution suggesting popularity...
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Again, I'd like everyone to show respect, and that means being quiet while everyone else is speaking. Thank you for your cooperation.
Sharon Boo Ruhi.
Wow, this is intimidating. I've never done this before. I'm a resident of, I'm American Israeli, very proud Israeli, very proud of my country, very proud of my nation, very proud of my people. I was born during the war, in the 67 war. I've always, my whole life, have known war. I'm here to, I don't have a speech. I'm here to speak from the heart, from the people of Israel. We have wanted peace. Peace. All of our lives, we've wanted peace. The city of Santa Monica has no business to deal with such a complex issue. Please, thank you so much for working so hard on fixing our homeless issue. Bringing our community together is what you need to do. This resolution, ceasefire, will not do anything. Please remember what this is not a war. This is Islam.
Thank you very much.
Suleiman Adeyemi.
Honorable Council, Mayor Brock, thank you for courage for taking this resolution. Mr. Swick and Caroline DeRosas. This is not an easy resolution to pick up, and I hope that you adopt it. As a Muslim, the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Muhammad said, if your brother is being oppressed, get him out of oppression. If your brother is an oppressor, help him. Tell him to get out of the oppressing people. And this is what people say, well, how do you tell your brother who is oppressing people? How are you going to give him help? Give him help, be honest with him that he's oppressing the people. I have brought these 4 books here. This is the Holy Bible, the Red Letter Bible, the Holy Grain of Bibles. This is the Catholic Bible. This is the Nevum, the Old Testament, which is not the...
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sir, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Amelia Hall. Amelia Hall.
Happy Nakba Day, everybody. My name is Amelia Hall. I'm a volunteer with Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm here to ask you to vote yes on this resolution. I'm also asking for you to disclose and divest from the apartheid state of Israel. So let's talk about some ethnic cleansing. My father, Amid Mohammed Baji, was born in a village an hour north of Gaza called Wadi al-Hawarith. I shared this previously in the same room. I would like to talk a little bit more about it. In March 1948, the Israeli paramilitary, before the IDF, called the Haganah, came to my father's village, separated the Jews from the Muslims who had lived together for thousands of years. My family were Samaritans before they were converted to Islam. They forced my father and his family to leave after executing 5 people because they were Muslim. This is the Nakba, 700,000 plus Muslim and Christian Palestinians forced from their homes. Let's talk about apartheid today in the West Bank. Israeli Jewish settlers have Jewish-only roads, Jewish-only license plates, Jewish-only housing, Jewish-only sidewalks, Jewish-only access to subsidized housing. They have a right to return. I have no right to return my father's homeland.
Thank you very much.
John Seeley.
Well, I want to thank the people who introduced the resolution. I also want to thank all the wonderful people in the audience, Jews, Muslims, Christians, atheists, whatever, for their thoughtful comments. I'm here in part to speak for Americans for Democratic Action, Southern California, which passed in October a resolution for both a ceasefire and a cessation of shipment of offensive weapons that can be used on civilians. I'm glad you took this matter up. Don't pay any attention to people who say it's not your business. You are a good vehicle of transmission to our congressman, Mr. Liu, who will not meet with his constituents on this issue. So maybe he'll hear from you. That would be good. A ceasefire is not only in the interest of Palestinians, but the long-term safety of Israel and the interest of Americans whose international respect is...
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Marjani. Marjani. No, that's the next one, Lee Garam. Not yet. Lee Garam.
My minutes to Lee.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Sophie Yerman.
Okay, you may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members, for your service, and thank you very much for your time. My name is Lee Guerin. I'm a Santa Monican, and I'm an active community in various Santa Monica communities. I strongly oppose the adoption of Resolution 16D. Local governments should not adopt resolutions calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. This is not within the preview of our city's council. Without jurisdiction, this resolution has an incredibly limited impact on U.S. policy in the Middle East, and it simply serves as a symbolic effort. This symbolic impact must be weighed against the damage it does to our local communities, given the divisive nature of such a resolution. Us talking about this in a council meeting, the voices that came about in the last 2 hours are inevitably make it that we have to take sides in this incredibly conflict. The nature of our forum creates a deeply polarizing dynamic where our proponents must be either for or against. And this comes at a cost of our finding channels of communication and common ground in all this suffering. Our council should not take a symbolic action when the issue is so complex, so divisive, and so sensitive. There is no win here. Our council should seek to unite us as residents and as community members and help build bridges between our smaller communities despite us having different opinions and experiences. Public comments are an important tool of civic engagement, but 2 weeks ago on the second night of Passover, many of us did not have an opportunity to engage in dialogue. We woke up the next morning, as we see here today, to disturbing image of fellow Santa Monicans in the daily press carrying signs accusing Israel of genocide and calling to stop.
Thank you very much.
That was both your minutes.
That was both minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to call some more names. Maggie, John McAllister, Nadia, Alexandra Enamion, Melanie Campbell, Christy Beku, and Taylor Brophy. You, Maggie?
Hello, I'm Maggie Lang. I grew up here in Santa Monica and went to public schools here. I know a lot of people have come and gone, but one of our organizers wanted to let you guys know that she counted 90 people here in support of the resolution right as you came back from your closed session. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is late, and I think in Gaza too. So please vote for this resolution.
Thank
Nadia?
you, Maggie.
Nadia?
Good evening, council members. I'm here today to ask you to please vote yes in favor of a ceasefire resolution. I'm asking you to use your humanity to amplify our voices since our congressmen and women have not met with us or refused to meet with us when we keep calling on them. We go to them daily by phone calls, by emails. We try to make appointments and they still don't want to hear us. So please help amplify our voices. It's time to call for peace. While this city council meeting has taken place, 48 more people in Rafah have been murdered by this Israeli bombardment. I'm asking you guys please to use your voices. I'm here as an American citizen, granddaughter of a Marine that served 20 years in Vietnam, 2 tours, a brother that attended West Point and graduated, he hates when I say attended, and served in the Army for 10 years and survived in 2006 Israeli's aggression. Please cease fire now.
Thank you, Nadia.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I lost my place. Alexandra Enamoni?
Evening, council members. My name is Alexandra Anemone, and I am a Santa Monica resident, asking you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. All the speakers tonight are arguing for this in different ways because there are as many reasons to argue against genocide as there are humans. I'm going to speak to you about just one of the small ways this issue connects with me. I work in landscape architecture and I spend my days thinking about trees. You may know about the famous olive trees in Palestine, which have been stewarded over generations and which for many people symbolize the connection of Palestinian people to their land. Countless beloved trees and orchards have been destroyed in the past 4 months, and this is a loss that will take generations to repair. I bring this up in part to mourn the ecocide that is being perpetrated alongside genocide, but also to remind the council people that whatever you spend your days thinking about, that thing is likely being destroyed in Gaza. It is being destroyed with our support and with our funding. War will never bring peace, and genocide will never bring safety. I hope that you will stand on the right side of history.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Melanie Campbell.
Hello, I'm here to express my support and urge you to vote yes on item 16D for a ceasefire resolution. We are here in Santa Monica, which is in the United States, and the United States taxpayer dollars, Santa Monica taxpayer dollars, are sending funds and weapons to the Israeli government to carry out genocide upon the Palestinian people and culture. It is imperative that government at every level, including cities, take a stand in calling for a lasting permanent ceasefire. When there's an ongoing genocide, it is the global community's responsibility to take a stand. And the global community has made it loud and clear that that is the right thing to do. So I hope that you take that stand as well. And please vote to support the ceasefire resolution, agenda item 16D. Sending the message to our federal government.
Christine Baku.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Christy Becue, and I am in support of an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I am a pediatric neurologist, meaning I have dedicated my life to taking care of children with brain and nerve disorders. I have seen countless illness, injury, and death in children. And yet, nothing I have seen in my medical career can be compared to the atrocities that have been inflicted on innocent children and families in Gaza, where there is daily, deliberate orphaning, dismemberment, shooting, bombing, and starvation of children. Every day, I see more footage, and I cannot become numb. Rather, every day, I become increasingly horrified how this continues to be funded by American tax dollars. We need a permanent ceasefire now to stop death of innocent lives, to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, to resupply fuel and utilities.
Thank you very much.
Taylor Brophy. And before you get started, Ms. Brophy, I'm going to call some more names. Ellie Levy, Alan Luna, Jayla Marashimi, Mariah Haroon, LaDon M., Marjani, and Helen Sklar. You may proceed.
Hello, council members. My name is Taylor Brophy. I'm a special education teacher in the Los Angeles area. As an educator, my heart has broken so many times in the past 7 months, from the bombing of multiple schools where civilians were sheltering, to the destruction of every university in Gaza, to the deaths of irreplaceable professors, to the thing that I can't get off my mind, the murder of countless numbers of children who remind me so much of my own students, who were also murdered alongside their mothers, fathers, aunts, and uncles. I've been left speechless that this man-made humanitarian crisis is an issue that is up for debate. As someone who is trying to teach her students that it is integral to value every human life, to promote dignity and the sacredness of education, I am asking the council to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ellie Levy, Alan Luna,
Hello, my name is Alan Luna. I'm of Tlaxcalteca and Mexica descent, which is indigenous to Turtle Island, which is where we're all standing. I'm calling today for a ceasefire resolution. The city of Santa Monica has a great opportunity here to be on the right side of history today. As a proud resident and community member of Santa Monica, someone who was born and raised here, I believe that my beautiful city is a perfect city to set an example for the rest of Los Angeles, California, and the country. With over 35,000 people murdered and many more maimed and trapped under the rubble, blood is on the hands of our federal government in Israel. The most humane thing we can do here as a community is to pass a ceasefire resolution. Since the start of the assault on Gaza, we've all seen more dead babies, women, and men than any single person should ever see in their lifetime. Every single day on social media or the news or wherever, we see the impact of what is happening, and there's a reason why we're all here today. A genocide is being televised, and there is no denying this. The question is, do you city council members want to be on the right side of history by passing a ceasefire resolution, or be on the side of history that is complicit in genocide? Ceasefire now. Free Palestine.
Thank you very much.
Jayla Marashimi, Jayla Marashimi, Mariah Haroon, Layden M.
Good evening, Council. My name is LaDawn. I'm a Santa Monica resident, and I'm also a graduate student. And every day I think about the fact that there are no universities left in Gaza. For months now, we've been witnessing a genocide being carried out in Gaza and against the Palestinian people. Killing innocent civilians is never the answer. Israel's retaliation and collective punishment is a war crime. It has led to over 35,000 deaths, and the Israeli government shows no sign of stopping. They are also risking the lives of their own hostages. To remain silent on the catastrophic live-streamed violence is to be complicit in Israel's disregard for human life. I stand for all humans, all human life. Calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire is the best way to honor Israeli and Palestinian lives lost to violence and to prevent any further deaths. If humanity and compassion for human life can't convince you, I want to emphasize that this is very much a local issue. My taxes fund genocide and bombs and weapons that are killing children daily. It's delusional to act removed from this crisis and use the excuse that it isn't a local issue. Free Palestine.
Can you, again, we don't allow clapping in here. Please. Thank you.
Marjani. I'm going to call, Helen Sklar. Helen Sklar.
Ellie. Oh. Helen. Ellie Levy.
No, Ellie, oh, are you Ellie Levy?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
My name is Ellie Levy. I'm an Israeli who is not particularly fond of genocide. And slaughtering children doesn't exactly sit well with me. Rest assured a ceasefire, in fact, will take place. Ineluctably. In the immediate aftermath, Hamas will not be dismantled, neither will the apartheid state of Israel be dismantled. In the intervening time, just more and more children, not yours, will be slaughtered, and in effect slaughtered only to restore the status quo ante, the pathetic status quo ante. Let the historical record reflect that tonight the city of Santa Monica has finally came to the realization that Palestinian children are no less precious than other children.
Thank you very much.
Anastasia, I'm so sorry, Jahid. Anastasia? I'm going to call some more names while you're coming up. Jessica Perrone, Dana Kotler, Yves Martone, Vicky Plax, Miriam Alpern, and Jonathan Aheron. You may proceed.
My name is Anastasia Shahijanova. I'm a resident and graduate of Santa Monica High School. I urge the council and mayor to vote in favor of a resolution for a negotiated bilateral ceasefire in Gaza. We cannot forget that there is a nuclear dimension to this war. Israel is a nuclear power, and as long as the conflict continues, the chances that a nuclear weapon will be used increase every day. Just this week, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said on national television that the use of a nuclear weapon could be justified if Israel cannot win the war. This should frighten everyone in this room to their core. Graham is also not a random fringe politician. He has massive influence. And to propagate the idea that a nuclear strike could advance Israel's interests is dreadful. Nuclear fallout and radiation know no borders. Hundreds of thousands will die in Palestine and Israel. Land, air, water, and food.
Thank you very much.
Jessica Perrone.
Microphone. You're on.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Perrone. I live in Santa Monica. My children have gone to the public schools in Santa Monica. My grandparents, who are Holocaust survivors, were proud residents of Santa Monica. And until this resolution, I have not felt anti-Semitism in Santa Monica. This resolution will do nothing to facilitate peace in the Middle East, but it has already caused and will continue to cause division and pain in our community. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dana Kotler?
Hi, my name is Dana Kotler. I love Santa Monica. It's been my home for 20 years, and with respect to the council, sadly, this resolution will not save a single Palestinian life, end the war in Gaza, or most importantly, bring 132 hostages home, 6 of which are American citizens. But it is causing a real divisiveness in our community. A local ceasefire resolution doesn't begin to address an extremely complex geopolitical issue. Let's get our own house in order. Let's bring our community together. Judging from the jeering and laughing and sneering that I've seen tonight from some of the people here, we really need to focus on our community. Maybe some of the people aren't from our community, but we should be looking at that. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do in our own backyard. We're battling homelessness, as you've addressed tonight, which I appreciate, open drug use, surges of crime. My daughter on the Santa Monica High surf
Thank you very much.
Yves Martone?
I think you need a lot of wisdom to know exactly the right answer, maybe God. Personally, I bet on peace. I may be wrong. Torah says, cursed is their anger, for it is strong, and their wrath, it is cruel. It's against people who take vengeance to an extreme level. I believe everyone or almost everyone here is a kind person when dealing with their own kind and their own people. Now let's expand that to everyone else. Human life is precious, both Israeli and Palestinian. Senator Bernie Sanders stated, Israel has a right to defend itself after the attack of the Al-Qassam brigades, but at a certain point, the counterattack turned into a mission of revenge and random killing that is not acceptable. Death of thousands of Gazans will not bring those killed on October 7 back. Rather, they will harden the hearts of Palestinians and others to seek revenge for the killing of their own families, destruction of their home. If we lived in Gaza, we would not want.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Vicky Plax?
Hi, everyone. My name is Vicky Plax, and I live in Santa Monica. I'm a mom. I have 2 children. 2 daughters are going to Santa Monica schools. And I decided to bring the American flag, not a keffiyeh, not the Israeli flag. I mean, obviously, I support the hostages because these are people, innocent people that have been captured by terrorists. And I just want to let everyone know that we all want peace. Shalom is peace in Hebrew. But this would be nothing, doing nothing to our community. It will just increase anti-Semitism. It will increase my anxiety as a mom for my children going to Lincoln Middle School and to Santa Monica High and Santa Monica College. And it will do nothing to the complex issue of the Middle East, but it will increase the anxiety of our parents and our community instead of bringing us together. I lost a friend who's a Muslim and has been driving my daughters to school for some years. And because of this conflict, we have issues of communicating with one another. We text each other. We don't meet anymore. And this resolution would only draw us further apart. And I implore you to say no to this resolution. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Marion Alpern?
Good evening. Let's hope it doesn't get to good morning. My name is Miriam Alpern. I'm a 27-year resident of the city of Santa Monica. I'm a proud American, I'm a proud Israeli, and unlike most people here, I grew up side by side with Palestinians, Muslims, Druze, and Christians in Israel. I don't hate Palestinians, I only want a better life for them, which would mean Hamas steps aside, leaves Gaza, and the hostages are released. That's not mentioned in your resolution. I stand against your resolution because the day that Israel lays down its arms, there will be no more Israel. The day that our enemies lay down their arms, there will be peace. Let's try for peace. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Aharon? Jonathan Aharon? All right, I'm going to call the last names on the list. Peter Bernstein, Itay Main, Robert Sheary, Haggai Feiner, Michelle Terrar, Asaf, and Ray Schwartz. Peter Bernstein? You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Peter Bernstein. I've lived and worked in Santa Monica since 1976. And I've been grateful every day, every week for the city that we have, and grateful for all the work that's been done to keep it that way. I agree with other speakers. This is not the forum to decide world issues that are so nuanced and complex and have been dealt with for hundreds of years already. And this night is an example that it's more divisive than anything else, bringing this to this forum. And if you were going to pass it, at least amend it to say what Hamas is a terrorist organization. You don't even say that in your resolution, that the world recognizes as a total terrorist organization that wants that they.
Thank you very much, sir.
Itay Maine.
Thank you.
Itay Maine. Itay Maine. Robert Sherry.
Good evening. My name is Robert Sherry. I'm a Santa Monica resident for the last 42 years. I attended Lincoln Middle School and then Santa Monica High School, went on to UCLA. I'm an attorney and a business owner in Santa Monica. I have an early morning appearance across the street in the courthouse with many fine judges. I implore you to vote no for this resolution. Unfortunately, this resolution is more divisive than bridging gaps together. You've seen more acts of anti-Semitism in the last month than I've ever seen in the last 42 years of being a Santa Monica resident. It's everywhere. It engulfed UCLA a week ago, and fortunately.
Hold on a minute, people. Again, we've asked you several times to please show respect for every speaker. I ask you again to respect every speaker, no matter whether you agree or disagree with them. Please be quiet in the chamber. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you start over.
Thank you, Mayor Brock. I appreciate that.
Excuse me? Young lady, I've asked you 3 times now over the course of the last 2 hours to please be respectful. If you can't, you should step outside. Thank you.
This is exactly what I'm referring to. This is the divisiveness we see. We see other Santa Monica residents, I don't even think they're Santa Monica residents, calling for another Santa Monica resident not to speak before the council. Why is that? And what good would come out of this resolution? It's falling into the hands of Hamas. It's frustrating negotiations to get the terrorists done. I've heard genocide, the word genocide, over and over again tonight. But I haven't heard anything about Hamas releasing the terrorists, which is the heart of this whole complex geopolitical situation. So I'm calling for a ceasefire as well. I'd love a ceasefire. Release the hostages. And you know what? We had a ceasefire. October 6th, 2023, there was a ceasefire. There were no Israeli bombs. There was no Israeli killings in Gaza in October 6th, 2023. Let's have that again.
Thank you very much, sir.
You killed the most number of Palestinians before October 7th than any other prior year.
Young lady, could you go outside, please? Thank you. Gentlemen and ladies, I'm going to ask you, for the last time, there's only 3 speakers left. Ma'am, again, I'm asking for the last time, please Be respectful. I'm sad that all of you can't be respectful of every speaker, regardless of your feelings. Part of being mature is being able to respect each other. Please show respect. Thank you.
Ajay Finer,
Yep. That's me.
you're next.
Who's that?
I think you called me Asaf.
What, you're Asaf?
Yeah.
You're after her.
Oh, okay.
You may proceed.
Mayor, council, my name is Haggai. I live here in Santa Monica. Have my kids go to local schools. I was born and raised in Israel. I know this conflict very well. And I want to tell you that if you pass this resolution tonight, aside to the divisiveness you already see and that you've seen, what you're going to do is that you're going to empower Iran and Hamas to continue and stall. Hamas just said no to another ceasefire agreement. It's not going to make a difference, and it's only going to embolden those people who are terrorists, who are controlling the agenda here. It was not Israel's wish to enter Gaza before October 7th. Release our hostages. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much.
Michelle Terrar. Michelle Terrar. Okay. Asaf.
Hi, so my name is Asaf Demak. I'm a parent here, I live in Santa Monica. I have kids that go to the school here. I surf in the ocean. I go to the swimming pool in SMC. I go to the parks. I walk the streets for hours all over Santa Monica. I don't think this crowd represents our city. I'm sorry to say that, but I don't see kafia on the streets. I don't see people talk like that. I don't think these are my neighbors. I'm a board member. I'm the president of our HOA. I'm sorry to say, but I'm against this resolution. I think it's very divisive. I think it's very political. My kids go to school. They just go to school. They're happy there. They can be with friends, with whatever they want to be. They have Arab friends. They have Muslim friends. They have Christian friends. They have Jewish friends. They don't need this. Please don't pass this resolution. Thank you.
Ray Schwartz.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I am speaking to you as a Jew and a student at Santa Monica College. I attended the rally today as a Jew in support of a ceasefire. I was yelled at and mocked by fellow Jews, and this is the anti-Semitism I have experienced from Israeli Jews. I am the direct descendant of Holocaust survivors. Both of my parents were raised by Holocaust survivors, and this has greatly affected me through generational trauma. I can barely comprehend how devastating the impacts of war and genocide have been on Palestinian families and children who will carry this pain for generations to come. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is about protecting innocent lives. Also, politics are inherently divisive. Human rights issues have been inherently divisive over the course of time. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much.
That concludes public input for this evening. And it's after 11, so we need a motion to continue.
Second.
All in favor
We
of,
need to do a roll call.
roll call.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
I was.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes.
Item 16A, appointment to an unscheduled vacancy on the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment for a term ending June 30, 2024. And we have, we have 3 applicants for this position: Jeff Bush, Olivia Walker, and Gerda Newbold. Jeff Bush currently sits in the audit subcommittee, so if he were to be appointed, he'd need to make a choice between this board or the audit subcommittee.
I'd like to nominate Gerda Newbold.
I'd like to nominate Jeff Bush.
I'm sorry, was that Councilwoman Parra? Yes. Any other names? Okay. So I'll call the roll. Councilmember De La Torre?
Hold on one second.
Sure.
If I could ask anyone who's standing to please have a seat if you're going to remain inside the council chambers. Thank you very much.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Bush.
Councilmember Torosis?
Newbold.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Jeff Bush.
Councilmember Davis?
Newbold.
Councilmember Parra?
Jeff Bush.
Councilmember Zwick?
Newbold.
And Mayor Brock?
Jeff Bush.
Okay, that's 4-3. Jeff Bush. Full contract.
Jeff Bush, you're appointed.
The next seat is for the TOTA Advisory Committee. We have one applicant. I just want to note that part of this board is that the SMTT gets a non-binding recommendation. Their recommendation already currently serves on the board, so they declined to serve on the board. The one applicant, they plan to meet again on the 29th, which is the day after our next council meeting. The TOT board meets on June 12th, which is the day after our June meeting. If it's up to council, if they want to continue this appointment until the SMTT has a choice, or has a chance rather, to make a recommendation.
I would suggest that we continue, but council?
Okay, I'm going to continue that one.
Okay, we don't need to vote on that.
Item 16C, request of Mayor Brock that the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager return with an amendment to the city council rules to limit the time period for general public input, or for example, 20 minutes, and to continue any remaining general public input to the end of the meeting.
I spoke to council members in several other cities in Los Angeles, and unanimously I had talked to them about public comment not on items on the agenda, and overwhelmingly each of these cities had a time limit on the start of the meeting for public comment, and then referred after a certain time. In general, West Hollywood, other cities were 20 minutes, Culver City, that at the end of the meeting, anybody who wanted to speak on something not on the agenda could come back at that time. So as much as I hate to limit any type of public comment, I'm concerned about items that are important to residents that are on the agenda not coming up till 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, because we've had some nights where public comment on items not on the agenda have had 30, 40, 50 speakers. So that's why I'm recommending we amend the council rules and take this action. I don't need to go with more. It's just, it's something that's being done in other cities, and I think it would help, again, speed up the people's business, because these items that we're talking about are not part of our agenda. Thank you. Does anyone have any comments? And Councilmember Davis.
So when I first joined the council back in the Stone Age, we did all non-agendized public comment at the end of the meeting. And it resulted in a lot of people being unable to raise issues that they wanted to raise before the council because, you know, either they had childcare issues, had to be to work the next morning. Maybe they were morning people, not night people. And so, you know, having to wait until, you know, sometimes 1, 2 a.m. in the morning to raise an issue. I mean, tonight, for example, we had pedicab drivers come. And they've been very persistent. Back when we did public comment at the end of the meeting, they stayed. But one of the reasons we moved public comment to the beginning of the meeting was twofold. One was to give people the opportunity to have some certainty that if they came and made public comment, they would be able to come in, make their comment, and go home. So it was designed to make it easier for people to make public comment. And of course, the price for that is perhaps more people wanted to make public comment. But I don't see that as a bad thing. I know other cities do have time limits. I've spoken in those other cities. Sometimes I've been able to slip in under the wire, sometimes not. But my impression is it sort of creates a little bit of a Lord of the Flies situation where it's who can get to the meeting list sooner. Because if you know that there's only 20 minutes, you've got to be one of the first 10 people. Otherwise, you're screwed and you got to sit around and wait till the end of the meeting. And the way we all love to hear ourselves talk, that can be quite a long time. So I'm against this. I think, this is the price we pay. During this last public comments, people talk about the value of speaking and having a voice. And I think it's imperative that we give people the opportunity to speak and have a voice, even if it's on something that doesn't happen to be on that evening's agenda. So I understand it's inconvenient. It makes it hard for us to gauge how long a meeting's going to go because we might have 3 people speak, we might have 30 people speak. I know it's tough on staff. I want to acknowledge that because they, of course, have families they want to get home to as well. But I think, one of the most important things we do, and that's, I think, well exhibited tonight, as council members is listen to the public. And I think cutting off, because at 20 minutes, that's 10 people. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to listen to people. The other issue I have, I'll just mention, is we keep talking about trying to go to a hybrid meeting situation. That requires a tremendous amount of extra staff, is my understanding. I can say, for example, at the LA County Committee meeting I attended on school board organization, they took the call-in speakers first for that very reason, so they could sort of get them, if you will, off the books, and the staff who had to let the call-in speakers speak didn't have to deal with it anymore. So I think, we're going to be in a tough position where if we start to go to hybrid meetings and we need additional staff, and we either have to give priority to the people who didn't come to the meeting, which I think the people who took the time to come to the meeting might be somewhat concerned about, so that our staff could go home, or if we had more than 10 people who wanted to speak in a hybrid manner, then staff would have to hang around for the remainder of the evening and then deal with it at the end. So I think in the name of promoting people's voices, we all knew the job was dangerous when we took it, to quote Super Chicken. But I think that, we need to be respectful of the people who want to be heard in this chamber. And so I will not be supporting this. I think we should continue to hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I think it's been very effective in letting people have their voices be heard.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yep, I would just say that as someone who's kind of been in and around various government bodies, public comment takes place at the beginning of our meetings for a very specific purpose, and that's to make public comment accessible to the general public. We already know that if we were to make folks wait until 12, or let's see, what time is it right now, 12:49 a.m. when we're done with our agenda, means that we would be significantly limiting the ability of folks, working families, professionals, people who need to sleep during the evening, to be able to comment. And we all know what we signed up for. This literally is the people's business. It is our honor and privilege to be able to sit here and listen to members of the public. It's our privilege to be able to engage in dialogue, and limiting free speech of our constituents in one of the only methods of direct and unfiltered communication between our constituents and the council members would be a mistake. So I can't support it.
So I'll just briefly comment. I hadn't experienced that before. I value everyone being able to speak, but I also value the work on the agenda. And that, excuse me, is a concern, whether it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But I think we've had some nights where items not on the agenda have taken over our agenda for too long. And we do have an agenda. We do try and work on the people's business. And while I respect our valued pedicab drivers, I'm not sure that if 30 of them showed up, we need to hear from 30 on the same subject before we get to a meeting. That means we start our meeting 1 hour late. And we have important things that concern the residents of the city each time. So, and if you want to extend it 10 more minutes, the 20 minutes is arbitrary, but I think it's worth trying. The same as you said, Councilmember Davis, when you joined the council in 2011, 2010?
2009.
2009, that all public comment not on the agenda was at the end of the meeting. Well, it may have moved the meetings along more, but I don't know if it's fair to let someone sit for 4 to 5 hours. In general, most of the time, I looked at 10 speakers and thought, we generally have less than 10 speakers. But there are the times, and we can all think of the times when we have ended up taking an hour, hour and a half on public comment and then had to start closed session and meetings and be here like tonight, but for a different reason tonight, but at 1 a.m. And I don't believe that the city council makes good decisions at 1 a.m., especially on the business of our city. So that's my concern. So I'll move the item and see if I have a second. If I don't, then I'll be quiet. Do I have a second? And it looks like I don't. So we'll dump the item. There you go. Okay, we move on to 16D, I believe.
Item 16D, request of council members Zwick, Terosas, and Davis that the city council adopt the attached resolution supporting the resumption of a negotiated bilateral ceasefire in Gaza and reiterating the city's condemnation of all anti-Semitism, anti-Arab racism, Islamophobia, and all forms of hate and incitement to violence.
And who would like to start this off?
I'll start it off. That's all right. Try to be somewhat brief in my comments here, but there are a few things that should probably be responded to. First off, I guess I should just start by saying that I don't particularly love it when we as a council must go outside of the boundaries of our city's jurisdiction. And I'm quite aware that as a small city in California, the actions of this council are, on the whole, deeply, deeply insignificant when it comes to one of the most ancient and intractable of conflicts around the world. But two things are true. As a body, we are asked to and we regularly weigh in on issues around the world, from public health programs administered by our county to the rights of women in Iran to the war in Ukraine. That's just enumerating some from the past year, all of which we have no direct power over other than the ceremonial weight of our office. Second, there are clearly a lot of people in our community who feel deeply about this issue and who have brought their feelings to the attention of this body, many of whom have called for us to weigh in. And that's why I chose to do so. The terrible attack of October 7 and the repercussions of the war that have resulted have caused so much pain and suffering in Israel and Gaza, around the world, and right here in our community. Personally speaking, as a Jew, as a father, as a believer in the ideals behind the founding of the State of Israel, And as a close friend to both Israelis and Palestinians who have lost lives and family members in this conflict, these last 8 months have weighed incredibly heavily on my heart. The language before you, which to be frank, I wish more people read closely, was crafted in close consultation with local experts in the field of Holocaust and genocide studies and remembrance, and were an attempt to craft a series of statements so obvious in their factual basis and universal in their values that they might bridge a terrible divide in our community. Obviously, that hasn't quite succeeded, though I imagine it's unlikely that any attempt could do otherwise in this moment. The temperature is too high, the tribalism on all sides runs too deep. But I would encourage everyone in this community and on this dais to read and engage with the words in the resolution itself. It does not demand a ceasefire without preconditions. In fact, there are several, including the immediate release of all hostages taken by Hamas. It does not minimize the violence and victimization of Jews and Israelis. It leads with the terrible tragedy and loss of life on October 7th. It does not draw false moral equivalencies between Hamas, which is a U.S. designated terrorist organization, and the State of Israel. It demands the end of Hamas rule in Gaza. It does not ignore local acts of anti-Semitism. It explicitly calls them out and condemns them. At the end of the day, I am just a father who does not want to see any more kids to die in this conflict. I don't expect people to be happy with each word in this resolution. In fact, if ultra-partisans on all sides come away unhappy tonight, I will call that a win. Of course, if my colleagues have constructive criticism and edits they would like to suggest, I would love to hear them. And to that end, I have been provided a few additional suggestions as well, including the mention that Hamas is listed by the U.S. as a terrorist organization. But I'll leave it at that and let my colleagues speak.
Well, first, I want to agree with Councilmember Zwick with everything he said. And I want to say that it does break my heart a little bit to see the division in our community, because I think in crafting this proposed resolution, and again, the language can be, amended if it need be, it was not an attempt to come down on anybody's side. It was an attempt to come down on the side of peace. And I think that, for me, is what's really important. And it is true. I am confident that world leaders are not sitting up tonight waiting to see what the city of Santa Monica does. But someone made the point, there have been so many horrific things in our history, and the question is, what did you do while they were going on? And unfortunately, I'm not in a position to go to the Middle East. I have bad knees and can't run an armadillo. But what I can do is express my concern for the loss of life on both sides. What happened on October 7th was a despicable slaughter that was uncalled for, and as many have pointed out this evening, broke an existing ceasefire. Nevertheless, what is currently happening in the Middle East is also heartbreaking. And for me, I would hope that, and it may be a completely ridiculous hope, but I would hope that people can see through the emotions. I think we're all feeling very emotional right now, and understand that our goal as a community, our goal as human beings is peace. And for that reason, I think calling for peace is within not only our duty, but obligation, just as human beings, whether we're in Santa Monica or anywhere else in the world. And so I know a lot of people have weighed in on this, people I respect who are much more knowledgeable about the history of the Middle East, the history of, the Jewish fight to have a state established. And this is not intended to in any way be an attack on Israel or an attack on Palestinians. It is simply meant to be a call for peace.
Thank you, and I also want to thank Councilmember Zwick for being very thoughtful about the drafting of the ceasefire, and I would just say the resolution, and I would just say that I don't think any of us come to this lightly in any regard. For months, I'll just speak for myself, received pleading and requests to please do something, because I think that we've heard from many of our constituents that calls to federal and state leaders are falling on deaf ears. And I think that, as Councilmember Davis said, history is watching. And I would say that the resolution has a very clear goal, and I hope that everyone's read it. If you look at section 1 of the resolution, calls for an immediate release of all hostages and an end to Hamas's rule in Gaza, period. And I think that we absolutely and deeply mourn the Israeli and Palestinian lives lost, and we do hope for a safe return of all of the hostages. The rise of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, racism, anti-Arab hate, etc. in this community is deeply, deeply concerning. I know that our city manager, our police department, this is not a new concept, unfortunately, and it's something that all of us take seriously, and we do have to think about how we rise up together as a community against hate, but we stand unequivocally against anti-Semitism. Period. We also need to fight for all of these things together, including peace, because we know the safety of all marginalized communities is intertwined. And we have to address the root causes of this hate. It's very, very unfortunate that the war with Hamas has led to the rise in these incidents, but we need the fair application of international human rights. And this resolution follows the lead of many cities across the country that have called for peace and diplomacy. I stand with all of the Israelis and Palestinians calling for peace and the release of all hostages and humanitarian aid. And I hope that we can all respect the rule of international law, human rights, and protect these civilians. I think one of the commenters tonight said that they were standing on the side of human dignity, justice, and rooting out all racism. And I think that that's, of course, what we want to come together as a community to do. We want to ensure that there's no more escalation toward further war, violence, and death. And I hope that we can at least show a small signal from Santa Monica that we are urging a diplomatic solution. So I would urge support.
Councilman Delatorre.
I appreciate Council Members Zwick and Davis and Council Member Terosas for bringing this resolution forward. You know, I can't disagree with everything that's been said by everyone who spoke already. My sentiment is very, very similar. And, you know, just reflecting on the conflict, and as a father, you know, seeing the destruction and, you know, the lives that are being lost. These are civilians. These aren't, you know, enemy combatants. These are, you know, people that are paying the price. And definitely there's some responsibility for what Hamas did on October 7th. I mean, and the resolution spells that out. One thing I do know, you know, from working and here in Santa Monica, we had many of you who probably didn't grow up here, aren't aware that we had a gang problem in the city. There was a lot of gang violence. And I started doing work, you know, to try to end that violence. And it was between neighborhoods, the four corners on the west side, and it was also internal. There was black-brown conflict. And, you know, in one instance, there was a young man who came to my office, to the Pico Youth and Family Center, and he was a very, very serious gang member. He was a young man that was committed to gang, you know, to supporting the gang, and was very capable of doing violence. He was known, you know, for having that type of reputation. And he came to my office and he said, you know, I need to talk to you because I need you to, you know, pull a meeting together with some people that just shot at us. So there was a drive-by shooting and they shot at us and I found, you know, he said, you know, look, it's in me to retaliate, you know, to hit them back, you know, but I know that if I do that, I'm going to put my son at risk. He had a young son, and I know that there is I would say maybe a human instinct for retaliation, right, for vengeance. And I understand, you know, that's a natural feeling. I mean, unfortunately, you know, not all human beings are going to, you know, we've seen even our president, right? I remember President Obama, you know, and he's not really known as someone who is a violent person, but, you know, he talked about vengeance. He talked about retaliation for acts of violence. And I know that, so I know, you know, from leaders to people, you know, on the street, there's an inclination for vengeance and revenge. But what that creates is a cycle of violence, you know. One group kills one group, a member of one group, and then there's, you know, death on the other side, and then it just escalates. And we have an opportunity here to address that, because an escalation of the violence is just going to lead to more death and more destruction and more trauma, more pain. And so I think for us, you know, we have an opportunity to take a stand and to say that we are not on one side or the other, but we are on the side of peace. That we want to see an end to the violence, because you can't begin to even, you know, talk about everything else that comes after, or even think about how you can have a lasting peace when, you know, when there's bullets flying and people dying. So for me, I come at it from that perspective. You know, I have two children that I've raised here in this city. I can't think, you know, of what it would be like to be in a situation where somebody takes the life of my son or either of my children. And I know that if that did happen, it would create a lot of resentment in me. Initially it wouldn't lead to, for me thinking about peace, you know, but so it's you know, I'm not judging people, you know, in those situations. I'm not in no position to do that. But I do understand that, you know, it's very difficult, you know, for someone who has been a victim of violence, you know, to make a call for peace. It's not easy. But I think when people do that, there's a lot of strength, there's a lot of power in that. For someone to be hurt, you know, and to say, I don't want revenge. I don't want in my name for others to be killed. You know, there's no justice in that. There's no peace in that. And so I'm always inspired by people that can do that, because it's not an easy thing. I feel that, you know, the resolution is imperfect. You know, there's people that are very upset that this resolution is coming forward. You know, the fact that it's not perfect, that you know, and I feel saddened to hear that, you know, the passage of this resolution would lead to more anti-Semitism, you know, would lead to more discrimination or bias towards any group. You know, I feel bad about that, and I'm saddened, and I know that in the resolution we're calling that out. You know, we're saying, you know, I mean, that we don't stand for that, and so I hope that, you know, by passing this resolution, we send a message that we're not going to stand for the hate, and we're not going to stand for the division. I mean, my inclination is to build unity, to build peace, to try to bring people together, my hope is that this resolution will do that. It's an imperfect resolution, but considering the violence and the horror that I see, affecting people on both sides, I would hope that this would lead to even an imperfect peace, and that people can come together and come to the table, try to find a way forward. I got a text message from a person who I consider a mentor in the work of gang violence prevention intervention, Father Greg Boyle. Maybe a lot of people know who he is. Father Greg Boyle is someone that's an important peacemaker in the city of Los Angeles, and he sent me a text and advocating for, this resolution. And another person, Teresa Bonpain, who, rest in peace, Blaise Bonpain, he would be calling me right now, advocating for us to pass this resolution as well. Tom Hayden, another person that I have a deep amount of respect for, people that gave their life, committed their whole life, to this type of work, to peace. But I remember, just getting the text message from Father Greg Boyle, and he was in Belfast, and I had the opportunity to visit, Northern Ireland, Belfast. And here's a community that had, in the 1960s, what they called the Troubles. I mean, bombs going off. I mean, extreme violence, extreme acts of violence. And right now, they have an imperfect peace. There's peace walls. There's there are things that we might find shocking in America. But it works for them. And there is an imperfect peace that that to me gives me hope. That hopefully that people can find a way to come together. And I think this resolution gives an opportunity for that type of imperfect peace to prevail. And so for that reason, I will vote yes on this resolution.
Councilmember Parra? If not, I'll go.
I can go. This has been very difficult. I mean, I appreciate, the conversation. I appreciate everybody coming and speaking and sharing their stories. I truly believe, in peace as well. And and just, it's very saddening what's happening in the Middle East, and, for all the reasons that's been, spoken about. What's equally troubling to me is the division that it also has caused, to my community here in Santa Monica. And that's the part that I'm struggling with right now, and so I don't know how I'm going to vote. I've heard, we've had just as many emails in opposition as we've had in support. So I don't know where I stand right now, so.
Well, I'll take the floor for a couple of minutes. Oh, Lana, are you still alive? Are you still there? Are you cheerful and smiling?
I think she may have dropped off. I'm not seeing her on the phone.
You want to try and reach her again?
I texted her. I mean, it's her day after chemo. She may be tired.
Okay. So I've also struggled with this a lot. We've all received hundreds and hundreds of emails on all sides of this issue. About a month ago, I visited a Reformed synagogue in Santa Monica, and I met with 3 of the survivors of the concert. One who had been shot in the leg, one who had had her parents, her father and her uncle die on top of her, and that's how she stayed alive, and a third who's one of her relatives is a hostage right now. I watched a couple of documentaries on this, on both sides of the issues. I stand with the residents of Santa Monica who are also on both sides of this issue, both sides of everything that's going on. I wanted to read part of one of the letters. Some of my counterparts may have seen this, but it was interesting today. Today was Israeli Independence Day. Probably theoretically the worst day we could have put this on the agenda. That was sad to me, but I don't think any of us had advanced knowledge of the significance of now yesterday to Jewish people in the city. And so a few things. The ceasefire was broken by Hamas, which this resolution recognizes. Thank you for that, Councilmembers Zwick, Terosas, and Davis. There are hostages, both Americans and hostages from other countries. If Hamas had wanted to stop the conflict, they would have returned the hostages months and months ago, and they didn't. So,
I'm leaving this meeting. There's too much propaganda in this meeting.
So I hope everyone wants peace in the Middle East. I don't know how we get there, and I don't think it's our responsibility as a city to pass what is probably a meaningless resolution, even though we feel we're an important city in America. That presents an issue to me. But but more importantly, I'm very concerned with both Islamophobia in Santa Monica and anti-Semitism in Santa Monica. I'm really concerned about how we promote people living together in peace in our city. And that is an important part of what I think the letters, the emails, the phone calls I received over the last few days concerned. And whether it be your side, another side, the ultimate goal should be that Palestine and Israel finally live together in peace. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, none of us do. I don't know where that goes. But I'm predominantly concerned, first and foremost, with our neighbors here in this city, on all sides of the city. And I'm concerned that this, even though this is actually a resolution I looked at originally and said, this is far better than anything I could have expected, that it respected the issues in Palestine, the issues that everyone's having. But I'm also concerned about the people who live here in the city, the people who have seen Nazi symbols on the sidewalks on Pico Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard, that we've had to muster folks to try and get rid of those. And one lady and her little daughter were making flowers and trying to change those symbols on the sidewalk with chalk. I don't want more of that in this town. This is the town of my birth. This is the town of Vice Mayor Negretti's birth. This is the town of Councilmember Della Torre's birth. This is the town where Christine Parra grew up, and her mother went to high school here. We are all very invested in the city, as is Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Terosas and Councilmember Zwick. We're all part of this community. So by no means do I want to cause more dissension in this community. What I heard tonight sometimes was unfortunately intolerance. I wanted us to find a way to be tolerant of each other's opinions, of each other's goals, and of each other's humanity. And yes, that means Palestinian children, Israeli children, Palestinian grandmothers, Israeli grandmothers should not be killed. We don't want that. I am very concerned about our Santa Monica, and that affects me first and foremost. And I have watched and read and looked at everything happening, sometimes with horror, in the Middle East on all sides. And so I don't know if we can do this, and I'm not sure. I'm not going to introduce this as a substitute motion, I don't think. But I drew up a motion. It could be an amendment. It could be something else. But I'd like to have, I'd like to introduce it and let people look at it and see if it might be something that might be either added on or additional. We may not be able to allow it, but I want to read it. And this only applies to our town. It is resolved that while tragic armed conflicts are occurring in the Middle East, we acknowledge that feelings of hate and despair within our community from these outside events are stirring anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in Santa Monica. Be it known to all that tolerance of all faiths and beliefs are integral to life within Santa Monica, and that all faiths and beliefs are welcome here without prejudgment. Further, verbal and/or physical attacks on any member of the Santa Monica community will not be tolerated, no matter their religion, faith, or creed. Santa Monicans strive for peace in our community and throughout the world. As a city council, we are responsible for promoting the safety and security of all who live and come here. Tolerance, not intolerance, are the key to peace in our city. We urge all of Santa Monica's residents to treat each other respectfully and to not judge others based on external factors, but as humans dedicated to peace and justice for all other humans. That's the whole thing. So this might be an amendment or something, but I wanted to make sure we honed in on our town as much as I could. So I don't know how we want to handle that, or if we can.
Is that an addition to the ceasefire?
And if we can add this somehow, I will also vote for the ceasefire.
Bill, do you want?
Jesse, of course.
Thank you. I see nothing objectionable in the statement. It does focus fairly exclusively on religious faith, whereas the divisions go beyond that. So I might want to amend it to include, I guess, other forms of difference. There is obviously a section within the ceasefire as written that speaks to anti-Semitism, anti-Arab racism, Islamophobia, and all other forms of hate and incitement. I feel like this very much is language that could belong within that section.
Sure.
Because I think it just elaborates on what is a very important value that we have here in Santa Monica. And I will say that I heard speakers on both sides of the issue say things that I agreed with and disagreed with. And I do agree with our mayor that we need to be respectful of everyone, and it doesn't speak well on us or our beliefs when we are not.
Councilmembers, you withdrew. You want to go back?
No, it's, I would just say that we should also engage our city manager's office, our, what's the official title of the anti-racism initiative that Lisa is working on? just to make sure that we're engaged on this issue with regional partners, because I think that, I think everyone here knows that we've had numerous, I mean, I'm getting them every weekend, people sending us pictures of really unfortunate anti-Semitic, quite frankly, drawings all over our community, right down the street from my house. And I think, I hope that not all of the people doing that are from Santa Monica, but who knows? And I think that we need to combat this from regional approach. I mean, I like this statement. I just, as a just comment to the city manager, would hope that we can, I know we're already engaged with LA versus hate, but just to the extent that combating anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, et cetera, is part of the work that we're doing as a community, because we've engaged in a lot of listening sessions. This is ongoing work. But I'm fine to add this as a second resolution.
I mean, that's acceptable as well, for it to be a second resolution.
So can I motion that we approve both resolutions? Councilmember Davis, or do I get a?
Yeah, no, I mean,
is there
I'll
a second?
I'll second that. I think Councilmember Zwick, though, had a couple of changes to the original resolution.
Yeah, he
Are
could.
those incorporated in the motion?
Sure, I'll just mention again that in the crafting of this resolution, I consulted with several experts in the field of Holocaust studies and remembrance, and there were a few additional comments that came in that I would like to see reflected based on those consultations. In paragraph 1, it says, whereas the horrific slaughter, and it was requested that we add of over 1,000 Israelis. And then further in that same paragraph, perpetuated by Hamas, with the addition, comma, a designated foreign terrorist organization, comma. So those are the additions I'd like to propose in the statement.
That would be friendly.
All right, so,
That's friendly to me.
U.S.
Friendly to you?
designated.
right, yeah, I wanted to make sure those were included as part of the motion.
Yeah.
So that's
I just want to be clear that when I commented that these are two separate documents, like we're not conflating these. Yeah, okay, great.
Two separate
Yeah,
documents.
great.
Yes. Any other questions or comments?
I seconded it.
Councilmember Davis seconded. Yeah, and I motioned both.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
No.
Yes. Oh, are you here? Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
No.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes.
Can I explain my no vote?
Yes, Councilmember Parra would like to speak.
And just for the record, to explain my no vote, it's not because, it's basically for what I said earlier. I'm just concerned about what the residents were concerned about the division and what have you. And so that's fine. You can shake your heads all you want. I am trying to be sensitive to what our committee members' concerns were. So that's why.
Item 16E, request of Councilmember Zwick, Councilmember Torosis, and Councilmember Davis that the city direct the city manager to prioritize measures to reduce vehicle speeding and mitigate crashes on Nielsen Way in order to enhance safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers on the corridor. Specifically, the city manager is directed to prepare cost estimates and identify potential funding sources and trade-offs for adding the installation of speed.
Excuse me,
cushions.
our clerk is speaking right now. Our meeting's still going on. I thank you for clapping, but our meeting is not ended. I'd appreciate your quiet so that we can finish our business and get to go home like you're getting to go home now. Thank all of you for speaking. Thank all of you for being here this evening.
Speed cushions along Nielsen Way as a project for consideration as part of the upcoming biennial capital improvement program budget process. This would result in Nielsen Way being prioritized as the next phase of the ongoing partnership among the Department of Transportation, Santa Monica Fire Department, and Public Works Department to reinitiate deployment of speed bumps, humps, bumps, and other speed calming measures that do not impact emergency response times as resources and staff capacity allow.
All right, and Mayor Brock.
Mayor, gentlemen and ladies, if we could have your quiet, please, on the way out. Thank you so much. Councilmember Davis has a statement.
Yes, so I am listed as a proponent of this after consulting with the city attorney. I do happen to live literally on Nielsen Way in Santa Monica, and because I do own property, my house on Nielsen Way, I should remove myself as a proponent of this, and I will be recusing myself from the discussion about it in order to avoid any appearance of impropriety. So I'm going to exit the room.
Is that just to go home early?
Yeah.
You get the, oh, that's true. Okay, who would like to introduce? Oh, we'll wait till Councilmember Davis leaves.
I'm going to take this quiet second to say I hope you guys all saw the anti-Semitism that was directed at Jewish people like myself who live and work in Santa Monica. That was anti-Semitism that I experienced tonight. That is scary. It's so scary, and it happens to us too.
Thank you very much. We have to carry on our meeting. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, they were horrible tonight. Okay, who would like to introduce this item? And can I mention something while you introduce it? It's not a bone to pick, but I want you to know that, City Manager White has the 16 item from 2021 on this very topic that I introduced and pushed for. So while I appreciate you continuing to push this, I can tell you I didn't have a chance to discuss this with the city manager, but I was somewhat frustrated because I've been talking about speed bumps and slowing traffic in response to residents for 3 years, and I'm sorry that my actions resulted in nothing, so I hope you do better. Go ahead, Mr. Zwick.
Well, I'll admit I didn't prepare a lot on this item, but I will say that I was hopeful that I would have your support, Mayor, because I do know that I have heard you speak on this issue, and I assume then that you would be supportive. I think if we are successful this time, it will be due less to my advocacy and more to the fact that our mobility department and our fire department and other emergency services have made progress on piloting new modes of slowing traffic while not slowing emergency response times in the city. Specifically, speed cushions are, for lack of a better way of describing it, speed bumps that are split in various points that allow, if the wheelbase of a fire truck is a certain width and driving down the middle of the street, it can go through unimpeded. They've been deployed successfully in many cities around the state and the country with minimal to zero change in response times. Our city is currently piloting, or about soon to pilot, some changes on Cloverfield, actually changes that will turn regular speed bumps into something that more resembles speed cushions. But I think with the success, hopefully, of that pilot, and with hopefully enough resources through dedicated transportation funds, I think that Nielsen is a really important next place for them to focus. As you all know, it's a very dangerous street. It's straight. It has 2 lanes of traffic going in either direction, limited stops and traffic lights. Cars get up to very fast speeds there, especially when there's no traffic. And I was motivated to add this item when I did, because just the other weekend there were 2 accidents on the same day on Nielsen, one of which a biker was struck, and in a second of which an SUV ended up on the sidewalk. And in both of these, I just feel, as I do often with incidents of violence on our roads, that we can't wait. And especially now that we have the ability to do speed calming measures like this, I think we should move forward with all haste.
Who else? Councilmember Terrell?
Yeah, just really quickly, I believe that we have excellent staff. I believe that they're motivated to solve this. I know that we've had a dearth of resources recently, but I don't believe that reducing the speed of traffic and impacting emergency service response time need to be mutually exclusive. I believe that we can reduce the speed of traffic without impacting emergency service response time, and I'm pretty confident in our staff to get it done. So this is a public safety issue. I know our first responders are concerned about the traffic calming measures, but I think all of us are here to serve the safety and security of the public, and I think that we can do better.
I just want to add really quickly that our new fire chief who was here today, I want to thank him in absentia, because this is something I've talked to him about, he's aware of, and is in support of.
Well, this is, and I'll just add a half cent, but this is something that when I originally advocated it, Nielsen Way has a continues and becomes Pacific Avenue in Venice. Los Angeles had installed speed bumps. And for the life of me, if Venice had it, LA had it, and they also, that was a fire department corridor, it seemed unreasonable that while LA had speed bumps on Pacific, we weren't willing to do anything on Nielsen. When we knew there was a speeding problem constantly, because when people finally escaped the speed bumps in LA, then they wanted to speed in Santa Monica. So if there was consistency, that would change the scenario and change the fact that when people were drunk late at night, they would use that as their speeding corridor. And that was a problem. So I'll absolutely support this measure and wish you Godspeed in being able to do more than I was able to do. But as you just said, Jesse, Councilmember Zwick, the technology has changed as well. And I didn't know about the newer technology that allows the fire trucks to be able to navigate those areas without significantly slowing down their response. So I'm in full support. Any other comments? Anything else? If not, let's, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
It's been moved by Zwick, seconded by Terosas.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Gold star. I'm surprised you heard me. Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes, that motion passes 6-0. And someone, could you retrieve Councilmember Davis, please?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we're down to our last item.
Item 16F, request of Vice Mayor Negrete, Councilmember Parra, and Councilmember De La Torre that the city manager include language in contracts between the City of Santa Monica and Venice Family Clinic and Claire Matrix pursuant to the fiscal year 24-25 Human Services Grant Program that states agency will not use HSGP funds provided under this contract or renewals of this contract for the purpose of syringe distribution, exchange, or at or around parks and public open spaces. On April 9, 2024, the City Council adopted a resolution that was transmitted to Los Angeles County indicating that harm reduction is an important tool to connect individuals to healthcare, behavioral health, and substance abuse resources, but objects to the County of Los Angeles' Substance Abuse Prevention and Control Bureau's distribution of clean needles and other drug paraphernalia in parks and near schools. To this end, Vice Mayor Negrete, Councilmember Parra, and Councilmember De La Torre are requesting that the city manager incorporate additional language into the city's contracts with Venice Family Clinic and Claire Matrix to reflect city council policy direction.
And Councilmember Negrete would like to introduce this item.
Just to make this quick, in our effort to, the idea that time, place, and manner matter when we're looking at harm reduction in the syringe exchange program, we don't feel that the appropriate time, place, and manner have been used, and it's been a struggle, as many know, for us to do anything about it because we don't have full control. The county does. And so with that, we'd like to make sure that as we're appropriating funding to the different programs that are participating in this, that funding from the City of Santa Monica is not being used for that specific program, only because we in fact don't have any control over how it is distributed, meaning being distributed in our parks, and we're not being consulted as to where the appropriate place would be. So I'll let the other council members speak on it some more.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I think this council has expressed concerns regarding the needle distribution in parks and public spaces. And we want to keep reiterating in different ways that we feel that the approach is problematic, that not to say that we don't support harm reduction when it's done within, a clinic or a brick and mortar operation where there's other services that can be provided to people that are suffering from addiction. These substances now are very dangerous. It's not like even in the 70s or 80s or even 90s, where it was, heroin and now it's fentanyl. And we've seen an astronomical amount of people dying from overdose, from drug overdose in our city and in our county. Astronomical, from like 200 in 2017 to more than 3,000 last year. So we know that that's a problem, and we think that the harm reduction program can be. Well, let me just say this: we should. It's a little late, so it's hard for me to put my thoughts together. But we send the wrong message when government is handing out, needles to inject illegal substances in parks and public space. It's the wrong message to the drug addict. And just the last thing I want to say is, I talked to a person who was addicted to heroin back in, the days, and I talked to him about this policy change and this policy approach. And he said, look, if someone can get up to go and get drugs, to meet the dealer or go and buy and purchase illegal drugs, they can also do the same to get a clean needle at a clinic or some other facility. And so I think it's the wrong message for us for government to be handing out syringes, needles that are used for illegal drug use in parks and public space. So that's why we want to make sure that the grantees that we fund, we spend millions of dollars in the city funding various programs. We want to make sure that none of our funds are used for those purposes when when those needles are handed out in parks and public space. We understand that they have access to other resources, and we're not opposed to them using those resources to have harm reduction programs as long as they're providing those types of programs and services within clinics or other more appropriate space than parks.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to,
Anyone else want to
yes,
speak? Councilmember Davis.
I'd like
I
to
know
make a
wants to
motion that we approve the item.
We have a motion by Delatorre, a second by Para. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear, because I think someone may look at this and think that our current grant monies are being used by Venice Family Clinic or Claire for the harm reduction program. So I'd just like to confirm, because we all got a memo from the city manager stating that in fact that was not the case, that our funds administered through the Human Services Grant Program were not being used by Venice Family Clinic. And Mr. City Manager, can you, being used by Venice Family Clinic for harm reduction or syringe exchange or any other program that a majority of this council is objected to. So I'm wondering if you can just confirm that is in fact the case.
The city does not fund safe syringe services.
So, I mean, I guess I can vote for this because we're voting to tell them not to do something they're not doing. But I just think it's really important that people be clear that this is not happening, because there are some people in the city, for whatever reason, that are perpetrating I'll just be generous at this hour and call it misunderstanding, that city money is being used for those purposes. So, I guess it's kind of like what we call in the legal biz a follow the law injunction. You're already doing it, so don't do it. But they're not doing it, so I'm not really sure why we have this motion, but I guess I'll support it because they're not doing it.
Okay, if we would like, you have something you need to say?
Just one question that I have in terms of the grants. We could also put this language within a funding condition within our grant cycle. We can also do a memorandum of understanding, to ensure that these grant funds are not utilized in that manner. Or do we feel that this language alone, like how are we going to communicate this item to the grantees? In what format are we going to communicate?
This item so we enter into professional services contracts with each one of our grantees, and this will be put into the contracts expressly stating the language on the 16 items. So when they sign the contract, they will be signing a contract that has this express language in the contract as a funding condition.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I move the item.
Vice Mayor Negrete would like to speak.
Vice Mayor Negrete, thank you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up with Councilmember Davis's comment that, yes, in fact, we did have the city manager look into the wording, and I think the concern was that the definition of harm reduction included the syringe exchange program and some of the programs. So just out of an abundance of caution, I guess you could say, that we wanted to just make it really, really clear so it's really hard sometimes to trace dollars. You can't say, obviously, that our money, since they're getting money from other sources, is paying for this one program, but we just wanted to assure that, in fact, that it was not going to this specific program. So, yes, that's what we've been told, but it wasn't an easy find. It wasn't an easy yes or no. So we just wanted to put the language in there to make sure and confirm.
Okay, can we take a vote and go home? Okay, we'll get out before 2 a.m. Woo-hoo.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes. That motion passes 6-1. And I believe that concludes our business on this early morning. The bars are closed, and it's time for us all to go home. So even though we didn't get any of that, there we go, a little LaCroix. All right, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.